Chapter 61. The true El Su. At this moment, Chen Tiande was oblivious to my presence, his gaze fixated on the corpse of Xuanxi above, his lips moving rapidly as he muttered incantations that I could not comprehend. It appeared that the spell could not be interrupted, hence he did not respond to me. Watching the lazy fellow struggle incessantly filled me with urgency, yet I understood that the more anxious I became, the more chaotic the situation would become. I forced myself to regain my composure, recalling Chen Tiande's earlier words. These ropes were crafted from the blood of those taken on the Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, inherently heavy with Yin energy. I wondered if applying something of pure Yang essence might alleviate the situation. I quickly scanned the items on my person and realized that the only object exuding Yang energy was the Tianju, yet the lazy fellow possessed a more powerful Tianju himself. With no apparent effect, it seemed this artifact was ineffective against such peculiar bindings. In pondering further, I concluded that the only remaining source of vital Yang energy within me was my heart's blood. The heart, regarded as the sovereign of the body by ancient sages, is believed to be the dwelling place of the soul and the essence of one's life force. Of course, the term heart's blood does not imply a literal incision at the heart. When Min had passed, I had previously bitten my tongue to offer her my blood. With the tongue connected to the heart, the blood from the tip of my tongue would directly channel to the heart's essence. In this moment, I had no alternative but to adopt a desperate measure, akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. I closed my eyes, placed my tongue against my teeth, and bit down hard. The pain was inevitable. I did not manage my strength well, and the wound was likely too deep, quickly filling my mouth with blood. I thought to myself, let us not bite off my own tongue in the process. Without hesitation, I directed a jet of blood towards the lazy fellow's neck. Fortunately, he was merely bound by the ropes and not in the throes of death, or I would have found it much harder to act. To my relief, this action proved effective. The ropes loosened instantly. The lazy fellow reacted with remarkable speed, seizing the moment as the ropes slackened, thrusting a black blade between the circular bindings and slicing with great force. In an instant, the ropes fell away, landing on the ground like ordinary twine. The blood I had sprayed appeared to drain the ropes of their vitality, rendering them inert on the ground. The lazy fellow clutched his neck, coughing violently. His face flushed red, having narrowly escaped death. He nodded slightly in my direction, a gesture of gratitude. I returned the nod, saying nothing, after all. In our several brushes with death, who had not saved whom, words of thanks seemed unnecessary. We understood each other well enough, though in truth, I owed my thanks to him. This fellow was indeed peculiar. A normal person would steer clear of him, yet from my perspective, he had not wronged me in any significant way. At that moment, the Xuanxi corpse above appeared to be in immense agony, suddenly beginning to speak. Ah, do not kill me. Help me. Its voice was haunting, the visage of its bluish-purple face contorted in pain, its mouth obstructed by its own tongue, making the sound seem to emanate from deep within its chest. In that instant, Chen Tiande suddenly exclaimed, furrowing his brow, this is bad. The Xuanxi corpse is a lifebound corpse. A lifebound corpse? I had heard Chen Tiande's father, old Master Chen, mention this before. A lifebound corpse must be cultivated gradually. The better its nurturing, the greater its power. It seemed that the Xuanxi corpse before us had not been under Chen Tiande's control for long, suggesting that its cultivation period had not been extensive. However, the lifebound corpse is intrinsically linked to its cultivator. Thus, should any issue arise with the lifebound corpse, its cultivator would immediately become aware. Consequently, our actions would be laid bare. Chen Tiande promptly stated, it seems I cannot subdue it. I will hold it off. You two should enter on your own, and the rest depends on your own fortune. My companion and I exchanged glances, wordlessly gathering our belongings and making our way toward the closed iron door. Chen Tiande called out from behind, Xiaobao, follow closely. True to its nature as a spiritual pet, it obediently trailed beside us. The iron door before us was sealed, equipped with a modern lock that was difficult to manipulate, and its substantial thickness rendered any attempt to break it futile. As I pondered whether to create a hole in the wall, my companion had already retrieved a slender iron rod from his nearly depleted bag and began to probe the keyhole. I was somewhat taken aback and inquired, you can pick locks? Without glancing my way, he remained focused on his task and replied, I was a thief when I first arrived. I found myself momentarily speechless, reflecting on the rich tapestry of his life experiences. Born in one of the most impoverished regions of Tibet, he had resorted to thievery after being cast out, later engaging in robbery, and ultimately becoming a sadistic psychopath. Such a person, if released, would surely warrant execution. Why was there not a single individual of reasonable disposition beside me? My companion, seasoned in this craft, succeeded after a brief moment. With a click, he announced, "Done," and effortlessly pulled the heavy iron door, which creaked open slowly. What awaited us beyond this door? I heightened my vigilance, bracing for any imminent danger. To our astonishment, as the door swung open, a feeble voice emerged from the darkness, pleading, "Help, help." The voice was frail, hoarse, and indistinguishable in gender, resonating eerily yet distinctly in the shadows. As the light penetrated, we discovered a relatively large stone chamber beyond the iron door. With the voice emanating from the right side of the room, I glanced down at my spiritual pet. It remained silent, seemingly sensing no threat. Proceeding into the stone chamber, shoulder to shoulder, my companion and I cautiously advanced toward the source of the voice. As the light illuminated our path, the first thing that caught our eyes was a pristine white object. Upon closer inspection, we discerned it to be a slender crystal coffin. This object was impressively large. Its overall shape resembled not so much a coffin, but rather a grand crystal cage. As the light shone upon it, its transparency revealed a face pressed against the crystal surface. The face was diminutive and emaciated, about the size of my palm, with two dark, bulging eyes that stared intently at my companion through the coffin. I was startled, momentarily fearing another apparition, but soon realized it was a person, albeit one whose gaunt appearance was somewhat unsettling, reminiscent of a refugee from Africa. Nevertheless, their skin color appeared normal, devoid of the pallor associated with decomposition. It dawned on me that this could very well be a living individual. In that instant, two words flashed through my mind: Lu Su. Could it be that this was the true Lu Su? No, that is incorrect. From what I understand, El Su is in search of the key solely to rescue the true El Su, which indicates a commendable relationship between them. According to the old accounts investigated by Wenmin, the true El Su was once a benefactor to El Su. If El Su wishes to save him, then how could the person before me appear in such a state? The crystal coffin is quite large, suggesting that the occupant is standing within it, incessantly uttering two words: "Help me, help me." I inhaled deeply. The stone chamber bore no foul odor, indicating it is frequently cleaned. I inquired, "Are you El Su? Help me, help me." He seemed to be in a delirious state, repeating only this phrase. I furrowed my brow, contemplating alternative questions when, suddenly, the lazy one advanced a few steps and gestured for me to follow. In just a few strides, we were near the crystal coffin, and as the light illuminated its interior, the scene became vividly clear. Upon discerning the contents, I couldn't help but gasp. There were numerous stark white bones, which at a glance appeared to be human remains. Yet, how could there be so many human bones? As we moved closer, the figure within the coffin also shifted, staring at us with longing, pounding on the crystal surface, exclaiming, "Let me out, let me out." Finally, he ceased his pleas for help, and I realized there remained a flicker of sanity within him. "Who are you?" I asked, now uncertain of his identity given the multitude of bones surrounding us. He blinked and responded, "El Su." I gasped once more, questioning, "How did you end up here? Are you not dead?" He was exceedingly thin, resembling a refugee from Africa. His age was indiscernible from his gaunt visage, yet he appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. A person like this claiming to be El Su struck me as peculiar. El Su spoke slowly, his sentences disjointed, as if he had not conversed with anyone for an extended period. "I woke up here, and he kept me fed. When I refused, I was imprisoned." "Fed?" I was perplexed and asked, "Fed what?" El Su pointed to the bones behind him. A chill ran down my spine, and I recalled what Xiao Jing had previously mentioned about being nourished, prompting me to wonder, could El Su have been forced to consume human flesh? No, it likely was not merely ordinary flesh. What exactly does he intend? At that moment, a sudden bang resounded from the entrance, and Chen Tiande hurriedly approached, declaring, "No, we've been discovered. We must act swiftly." He claimed to be unable to maintain his composure and had no choice but to forcibly retrieve his life essence, which, in turn, exposed our actions. Given El Su's modus operandi, one could only speculate if he had stationed hidden sentinels nearby, who might soon return. As we spoke, he caught sight of El Su in the coffin, his eyes lighting up with understanding as he exclaimed, "Good, very good." Observing his demeanor, it seemed he had discerned something profound. I queried, "What is so good?" Ignoring my question, Chen Tiande fixated on El Su within the coffin. The latter twitched his nose, as if detecting an aroma, and then his expression shifted to one of terror as he quickly retreated, hiding behind a pile of bones in the corner. He fixed me with a peculiar gaze for a full 10 minutes before uttering, "Can you discern that he is deceased?" A chill ran through me at the mention of the word deceased, and I shook my head in disbelief. Chen Tiande's words indicated that the individual within, Su, was not among the living. Chapter 62. Returning home, it appeared that Xiao Jing spoke the truth. Su had been sustained through a method resembling corpse nurturing, a feat lauded even by Chen Tiande, revealing the considerable effort Su had invested in this arcane practice. It seemed that the bones surrounding us had likely been consumed by this true Su. Yet at that moment, he cowered behind a pile of bones. Clad in a filthy robe, his frail and diminutive figure evoking the image of a bullied underage refugee. From his earlier words, it seemed he retained some semblance of consciousness, persistently pleading for salvation, indicating his unwillingness to remain in this grim place. I pondered the horrifying notion: what if a person, after death, retained their consciousness, only to be treated as a mere corpse, confined in a lightless abyss, feasting daily on human flesh? Merely contemplating such a scene sent a throbbing pulse to my temples. Were I in his position, I would likely have succumbed to madness. The fact that he could articulate a few coherent words was remarkable in itself. I immediately inquired of Chen Tiande, "Does he pose any threat?" Chen Tiande shook his head, responding, "A nurtured corpse is ultimately still a corpse. However, within the arcane arts of nurturing, there exists an exceedingly profound, perhaps even lost, secret technique that can render a deceased individual indistinguishable from the living." I asked, "A living corpse?" Chen Tiande shook his head again, clarifying, "A living corpse merely resembles a living being, but remains a corpse." I pressed further, "Then what does he classify as?" Chen Tiande replied, "The Su you speak of likely has a master behind him. This method of nurturing allows the deceased to fully retain the functions of the living, thus he poses no danger." I was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, the king of hell allows you to die at 3, but not at 5. Xiao Jing epitomized a living corpse, her exterior indistinguishable from a human. Yet her true nature was grotesquely corrupted. The fact that Su could employ such an eerie method to sustain one who had already departed from this world was akin to delivering a slap to the face of the king of hell. Chen Tiande continued, "Such corpses are difficult to nurture. He surely consumes not ordinary flesh, but rather entities like red ghosts or blue specters. The stronger the malevolent energy, the better it conceals the deathly aura, and it is said that this allows one to evade the grasp of the underworld's soul-reaping agents." As his discourse grew increasingly enigmatic, I interjected, "If I were to extricate him now without providing sustenance, how long could he endure?" Chen Tiande pondered for a moment before responding, "A week." "A week's time would suffice," I thought, and promptly declared, "Very well. Let us open the coffin and remove him." The structure appeared to be a crystal coffin, yet it was actually reinforced glass, impervious even to the blows of a shovel. Ultimately, we had no choice but to ascend and pry off the reinforced nails, followed by a substantial lock. The surface of this lock bore a blinking light akin to a signal, clearly indicating some form of surveillance device. It was evident that upon unlocking it, Su's side would receive an alert. However, after Chen Tiande subdued the Xuanxi corpse, our movements had already been exposed, and thus we had no further reservations. In no time, the heavy lock was smashed open, and the three of us united our strength to reveal a space sufficient for a single person to escape. Upon witnessing this, Su immediately sprang up, casting aside all fear, and stammered, "Let me out, I want to go out." I threw down a rope, and he promptly grasped it, swiftly pulling himself free. The stench emanating from him was so foul that I instinctively recoiled. Su appeared gaunt, his skin tightly clinging to his bones, giving his eyes an unnaturally large appearance, reminiscent of extraterrestrial beings I had seen in films. He seemed exceedingly exhilarated, chattering incessantly, yet his disjointed expressions rendered his thoughts indecipherable. One thing was certain: this Su did not wish to remain confined in that place. Without requiring any coercion from us, he regarded us as his saviors. Closely trailing behind, the rancid odor surrounding him was a potent, bloodied scent that had accumulated over time, while the earthen jars along our return route remained undisturbed. Chen Tiande speculated that this was likely due to the presence of the genuine Su. In a moment, we emerged into the open air. I noticed Su had halted, standing at the threshold where light met shadow, his demeanor shrinking as he gazed upon the outside world, seemingly assessing a new reality. Suddenly, I felt a pang of pity for the real El Su. A man of such apparent honesty had fallen to this dismal state. What could have transpired in the past? Enduring the foul stench, I pulled him from the doorway, attempting to engage him in conversation as we walked. Perhaps due to his prolonged confinement, many details seemed elusive to him, with his memories seemingly confined to recent events. From his fragmented and chaotic descriptions, I gleaned that El Su visited this place every Monday, bringing food and occasionally tending to the glass coffin before departing. Their exchanges were minimal, which meant that the genuine El Su had not conveyed any additional useful information. Yet, I sensed numerous inconsistencies. El Su had exerted considerable effort, clearly placing great importance on this individual. He would not engage in meaningless pursuits, and deep down, I did not believe El Su sought the means to genuinely revive the real El Su out of some sense of gratitude. Such reasoning might deceive others. But I knew better. For instance, I share a close bond with Tofu. If he were to find himself in a similar predicament, I might attempt to save him. But I could never go to the lengths El Su had. Thus, it was evident that El Su had been nurturing the real El Su in a manner akin to raising a corpse, undoubtedly for some ulterior motive. A few thoughts crossed my mind, prompting me to inquire, "Do you remember who killed you?" At that moment, the genuine El Su resembled a restless creature, huddling defensively and appearing even more diminutive, trembling as he observed his surroundings. We were merely in the woods of the Año Valley, ascending the hill, surrounded by flowers and grasses. However, for a person confined underground for over a decade, subsisting solely on rice dumplings, the alteration in his environment presents an overwhelming stimulus. Initially, I approached with the intent to capture a hostage, fully equipped with handcuffs and ropes, but now this individual resembles an African refugee, shadowing us like a fledgling chick, rendering my preparations useless. It seems he has seldom moved, his muscles somewhat atrophied, causing his gait to be unsteady and his legs to tremble. The slothful man, covering his nose, walked ahead, clearly unwilling to associate with him. Conversely, Chen Tiande regarded Lu Su with an unsettling gaze, as if he were contemplating dissection. Terrified, Lu Su recoiled behind me, the foul stench overwhelming my senses, prompting me to push him away. A gentle nudge sent him tumbling to the ground, startling me and making me reflect on how I resembled a cruel abuser of minors. I hastily helped him up, at which point Lu Su stammered, "I can make coffins. Don't send me away, I can help you earn money." It dawned on me that he viewed me as a protector. An unexpected pang of sorrow struck me. After all, he was merely an ordinary child raised in a coffin shop. Lu Su's actions were undeniably harsh, showing no respect for the dead. What was he truly after? Perhaps only by uncovering the true cause of Lu Su's demise could I unravel this mystery. Yet, after I posed my question, he offered no response. Consumed by the fear of abandonment and pleading incoherently, nearly on the verge of kneeling, I quickly supported him, uttering a few comforting words, and ceased my inquiries. At that moment, Chen Tiande remarked, "You won't glean much from questioning him now. It would be best to wait until he regains some clarity." I countered, "Did you not say we only have a week? How can I wait?" Chen Tiande replied, "In a stable environment, recovery will be swift. You should find a place to hide him to avoid detection." I recalled that Sanchi town was not far from the low valley, and an idea struck me. Perhaps revisiting Lu Su's former haunts would expedite the restoration of his memories. When I proposed this thought, Chen Tiande deemed it feasible. Indeed, Lu Su would likely not suspect that a missing person would return to Sanchi town. Chen Tiande, reluctant to part with such a valuable specimen, insisted on accompanying me to Sanchi town out of a scholarly curiosity. The slothful man yawned, stating that one should see a task through to the end. Thus the four of us, along with a dog, resolved to journey to Sanchi town. Although the remains of the double happiness corpse had been claimed by Chen Tiande, it was impractical to transport it during daylight. So we decided to bury it on-site and retrieve it upon our return. Sanchi town is modest in size, with the waters of Anhui flowing serenely, rich in depth and history, and known for its genteel and simple folk. Despite the homogenization of modern society, remote areas like Sanchi town still retain their unique cultural essence. Almost immediately upon entering the town, Lu Su appeared to be affected by something, his demeanor shifting from trepidation to confusion as he scrutinized his surroundings with a peculiar expression. The town is small, with most young people having left for work elsewhere, leaving behind only the elderly, who huddled by their fires during the winter. with only a few shops open sporadically. Lu Su walked for a while, suddenly stumbling and quickening his pace. I immediately sensed that he must have recalled something significant. The three companions behind him made no attempt to hasten him, and as we ventured further, our path grew increasingly erratic. After approximately 20 minutes, we stopped by the roadside. The houses here were exceedingly dilapidated, most of them locked, signifying their abandonment, while some of the doorsteps were already overrun with withered yellow moss. We halted before a structure with a yellow wooden door. This building was a relic of the past, a flat-roofed dwelling, its entrance a folding wooden door. Typical of shops from over 2 decades ago, where well-to-do establishments favored rolling iron gates. It was evident that this had once been a commercial space. A heavy, rusted lock hung upon the shop's door, emblematic of years without visitation. Lu Su shook the lock and suddenly called out hoarsely into the interior, "Mother, father, I have returned." I touched my nose, recalling that when Min had informed me that shortly after the true Lu Su went missing, his parents were tragically killed by falling coffin boards. The Lu Su before us, regardless of age or mental state, seemed perhaps to remain in a time long past. Chapter 63. Pursuit. The three of us stood motionless before the door, while Lu Su persistently knocked on the door and fumbled with the heavy iron lock. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I retrieved a crowbar from my backpack and swiftly smashed the lock. With a clatter, the lock fell to the ground, and Lu Su forcefully pushed the door open, sending a cloud of dust cascading down, momentarily blinding us. I instinctively stepped back a few paces. However, Lu Su did not linger, slowly entering the dimly lit interior. Sunlight filtered weakly through the doorway, as Lu Su softly called, "Mother? Father?" It seemed his faculties were somewhat impaired, for any rational person would instantly recognize that this house could not possibly harbor any inhabitants. I followed him inside, intrigued to see the place where Lu Su had once lived. Upon entering, I found myself in a storefront, a structure typical of rural towns, combining commercial and residential spaces. Immediately, I observed 2 empty coffins, thickly coated in dust, one of which had its lid only partially affixed. Inside, 2 nests of rats had already gathered, startled into fleeing into the shadows at our arrival. Lu Su surveyed the room with a deliberate gaze, his eyes wandering as if he were lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he began to move deeper into the space, while the sluggish individual trailing behind appeared disinterested, lazily following. Chen Tiande and I flanked Lu Su on either side, closely observing his actions. We then ascended the stairs, entering what appeared to be a bedroom. The furniture remained untouched, suggesting that after the true Lu Su's family perished, the false Lu Su had sealed the room. The contents lay in their original state, yet were shrouded in dust, dim and damp, exuding a pungent odor of mildew. Lu Su seemed oblivious to this, as he walked toward a dust-covered bed, seemingly lost in nostalgia, his expression vacant. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar in the corner of the room. There stood a thick iron rod, welded into the wall, from which dangled a rusty iron chain, the end of which was fashioned into a collar for a dog, resting upon a makeshift bed of blankets. Chen Tiande gazed at the dog collar, letting out a sharp hiss, and exclaimed, "Still raising dogs?" The words of one man echoed in my mind, leading me to suspect that it was likely not a collar for a dog, but rather for a human. It was said that when Lu Su was first brought down from the mountain, he behaved like a wild beast, devoid of humanity, ferocious and dangerous, which was why he had been restrained. It was only after he transformed into a being indistinguishable from a normal person that he was released. I waited for a while, but seeing that the true Lu Su remained silent, I inquired, "Have you recalled anything?" Gesturing towards the iron chain, he laboriously turned his head, fixating on the chain for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he uttered, "There are people in the cave." A cave? I was taken aback, unable to comprehend how such a term could escape his lips. Were there indeed people in the cave? Could it be that he was suggesting Lu Su had once been in a cave? Finally, he gestured again, saying, "We go in to get the knife," and then. Suddenly, he clutched his head, appearing to be in intense agony. Observing his disordered speech and evident distress, I decided against pressing further. It seemed I had been too hasty. Get the knife? The ghost-crying knife? Could it be that the blade Lu Su possessed was also obtained from this place? The true Lu Su was unwilling to leave this area, which was certainly uninhabitable, so we 3 compelled him to depart, finding a nearby small inn for temporary lodging. It wasn't exactly coercion. The lazy one threatened him with a remark that if he did not comply, he would be sent back, which rendered the lad too intimidated to resist. The stench emanating from him was unbearable, and I instructed him to wash himself. But it appeared he had forgotten how to dress. Reluctantly, I had to hold my breath while removing his clothing. However, as I peeled off a layer, I suddenly noticed a protrusion on his shoulder, roughly the size of a fingernail, unremarkable in appearance, yet distinctly square and orderly. I was intrigued and asked, "How did you get that injury?" After a prolonged pause, the true Lu Su gestured. Cut open, something black was inserted. It hurt for a long time. I was momentarily stunned, realizing I had made a grave error. In haste, I drew my dagger and made a small incision on the protrusion. Although it was merely a minor cut and not excessively painful, the true Lu Su was clearly terrified, trembling as if I were akin to the perverse lazy one. Ignoring his fear, I flicked my dagger, extracting a black, chip-like object. This chip had long merged with flesh and blood, rendering its full form unrecognizable. Yet, as the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork but has seen a pig run. This object was likely a form of implanted locator, which I had encountered 2 years prior at a high-tech fair. Such devices could be employed for tracking pets or individuals lacking self-sufficiency, such as those with severe mental disorders or dementia. Implanting such locators could prevent the loss of both people and animals. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, an hour since we had exited that underground chamber, and yet this true Lu Su still harbored such an object within him. What a miscalculation. At that moment, he was moaning and clutching his injury, but since the wound was not particularly large, I chose to disregard it. Preparing to summon the lazy one and Chen Tiande for an immediate relocation, there was no time to concern myself with prompting the true Lu Su's memories. However, as I opened the door, the very person I had least wished to encounter appeared before me, Lu Su. He remained the same as ever, the only distinction being that the gentle smile that usually adorned his face now appeared exceedingly frigid. "Brother Chen, it has been quite a while," he remarked. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced behind him. 2 seemingly ordinary young men trailed closely in his wake. Yet I understood that anyone who could accompany El Su was far from simple. El Su continued, "I am here to reclaim what I lost." As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the interior of the room. The genuine El Su, sensing the commotion, cast a glance our way, and suddenly let out a shrill scream as if confronted by a ghastly apparition, retreating not towards the door, but rather towards the window. This fool intended to leap from the window. Both El Su and I were taken aback. After all, we were on the 4th floor. He was no messenger, and his physical capabilities were akin to those of any mortal. A leap from such a height would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. I immediately dashed back, shouting, "Do not jump." Yet my words were as futile as a whisper in the wind. The genuine El Su disregarded me entirely, flipping over the windowsill in a bid to escape. In that instant, a sharp crack resounded, and blood erupted from the leg he had been standing on. The limb buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to make his escape. It was gunfire, silenced, yet unmistakably lethal. The assailant was an unremarkable young man with a flat nose, who, after firing, spun the handgun on his finger and then aimed it directly at me. I remained motionless at the doorway. El Su maintained his smile, stating, "I have underestimated you all along. Brother Chen, the troubles you and Xiaobao have brought are quite unexpected." His words confirmed my suspicions. Dofu was likely unharmed. After all, Dofu had merged significantly with the corpse immortal. Capturing the latter would not be a simple task for him. I replied, "I too am surprised you found us so swiftly. Have you invested considerable effort in this individual?" At that moment, the genuine El Su, dragging his injured leg, sought refuge beneath the bed, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Meanwhile, the lazy fellow and Chen Tiande arrived at the doorway, positioning themselves to block El Su and his companion's escape. A flicker of reassurance washed over me. Strength in numbers often swayed the odds, and I was not entirely without hope if it came to a confrontation. Just then, the innkeeper called out from the corridor. "What was that noise? What exploded?" Before I could respond, El Su turned with a smile, saying, "A lighter exploded. It's nothing to worry about." The innkeeper, seemingly satisfied, turned and vanished from sight. Afterward, El Su strode into the room, approached the bed, and called out gently, "Brother, come out." A chattering sound emerged from beneath the bed, and I couldn't help but smirk coldly. "You seem rather affectionate, yet if I recall correctly, you were saved by the El family. How effortlessly you play the role of a thankless wolf." I was unaware of how the genuine El Su met his demise. but it was highly likely that his parents had fallen victim to his own hand. Su smiled slightly. After all the effort I have expended, is it not to save him? I remarked. You might as well take that nonsense to deceive ghosts. Since you are here, let us clarify our words. I have never intended to be your adversary, as you are well aware. Su nodded and smiled. But this time, why do you oppose me? I replied. Had you not persistently targeted my brother, do you think I would have any interest in coming to this remote valley in the dead of night? Su appeared calm and composed, the previous gloom dissipating, resembling his usual self. To an unknowing observer, his gentle demeanor might suggest we were old friends reuniting. Brother Chen, he began, life often presents us with difficult choices. We once fought side by side, and I truly regarded you as a friend. However, who could have foreseen that we would find ourselves in such a predicament? You should understand, had I intended to kill you, you would have long since perished. My repeated concessions were merely an effort to preserve our brotherhood. Yet, I did not anticipate your involvement with the corpse immortal. Brother Chen, you could easily extricate yourself from this situation. My only target is Douboji. Why must you oppose me? A cold smile crept across my face. What he termed as concessions was merely a means to exploit us for his own gain. This elf fellow had a way of speaking that could even move the dead. His words made it seem as though I was the one lacking appreciation. The lazy one raised an eyebrow, observing Su with keen interest. I decided to play along with his narrative. You are indeed correct. After all, we have faced life and death together. How could I wish to oppose you? It would be a joyous occasion if a good brother could achieve his desires. If I were to hinder you, that would be quite inconsiderate. I have no desire for conflict with you, but do not provoke my brother. I possess the means to separate him from the corpse immortal. When the time comes, grievances shall be avenged, and you may seek out the corpse immortal. Chapter 64. The struggle. Su sat on the edge of the bed, lightly kicking the bed frame. With each kick, the rattling sound of teeth echoed louder. He then spoke. It seems we cannot reach a consensus? Indeed, I replied, which has led us to this current situation. Had it not been for Su's relentless pursuit of Doufu, I genuinely would not wish to be at odds with such a person. Su chuckled, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room before settling on the lazy one and Chen Tiande. Are these your hired hands? Mr. Chen, what a pleasure. His address of Mr. Chen was directed at Chen Tiande. Chen Tiande, with his eccentric temperament, disregarded Su's approach entirely, choosing instead to focus on the spirit creature he cradled. As an expert in corpse cultivation, encountering the true Su was akin to a treasure hunter discovering a relic, his thoughts entirely captivated, leaving him unresponsive. Su continued, Gentlemen, we harbor no animosity from the past, nor have we any grievances of late. Do either of you wish to oppose me? The lazy one replied coolly, Who you are is irrelevant to me. However, regarding the individual beside you, I have been entrusted to look after him. If you do not show me respect, then I shall have no obligation to extend you any. I understood that today would not end amicably. Despite my meticulous calculations, I had not anticipated that this fellow possessed a tracking device, which had led Su to my location. My gaze shifted to the ground beside me, where an equipment bag lay. I had been sorting through some items earlier, and a metal chisel rested just by my feet against the bed. At this moment, with a slight bend of my body, I could easily grasp the crowbar. Su was right beside me, and he had not brought his knife. As it was not a fight in the arena, such a large weapon is not something one carries at all times. With a resolute heart, I signaled to the lazy one. The lazy one, surprisingly astute, yawned, and in the split second of that yawn, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man with the gun flying, the weapon clattering to the ground. Chen Tiande remained motionless, but the individual beside him suddenly hunched down, scratching at his body, his face inexplicably covered in numerous red rashes. This Chen fellow truly kills without a trace. I silently admired his cunning and seized the crowbar to strike at Su. Su reacted swiftly, leaning back and rolling off the bed, landing on the other side. My focus was unwavering. Almost at the instant he rolled away, I lunged at him, momentarily neglecting the movements of the lazy one and the others. Su was exceptionally agile. After I missed my strike, he swiftly lunged to disarm me while still in a bent position. Yet this time, he miscalculated. My intention was never to truly harm him with the crowbar. Having fought Su numerous times, I was well aware of his reflexes and knew that the likelihood of a successful ambush was slim. The real lethal move lay ahead. Just as Su attempted to seize my weapon, I pressed a mechanism on my left wrist, and in an instant, A small black knife was rapidly thrust into his throat, pressing closely against him. Su halted his motion, his eyes cold as ice, and remarked, "I almost forgot you possessed this skill." I replied, "Too many lethal moves diminish their effectiveness, which is why I seldom employ them, reserving them for formidable opponents like you. The knife-throwing technique passed down by my grandfather cannot be mastered in a day. My time is scarce, and I must tend to business," making it impossible to reach the proficiency of someone like Chen. After several experiences, I decided that rather than achieving mediocrity, it was better to save my skills for a decisive moment. Thus I carry only one poison knife. At this moment, Chen Tiande was silently incapacitating one man on the ground, while the lazy one swiftly subdued another. With my small knife pressed against Su, he dared not make a rash move. I warned, the poison on this blade seals the throat upon contact. In this day and age, acquiring such poison is no easy feat, so exercise caution. Su maintained a half-kneeling posture on the bed, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching into a smile, slowly revealing a grin. "It seems I was careless. Do you wish to kill me?" I replied. "Our objectives clash, and neither of us is willing to yield. After much contemplation, this seems the swiftest solution. Those who harbor unclean intentions are easier to eliminate, for they cannot wield the law as a weapon. In a world of shadows, death resolves all." In that moment, I truly harbored murderous intent, when suddenly, a commotion arose from beneath the bed, and the real Su timidly crawled out. At that moment, each of us had subdued one, creating a tableau of tension. He glanced at us, then at Su, suddenly displaying a countenance akin to one on the verge of tears. "He has come." Blood continued to flow from his leg, yet he stumbled towards the door, as if compelled. I found myself momentarily perplexed. Which he? Was there someone else besides Su? As I pondered this, I noticed, to my astonishment, that a figure had inexplicably materialized on the windowsill. This individual seemed to instill a greater dread in Su than Su himself evoked. As he dragged his injured leg, scrambling towards the entrance, the slothful man appeared thoroughly astonished. His acute hearing had betrayed him, for it was evident that he had not perceived the arrival of this stranger. Su cast a glance at the man scuttling away, remaining silent, then turned his gaze toward the window and remarked, "You have arrived too late." The newcomer appeared somewhat portly, half concealed in shadow, rendering his features indistinct. After a brief moment, he emitted an eerie laugh and sauntered into the light. An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over me. Moments later, he entered the room. It was winter, and he was clad in a thick down jacket, resembling a waddling ball. His face was slightly plump, fair and beardless, yet marred by several ghastly scars on his left cheek, as though clawed by some beast, the wounds dark and sinister, lending him an exceptionally fearsome visage. I had never encountered this individual before. Who could he possibly be? In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though we had all become mere wisps of air, for the stranger's gaze locked onto Chen Tiande, causing the muscles in Chen's face to tense. Instantly, I deduced the identity of the visitor. He must be the enigmatic figure behind Su, as mentioned by Chen Tiande. Fixated on Chen Tiande, he remarked, "Old you are regressing with age." Su offered a faint smile and replied, "Dachi, years ago you boasted that no one could penetrate your schemes. Now, considering the current situation, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Throughout their exchange, the two men entirely disregarded our presence. As Su's words faded, the one referred to as Dachi abruptly shifted his gaze to the genuine Su, who had managed to crawl to the door. Without any apparent action from Dachi, the real Su huddled in a corner, clutching his head and trembling as if under a spell. My heart sank. This man was beyond our capacity to confront. After subduing the fleeing Su, Dachi settled onto a nearby stool, his down jacket puffing up, revealing only his head, which struck a comical contrast to the fierce scars on his face, rendering any thoughts of jest utterly inappropriate. Then he spoke. "What a splendid performance. I just heard you call yourself Chen Tiande. Quite impressive, indeed, to have subdued him. Do me a favor and land a couple of punches on him to vent your frustration. I promise to leave your 3 corpses intact." Listening to his words, I found his arrogance profoundly irritating. In this world, arrogance typically falls into 2 categories: those who are self-satisfied and oblivious, and those who possess genuine skill. Clearly, Dachi belonged to the latter. Maintaining my composure, I inquired, "Oh, why should I assist you in striking him? Do you too harbor a grudge?" Dachi, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, I bear no ill will. But that scoundrel promised to introduce me to some business last time and left me in a dire predicament. I've longed to give him a good beating, but have yet to find an opportunity. If you land a couple of punches on him, I shall ensure he remains intact. What do you say to this arrangement? Just as I was about to respond, Chen Tiande's pet suddenly began barking vigorously. Dechi's gaze shifted, and he commented, "That little creature is well taken care of. With winter upon us, it would make for a splendid stew." I could sense that Chen Tiande harbored some reservations about Dechi, yet his affection for his dog was evident. Upon hearing those words, his volatile nature erupted without restraint as he bellowed, "Who dares to act so brazenly? Today, I shall see who becomes the stew." This time, Chen Tiande was genuinely enraged. He raised his hand, and before I could comprehend, an awful stench pervaded the room. Concurrently, my eyes felt as though they had encountered pepper spray, burning intensely, rendering me unable to open them. Chapter 65. Poisoned though the situation had shifted, I dared not withdraw my hand. The flying dagger remained firmly pressed against Elsu's throat. However, my eyes were tightly shut, and within moments, my hand was abruptly pushed away. Damn it! Was this Chun fellow merely sowing chaos? The instant Elsu deflected my hand, I realized I had lost my advantage and immediately rolled off the bed, seeking refuge on the other side. I acted on instinct, attempting to open my eyes to assess my surroundings, but the stinging pain made it impossible. I surmised that others must be experiencing the same plight. I heard Dechi's astonished hiss, exclaiming, "What a reckless fighting style! You are indeed intriguing." I held my breath, striving to remain silent. For if Chen Tiande's attack indiscriminately harmed friend and foe alike, then Elsu and the others were surely in the same predicament as I was. As long as I remained quiet, none would see one another. Guided by memory, I cautiously crawled towards the door. At that moment, I heard Chen Tiande say, "To confront you, I cannot hold back my ultimate weapon. This poison is a family heirloom. I have not used it in my 40-plus years of life. Today, applying it to you may well be your fortune." Elsu then inquired, "Dechi, what on earth is this?" Dechi scoffed and replied, "I did not expect this individual to be so unafraid of death. This is a life-threatening corpse poison, typically passed down through generations. It inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while harming oneself 800. It is rarely used unless in dire straits. I must say, my fellow practitioner, I have yet to do anything to you, yet you resort to this life-saving tool. How reckless." Upon hearing this, I realized that Dechi possessed considerable skill, yet he retained a rational mind. In contrast, Chen Tiande was notoriously eccentric, making his next move difficult to predict. It seemed that Dechi had inadvertently struck at Chen Tiande's Achilles heel, which explained the latter's furious outburst. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Dechi was at a disadvantage. Despite his prowess, he was faltering against Chen Tiande. As the saying goes, normal individuals cannot compete with the deranged. Could Chen Tiande still be considered a normal person? I find that, apart from one men, there are hardly any individuals around me with sound principles. Soon, I made my way to the door, where Chen Tiande, who had not been poisoned himself, kindly assisted me, gesturing for me to step back. He handed me a pill-like object, indicating that I should consume it. I surmised it was likely an antidote, so I swallowed it without hesitation. I harbored no suspicion towards Chen Tiande. He was not involved in this matter, his eccentric nature rendering him impervious to bribery. Thus there was no need for him to target me. Upon ingestion, a refreshing sensation enveloped me, mingled with a hint of metallic taste. This coolness washed over my burning eyes as if doused with a bucket of icy water, instantly alleviating the pain. As I opened my eyes, I noticed that Elsu and Dechi had been pushed to the window, both with their eyes closed, appearing exceedingly vigilant. Elsu uttered not a word, slightly tilting his head, evidently listening intently to the sounds around us. Meanwhile, Chen Tiande had already provided the antidote to the lazy one, leaving just the three of us and the spirit pet unscathed, while the other two brought by Elsu had succumbed, with the one who initially clashed with Chen Tiande now covered in blisters, groaning on the ground. In the corner was the real Elsu, trembling uncontrollably. Remembering how he had suddenly frozen in fear earlier, I found it curious and approached him, lowering my voice to inquire, "What is happening?" After all, I had rescued him. Upon hearing my voice, the real Elsu lifted his head. His bodily functions were entirely normal, yet he too had been poisoned. Though his eyes were shut, he glanced towards Dechi's direction, stammering, He is terrifying, he will, and before he could finish, a shiver ran down his spine as if recalling something dreadful. At that moment, Chen Tiande exchanged glances with me and the lazy one, signaling us to escort the real Su away while he would handle the rest. I felt gratitude swell within me, but understood that staying would be of no assistance. The lazy one promptly hoisted Su, and we hurried downstairs. Given that Su and his companions had been poisoned, they would undoubtedly require an antidote, though how they would proceed remained uncertain. However, I was aware that Su would never fall victim to Chen Tiande. Firstly, Su belonged to the type who would drag others down with him even in death. Secondly, he had Qi by his side, a person of hidden depths who, when provoked, could resort to mutual destruction. If Chen Tiande truly held confidence in subduing the two, he would not have allowed us three to retreat first. It appeared he was merely stalling for time. Although Chen Tiande was unconventional, he had no desire for death. Thus the ultimate outcome could only be one. Both parties would take a step back, and Su would remain unscathed. This was not difficult to comprehend. Therefore, after descending the stairs, the lazy one and I caught a night bus, exiting Sanchi town into the city. Arriving in the expansive urban area, it was improbable for the LS to locate us again. We found a small inn that did not require registration and meticulously checked the real Su from head to toe, ensuring there were no tracking devices or similar contrivances before finally relaxing. Chen Tiande did not provide the genuine Su with the antidote, and I can surmise his intentions. He likely aims to use this as leverage against Su. What Su desires is a living person, not a mere husk. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort to sustain them. This clearly indicates that he would not wish to see the true Su meet a tragic end due to poison. This situation serves as a bargaining chip for Chen Tiande, and conversely, it can also become my own asset. Lying in bed, I contacted the one-eyed dragon, discreetly instructing him to secure an inconspicuous location in Shenzhen. I resolved to hide the individual there. As the saying goes, the greatest concealment lies within the bustling city. In Shenzhen, should Su seek someone hidden, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless unforeseen events arise, he would only be able to locate them through me. At this moment, my sole concern was the true Su's reaction upon encountering the so-called Qi. This entity appears to be the catalyst for Su's current predicament. Those who engage in the necromantic arts often possess peculiar methods to trace the corpses they have animated. However, this situation is unique to the true Su. Given his current state, he scarcely qualifies as a corpse. If the entity known as the Qi truly possesses the means to track him, why then would Su implant a tracker on the genuine article? With this thought, I felt a sense of reassurance. The following day, I rented a vehicle with the lazy fellow, and we journeyed back to Shenzhen. Upon arrival, I met secretly with the one-eyed dragon, and together we transported the individual to the location he had already prepared. This room was situated in a different district, quite distant from mine, nestled within an old community primarily inhabited by migrant workers. In such places, as long as one offers a bit of money, no identity verification is necessary. The transient nature of the residence makes it exceedingly difficult to gather information. Even if Su were determined, he would find no avenue to exert his efforts. I instructed the one-eyed dragon to procure some provisions and then advised the true Su, I will hide you away. There is sufficient food in the refrigerator to last a week. When the time comes, I shall return to check on you. Listen closely. If you wish to avoid being confined again, you must remain compliant. I had no intention of leaving anyone to guard him, for I was acutely aware that the true Su would not attempt to flee. He had been imprisoned for far too long, becoming disconnected from society and lacking survival skills. Furthermore, his profound fear of Su would likely prevent him from wanting to leave. Initially, I considered leaving the one-eyed dragon to supervise him, but the presence of various unusual individuals surrounding Su made it prudent for us to maintain contact without raising suspicion. In this age, the safety of online information is perilously unreliable. After relaying these instructions, I pinned my phone number on a note for the true Su, stating, unless an urgent matter arises, do not contact me. He appeared obedient, nodding in agreement, and despite his disfigured countenance, a hint of gratitude was discernible. I felt a twinge of discomfort. This true Su, with a mental capacity akin to that of a 16 or 17-year-old, now regarded me as a lifeline. Yet, I was acutely aware that my motives for capturing him were driven by self-interest. Once an accord was reached with Su, the value of his utility would dissipate, and ultimately, I would return him to his original state. Certainly, should negotiations with Lu Su come to an impasse, this individual would be rendered useless. For I possess no corpse to tend to, nor do I comprehend how to nurture one. Perhaps I could entrust him to Chen Tiande? Yet, what distinction would there be between the two? I believed myself to be resolute and unyielding, yet an inexplicable pang of guilt surged within me. Thus, I gently patted the true Lu Su on the head and declared, I shall protect you. Deceit is the prerogative of adulthood. He was nearly moved to tears, stammering his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen. Witnessing his articulate expression of thanks stirred something within me, prompting me to suggest, there are paper and pens in the room. Should you recall anything, write it down, and I shall review it later. He nodded earnestly in agreement. I then departed with the one-eyed dragon, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Such is life. Certain matters are not contingent upon our desires, but are obligations we must fulfill. I must consider my own needs and those of my brothers. Thus I can only extend my apologies to him. The slothful one had once again retreated to the 7 Stars building for rest, uncertain of when he would depart. Shortly after my return to the shop, I indeed received news from Chen Tiande. As I had anticipated, the ultimate resolution involved mutual concessions. Chen Tiande had already returned to Beijing with his spiritual companion, and it was likely that Lu Su would soon seek me out. I remained unhurried, attending to my own affairs. It was the weekend, and the shop was bustling with visitors. However, few made purchases. The one-eyed dragon attended to the female patrons, disregarding the male guests. Chapter 66. Provocation. As I perused the merchandise, the one-eyed dragon had recently acquired an exquisite piece, a fragment of red ancient jade, its colors naturally infused, resembling a fiery phoenix. A rarity indeed. This was a piece of ancient jade wall, with its specific era still indeterminate. Yet in the realm of antiques, the essence of enjoyment is paramount. Merely the hue of this jade already holds considerable value. The shop was rather noisy, with a constant flow of visitors throughout the morning. Yet not a single item had been sold. Such is the nature of this trade. 3 years may pass without a sale, but once business begins, it sustains for 3 years. Rather than direct sales to customers, we predominantly rely on exchanges with fellow merchants. For instance, if someone desires jade but lacks it in their possession, they might present my jade platter, and without discussing prices, each party bears the responsibility for their own profits. While I was lost in thought, 2 young ladies approached, curious, and inquired, "Are you the owner here?" I glanced at them. Both were youthful and exuberant. I nodded in affirmation. One of the short-haired girls smiled and asked, "Boss, you're quite handsome. Are you married?" The young women of this era are decidedly different from those of our parents' generation, exhibiting a boldness that is refreshing. The one-eyed dragon sauntered over, chuckling. "Why don't you inquire if I am married?" The short-haired girl responded candidly, "Go get some work done before asking." The long-haired girl, appearing quite bashful, tugged at her companion's sleeve, signaling her to temper her remarks, and then presented me with a resume. The long-haired girl, somewhat shy, said, "Boss, I see your business is thriving. We are interns and would like to seek employment here, if possible." Having encountered such requests before, I replied, "We are not hiring." She appeared somewhat disheartened, and the short-haired girl chimed in, $2,000 a month, no meals or lodging included. Isn't that a low enough requirement? Please consider hiring us." "Boss, your handsome visage surely suggests a profound sense of empathy. But does attractiveness equate to compassion? Have I grown old, struggling to keep pace with the times?" At that moment, the one-eyed man smirked ambiguously and leaned closer to whisper in my ear, "The ladies have been lingering in the vicinity for quite some time. You simply failed to notice. In truth, it is the one with long hair who has taken a liking to you, hoping to gain your favor through proximity. Might you consider this?" I lowered my voice and retorted, "Surely you are not unaware of one men's profession? Are you attempting to have me handcuffed?" I recalled my younger days, just over 20, when I possessed little yet aspired for much. I would stand on the overpass, braving the biting wind to sell trinkets. Clad in a leather jacket I had worn for 3 years, reluctant to part with it despite its peeling. In those days, I would gaze enviously at the stylish couples passing by, yearning for the day I too could stroll the streets with my beloved. This dream only materialized 5 years later when I found a beautiful girlfriend, presenting her with the best I had to offer. Aside from a slight busyness, I was capable of both entertaining guests and managing household affairs. I believed this was love. Alas, after once again finding myself devoid of everything, that affection vanished. Now in my early 30s, perceived by others as decent-looking, mature, and successful, I do indeed attract the attention of several young women. Yet I no longer harbor that fervent eagerness I felt a decade ago. It is a source of regret. Having missed that age and moment, I cannot reclaim it. I recalled a car accident over a decade ago when Dofu used his saved money for a robotic dog to cover my expenses. At that time, the robotic dog was a luxury toy, imported from Japan, unaffordable for most children. Dofu had saved that sum for quite a while, but soon after, his family circumstances changed drastically. Years later, as I drove past a children's mall, I spotted a similar yet more advanced toy dog and decided to purchase it as a gift. The boy looked at me with a comically incredulous expression and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't realize you had such a childlike spirit. Why are you getting me this? I don't even have a girlfriend yet. And you're already gifting toys for my future daughter?" He was steadfast in his belief that he would one day have a daughter as enchanting as Snow White. My thoughts wandered, and the short-haired girl waved her hand in front of my face, pitifully saying, "Boss, we are quite diligent, and our salary expectations are modest." I replied, "We are not hiring." The short-haired girl appeared somewhat offended, huffing, "You've only uttered 7 words. Not hiring, not hiring. Can you not say more?" Just as I was about to respond, another sweet voice interjected, "It's not that we are not hiring. We simply do not employ inexperienced young girls." This sinuous, alluring voice belonged to none other than Xiao Jing. She sidled up to me, her stunning features radiating a triumphant expression as she regarded the 2 girls, who were now blushing with indignation. The short-haired girl, feeling incensed, retorted, "Who are you to speak? Mind your manners. You look like trouble." Xiao Jing smiled, her red lips curling slightly, and replied, "I am simply the one who shares his bed. Do not be deceived by his current serious demeanor and lack of humor. In truth, he harbors a penchant for flamboyance. Moreover, in the intimate realm, he possesses an extraordinary talent for sweet talk. Given your evident curiosity about him, feel free to inquire. I am well aware of his preferred positions." The young woman with long hair was on the verge of tears. Xiao Jing, remarkably beautiful, immediately drew the attention of visitors in the establishment. Reluctantly, I intervened. "Enough, do not disrupt my business. Let us converse in the back." Xiao Jing was not always so audacious. Now, both her appearance and her essence have become profoundly unfamiliar to me. Upon reaching the back room, I remarked, "Please temper your words." Xiao Jing sat opposite me, resting her chin on her hand, a smile both mocking and enigmatic. "Am I not speaking the truth? Remember how affectionate we once were. It is indeed nostalgic. What is so special about that woman surnamed Gu? Her personality is as rigid as wood, and surely, she lacks passion in bed. How about tonight? Shall I keep you company? I cannot ascertain whether she is indeed wooden, but you certainly whet the appetite. It seems you have not been well fed lately. The pallor on your face speaks volumes." At my words, Xiao Jing's expression shifted dramatically. She abruptly covered her face, and after a moment, realized I was jesting, leading her to retort with a cold laugh. "I thought you were capable, after 2 or 3 years. You have yet to bring that woman to your bed. How pretentious." I was perplexed by Xiao Jing's behavior today. Her visit was clearly for a reason, yet her roundabout manner felt confrontational. Thus, I stated, "A woman one can readily bed is a prostitute, but she is my beloved. Recently, there has emerged a new term online, goddess. Yes, goddess. To point at a goddess and declare, 'You are less promiscuous than I,' is rather ludicrous, is it not?" Regrettably, I felt a pang of remorse after my words escaped. "Chen Tiande, how have you descended to such verbal sparring?" Truth be told, this was my first time being so acerbic towards a woman. Xiao Jing's expression darkened instantly, a torrent of profanities spilling forth from her beautiful lips. "Chen Tiande, you wretched brat, are you now disdainful of me? Who was it that clung to me relentlessly back then? Do your words not resemble mere flatulence? Goddess? Chen Tiande, how pitiable you are. It is one thing for me to have put you in a compromising position, but what makes you think your goddess is anything of substance? To reach such a lowly state and still pretend to be a lovesick fool?" Her words struck me harshly. What did she mean? Were these words of anger? Or did she possess knowledge of something? Xiao Jing's chest heaved. She was evidently agitated, casting a scornful glance. What does one seek in life? I once believed that wealth was paramount, but I have since realized that the most crucial aspect is to be remembered by someone. Even in death, it is a comfort to know that someone recalls your existence. Would you not agree? If a person lives in this world without anyone to remember them, is it not tragically sad? Observe the bustling streets. Even a beggar is accompanied by a beggar woman. When he passes, his partner will remember him. But what of you? I replied, what you speak of holds no significance for me. Xiao Jing smiled lightly and said, enough, Chen Tiande, do not feign ignorance. I know you too well. You appear cold, but in truth, you are deeply sentimental, a person of unwavering devotion. I still remember your words from back then. How endearing you were. Speaking of our future with 2 children, a girl and a boy. The combination of daughter and son forms a character that signifies goodness. And we envisioned our family living a blissful life. Alas, although you may no longer cherish me, it seems you hold that surname Gu in high regard. Are you contemplating a life with her? Regrettably, she does not share your sentiments, which renders your plight particularly tragic. I shall not be the first to betray you. And she certainly will not be the last. Even if you, Chen Tiande, were to amass mountains of gold and silver, you would remain a solitary soul. Who in this world would remember you? Fool, I can barely articulate this sentiment, yet I find myself overwhelmed with an urge to strike. Those once cherished dreams now emerge from the lips of the woman I once adored, laced with such derisive tones. It is a cruel irony, akin to a dagger piercing my heart. I gazed at her coldly, uncertain of the expression on my face. I understood she would not utter such words without reason. Perhaps my long-held fears and doubts have finally materialized. Xiao Jing offered a slight smile and inquired, are you dissatisfied? Oh, right. I almost forgot that the fool always regarded you as a brother. He truly was loyal to you. Unfortunately, I have heard that this fool is no longer in existence. Your current expression is quite remarkable. Do you wish to kill me? You cannot. Indeed. I took a deep breath, suppressing the nearly twisted impulse within me, and stated, I cannot kill you, but sometimes one need not be the one to wield the blade. Xiao Jing, you have repeatedly crossed my boundaries today. It would be prudent to provide me with a reasonable explanation, lest you provoke my temper. Her arrogant demeanor finally subsided. Her long legs crossing, she spoke softly, of course. I did not come here to reminisce. With that, she suddenly produced a small envelope from her handbag and handed it to me. Chapter 67. The game. Xiao Jing presented a slender envelope, presumably containing some form of letter. She arched her beautiful brows and said, open it and see. I knew well that what she brought was unlikely to be anything pleasant, but some matters must be clarified. Upon opening it, I discovered 2 photographs within. They were somewhat blurred, yet I recognized the tall woman wearing sunglasses and a trench coat. When men. She was positioned sideways before a quaint shop. I recognized that shop. It belonged to Bai San Yi's Chi Baiju. The second photograph was taken at the airport, seemingly capturing her in the act of greeting a person around 50 years of age, thin yet vibrant. It was evident that the photo was taken recently, although the exact time could not be determined. However, judging by the attire, it seemed to have been snapped before the events in Tunkan ancient city, and from the angle, it appeared to be a candid shot. I scrutinized the first photograph, perplexed as to when she had visited Chi Baiju. Could it be that the suspicions I harbored were indeed founded? Suppressing the discomfort surging within me, I inquired of Xiao Jing where the photos originated. Xiao Jing chuckled softly and replied, these photographs are my token of sincerity. The cunning rabbit meets its demise, and the treacherous hound faces the pot. As for my own hound, I am nearing the end of my tether, soon to be dealt with by the likes of L. Hence, before that happens, I must seek a means of escape. The photograph that I clandestinely acquired from El Su reveals that he had long ago dispatched individuals to investigate the family name Gu. Can you guess what he uncovered? I fixed my gaze upon her, urging her to continue. Xiao Jing's smile deepened as she replied, curious to know? Then perhaps you should show a bit of sincerity. I inquired, are you suggesting we collaborate? She responded, in a manner of speaking, I merely wish to preserve my own life. El Su is ruthless, and since he intends to conceal this remarkable bow, he will undoubtedly not spare me. At present, you are the only one opposing him, and he harbors some reservations about you. Reluctantly, I find myself turning to you. I was loath to become entangled with this woman. So I remarked, El Su is quite preoccupied. If you truly wish to survive, I doubt he would pursue you abroad. Xiao Jing replied, it is not so simple. If I were free, it would be easy to flee, but alas, I am bound. So, you are essentially a spy? I posited. She did not deny it, stating, indeed, I am a spy. I lack the capability to confront him directly, and I must maintain a faade. As long as we can collaborate harmoniously, I can provide you with invaluable information. She gestured towards the photograph, adding, just a small tip. Upon seeing the familiar face in the photograph, a chill ran through me. Xiao Jing's words rang true. I was indeed in a pitiable state. Steeling myself, I nodded and said, one more or one less makes no difference. Enlighten me about the situation. Xiao Jing continued, you must have an inkling. The Gu family is exceedingly suspicious, though you have chosen to ignore it and never investigated her. El Su, however, is different. Do you know why she visited Qibaiju? Are you aware of who that elder is? During this visit, she brought something for Bai Sanyi, the specifics of which you should already comprehend. This elder is a significant figure within the upper echelons, closely linked to her father. A strong connection with Wen Min's father? He must be of considerable stature. The Gu family's influence has long since waned, yet they have managed to maintain an appearance of prosperity, largely due to the efforts of this woman. This elder and the Gu family are allies, and he has promoted her over the years. According to my sources, the illicit antiquities trade has become rampant in the past 2 years, prompting a major operation from above to initiate a crackdown. It is highly likely that the Gu family has set their sights on this lucrative venture. You, a customs officer, have brought her into this circle? Chen Tiande, should I commend your loyalty or deem you foolish? Xiao Jing's words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, sending a shiver through my spine. Truthfully, I had pondered why a police officer, someone brimming with a sense of justice, would align with a tomb raider like myself, even going so far as to abandon her principles to join us in our exploits. I attempted to cast doubt upon her, yet throughout our interactions, I could not discern a trace of deceit. Was it my inability to read people, or was her acting exceptionally adept? Had I never truly known this woman? Certainly, one cannot place complete trust in Xiao Jing, given her numerous past indiscretions. Nevertheless, her words have left an indelible impression upon me. Xiao Jing continued her monologue, stating, upon learning of this matter, Lu Su chose not to confide in anyone. I cannot fathom his intentions. Reflecting upon our recent expedition to ancient Shu, I found it difficult to believe. During this operation, several members of Team Lu also perished. If all this was merely a ruse, then has Wen Min not sacrificed far too much over these past 2 years? Based on her intelligence, if a cleanup were indeed necessary, it could have been executed long ago. Why, then, has there been no action until now? If it is indeed a cleanup, one would expect impartiality. Why then? Is there a connection to Bai Sanyi? As if she could see through my confusion, Xiao Jing smiled and remarked, from what I understand, that old man possesses considerable audacity. During his years abroad, he has indulged in numerous vices, and he even dared to engage in smuggling with his first major deal, culminating in a gunfight with the police. He treats this place as if it were overseas, does he not? The Gu faction is merely playing the long game, fishing for a bigger catch. They have not forgotten this debt. It is all recorded against that old man. The closer they grow, the more tragic the outcome when they finally ensnare him. At this point, her argument was riddled with inconsistencies. How could Bai Sanyi trust a police officer without cause? I posed this question, and Xiao Jing chuckled, saying, what if this officer has been consorting with a tomb raider for an extended period and secretly profiting from the sale of antiquities? I was taken aback and inquired, what do you mean? Xiao Jing replied with a cold smile, the literal interpretation. This Gu is quite a character, willing to cast lines and even tarnish his own reputation. To Bai Sanyi, she is merely a woman masquerading as a police officer, colluding with tomb raiders for illicit gains. Those who can be bought with money are the easiest to control. The old man trusts her implicitly, believing he has the upper hand, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he is being manipulated by her. For now, he may be smiling, but I fear the repercussions will be dire. I fell silent, my mind racing through the events of the past 2 years. The doubts I had long suppressed surged forth under this provocation. If this were true, the trap was utterly terrifying. Countless individuals would be ensnared, and I had become a mere pawn in this game. By the time I regained my composure, I realized I had uncontrollably shattered the teacup in my hand. I had prided myself on my self-control through the years, regardless of what transpired. I had never lost my composure to such an extent. It had been ages since I had acted so recklessly. Xiao Jing, however, merely smiled, leaning closer with her striking visage, and said, now do you understand? Compared to her, my earlier actions seem trivial, don't they? At most, I merely put you in a compromising position. She, on the other hand, views you all as mere mice, setting traps with the intent to catch you all at once. I reclined in the wooden chair, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet Xiao Jing continued, do not be deceived by Lu Su's formidable reputation. He seldom acts personally. Should a crisis arise, he can swiftly extricate himself. But you, and that individual from the capital, are deeply rooted. If trouble arises, there will be no escape for either of you. Lu Su's decision to suppress this matter raises my suspicions. I even wonder if he has covertly assisted the Gu family, merely to observe the conflict from a distance. Should he fail, the Gu family would be there to tidy up the aftermath. His silence while you all place this explosive close at hand. Do you not grasp his intentions? Xiao Jing, noticing my silence, smiled lightly, elegantly lifting her hand as she departed, not glancing back as she stated, I believe we will have a pleasant collaboration. You too must make the right choice. Consider how to handle your goddess well. Not long after she left, the one-eyed dragon entered the back room, eyeing the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Boss, what has happened? Why are you so agitated? I opened my mouth, intending to speak, but found my voice ensnared by an invisible grip, rendering me mute. If 3 years ago, when Xiao Jing betrayed me, I felt sorrow and rage, now I am left with profound defeat and self-loathing. Am I truly so pitiful? At 30, I am no longer young. In my life, I have genuinely loved only 2 women, believing myself to be devoted. Yet what have I ultimately gained? What unseen forces are at play here? I recalled my deceased grandmother, who had betrayed my grandfather in her own way, and my mother, whose identity remains a mystery. Now it seems the cycle has come to me. The members of the Chen family appear to be cursed. Not merely appear. Indeed, we are cursed. My grandfather could not escape. Chen Ci could not escape. And even the mute could not escape. Although the mute never articulated it, I could tell during our time on the snowy mountain that he harbored feelings for GZ. Yet ultimately, GZ met her demise there. Taking several deep breaths, I waved my hand dismissively and said, It's nothing. I've recovered. Is there anyone outside? The one-eyed dragon nodded with concern. Yes, it's mealtime. There are few tourists. As he spoke, his solitary eye caught sight of a photograph on the table, widening in surprise. Officer Gu? His astonishment seemed excessive. Seeing my girlfriend's photo should not elicit such a reaction. A foreboding sensation surged within me. Chapter 68. South Qi. North Xuan. I looked at the one-eyed dragon and suddenly remembered that he had come to my shop after I met Wen Min. This fact, in itself, was trivial, but his dubious connections troubled me. His master, Chen the Blind, was incarcerated, and he himself has a criminal record. Coupled with his recent expression, I felt something was amiss, and a troubling thought emerged unbidden. Could he be an informant sent from above? The shock I experienced was overwhelming, nearly stripping me of my usual composure. As this notion took form, I blurted out, Old Zhang, why are you willing to work for me? Instantly regretting my words, I realized that this was merely a fleeting suspicion. Even if the one-eyed dragon were indeed an informant, my inquiry would only alert him. I can only blame my current state of agitation, my impulsiveness, but the words once spoken cannot be retracted, just as water spilled cannot be gathered back. The one-eyed dragon appeared momentarily taken aback. He was not a fool, and he certainly grasped the implication of my words. Master, he said, are you venturing into dangerous territory? I, Zhang Shang, am no significant figure. I merely wish to live a stable life and earn a modest living. You must understand, as a man who has served time and is now blind, I would hardly be welcomed in any reputable establishment. Has that Miss Xiao whispered something to you? His face displayed unabashed anger as he continued. What is it with this woman and her penchant for sowing discord? Do you not trust me, master? If this is the case, I shall not linger here to be a thorn in your side. I will take my leave. His demeanor was tempestuous. His eyes reddened with fury. It was the first time I had witnessed such a display from the one-eyed dragon, and recognizing my own suspicions, I hastily reassured him. I was in the wrong. She indeed shared certain matters with me, and to this day, I remain uncertain of whom to trust. The one-eyed dragon's expression softened somewhat as he hesitated. Is this related to Officer Gu? I nodded, recalling his earlier reaction, and inquired. What caused your astonishment upon seeing the photograph? He smote his thigh, exclaiming, Oh, master, how could I not be astonished? You may not recognize the man in the photo, but I certainly do. He was once the head of the Smuggling Investigation Division, and the most significant case under his purview involved the Qi family of Hangzhou. The Qi family has wielded power in that region since the Republic era, engaging in such illicit activities, and it is said that their ancestors served under Sun Dianying, participating in the destruction of the Qing tombs. By the time of the current patriarch, Qi Te, he had 3 sons and 6 grandsons, deeply rooted and well-established. In our smuggling circles, we are divided into southern and northern factions, hence the saying Southern Qi, Northern Zhuan. I have heard tales of Qi Te. It is said that he was ultimately taken down entirely. Could it be that this elderly gentleman in the photograph is connected to that event? I gestured for the one-eyed dragon to elaborate, and he continued. Qi Te was not one to skimp on expenditures, ensuring that everything was meticulously arranged, yet he lacked discretion, prompting the authorities to investigate and curb his influence. He was a formidable character. While initiating a venture is one feat, maintaining it is another, and his descendants proved lackluster, indulging in a life of debauchery without restraint. This old man, at the time in his 50s, targeted Qi Te from behind, gradually unraveling the threads until he dismantled the Qi family entirely. This, in our circles, was a monumental case. So, you see, the Zhuan family in Beijing, under the leadership of the current head for the past decade, has been engaged in legitimate business. This old fellow has managed to outmaneuver numerous talented individuals. Yet even in his old age, he clings to power, albeit with less vigor than in his earlier days. Now, you can understand why, upon entering, I was astonished to see Officer Gu alongside him in the photograph. It was then that I realized my previous doubts had been unfounded. If even the one-eyed dragon spoke thus, it seemed that the matters Miss Xiao had alluded to were indeed credible. I found myself pacing the room, uncertain of my next course of action. I pondered that, thus far, when men could truly contend only with me, perhaps also with Bai San, while the other peers would inevitably face repercussions, albeit of little concern to me. The sole comfort I found was that she lacked a thorough understanding of Zhuan Rue's foundation, and I myself remained in the dark regarding Zhuan Rue. Zhuan Rue began his journey of transformation long ago. After several ventures into the underworld, neither he nor his subordinates have ever laid hands on any genuine artifacts. As far as I am aware, he has since diverted his interests predominantly towards real estate. The once prominent phrase Southern Qi, Northern Zhuan has long since lost its relevance. The Qi family has perished, and the Zhuan family is no longer reliant on their former illicit trade. What was once their primary occupation has now become a mere sideline. I surmise that within a few years, the Zhuan family will have completely cleansed their reputation. Even if this scheme of hers truly comes to fruition, it will pose no threat to the Zhuan family. At this moment, this is my sole source of relief. After all, Zhuan Rue has aided me immensely. If he were to be ensnared by my folly, I might as well end it all by throwing myself against a block of tofu. In silence, I instructed the one-eyed dragon to close the shop's door. Since it was mealtime, we decided to dine. The meal was rather subdued. Halfway through, I received a call from Hong Mao, who informed me that the plan was successful and urged me to prepare for another visit to Yaofeng. However, prior to that, we needed to locate Doufu, as we had to go together to increase our chances of success. At present, this was our only endeavor. The outcome remained uncertain. Should this attempt fail, it would mark the end of my journey. I inquired, "Didn't you say you had tampered with him? How do we find him?" Hong Mao chuckled on the line, "Just a few tricks, but being too far away won't suffice." I retorted, "So your earlier remarks were mere bluster?" Hong Mao, displeased, replied, "Don't speak so harshly. I've placed a tracking insect on him. As long as he is within a kilometer of me, I will be able to locate him. This is an ancient technique, and even our ancestors could not have foreseen the advancements in technology that allow one to traverse vast distances in a single night. What can I do? You should consider where he might go. We shall wait for an opportunity." I was infuriated yet too weary to argue further. After much contemplation, I deduced that Doufu was likely on a quest to reclaim the items he had previously hidden. A portion of these artifacts had already been retrieved by El Su and his associates, including the ghost shadow and the 8 carp that quell the sea. These were now in El Su's possession. Meanwhile, the ancient scrolls we pilfered from the Bawa Pagoda were in the hands of Bai San Yi. Should Doufu conclude his affairs, his next target would likely be Bai San Yi. If we could acquire what Bai San Yi possessed, Doufu would inevitably come to us. My mind raced with countless thoughts, each swiftly dismissed. Reluctantly, I hung up the phone and pondered my next move. Just as I was contemplating how to obtain that item during dinner, El Su arrived unannounced. This time, he dropped the pretense and directly demanded, "Where is he?" I replied, "Are you beseeching me or issuing a command?" El Su smirked, his voice icy. "Chen Tiande, you are no match for me. Surrender. Hand him over, and I assure you, neither you nor those around you will be harmed." His final 4 words were a clear threat. However, I was now a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Looking at him, I scoffed and said, "A day has passed already. I hear that without food, He can only survive for a week. Moreover, the poison coursing through his veins has no antidote. I've heard Chen Tiande provided you with the antidote, but it must be ingested within 3 days to be effective. Will you reconsider? Lu Su took a deep breath. This person was usually unflappable, and it was rare to see him at a loss for words. After a moment, he calmly inquired, Chen Xian, do you believe this course of action is worthwhile? To oppose me for the sake of Do Boji alone? I replied, it is worth it. Lu Su continued, do you recall the messenger in the Xianbing tomb? Throughout a person's life, one inevitably commits acts against their conscience. You have done so more than once. Why must you protect him this time? If you relinquish your stance, no one will trouble you henceforth. With your abilities, you are bound to live well. Why throw away a promising life to oppose me? I find it unworthy. The question of worthiness, I knew in my heart. I had indeed committed many wrongful deeds. Yet there are some individuals one cannot betray. After some contemplation, I added, initially, when Lu Su brought you out from the mountains, it could be considered a salvation. You are meticulous in your endeavors, adept at navigating the complexities of human relationships. Why can you not tolerate one Lu Su? Lu Su chuckled softly and replied, you may be misunderstanding something. He is indeed my benefactor, but this debt is one I cannot repay. As if recalling something, Lu Su's gaze shifted from me to a decorative piece in the shop, and he fell silent for a while. I immediately understood. It appeared the truth behind this matter was not as we had speculated, and there were likely deeper secrets at play. Even if, over a decade ago, the true Lu Su had wronged him, he was merely 17 or 18 at the time. What could he have done to warrant such revenge now? It seemed more than mere retribution. Lu Su must have invested considerable effort in raising him over the years. There were countless ways to seek vengeance, and this convoluted approach seemed unnecessary. So what was the true reality? Lu Su had initially claimed that searching for the key was to save the true Lu Su, but now it seemed merely a pretext. What then was his genuine aim? Could it be that, like the corpse immortal in life, he was pursuing some eternal dream? Lu Su did not strike me as a foolish individual. In this intricate web, each person harbored their own motives. Fatale by Laosi had entered the tomb of the giant ear king due to a curse, ultimately resulting in his demise. What emerged was merely a shadow. Subsequently, the curse inexplicably shifted to my grandfather, and the deception surrounding these events had become a complete enigma with the death of those involved. My grandfather's curse had entangled both Chen Xiai and myself. Then there was Lu Su, who seemed to possess extensive knowledge, subtly inserting himself into the fray, orchestrating everyone like puppets, while we remained oblivious to the truth. Lastly, there was Bai San Yi, an acquaintance of the mute. Thus far, I remained unclear about his involvement in this affair, but given the recent occurrences, it was easy to associate him with Bai Laosi. From an age perspective, he could not be Bai Laosi's descendant. Might he instead be the shadow of Bai Laosi? Unfortunately, no photographs of Bai Laosi had survived, leaving these thoughts as mere conjecture. Chapter 1. Each with their own schemes. As I pondered, Lu Su withdrew his thoughts and stood, stating, it seems you are prepared to forsake everything for this brother. I replied, indeed. Some kindnesses are unforgettable. Without him, I, Chen Xian, cannot say I would have reached today. I vividly recall the day of the accident. The reckless driver fled, and it was a compassionate stranger who called for help. Although the hospital provided immediate care, subsequent treatment required payment up front. Had it not been for Dofu, I would have likely ended up a cripple, with none of the events that followed. Reflecting on my over 30 years of life, apart from the happier times spent with my grandfather, the latter half could almost be chronicled as a tale of blood and tears. In this world, many who can share in prosperity may not withstand adversity together, and those who can endure hardships may not enjoy wealth side by side. Yet Dofu has bestowed upon me kindness and has been a brother who shares both prosperity and hardship, since he has never wronged me. I feel compelled to honor him in return. In response to my words, El Su merely smiled and remarked, you may be willing to risk everything. But what of those around you? Are you not afraid I might take action against that female police officer? Upon hearing him mention one man, a cold smile crept into my heart. El's acting is truly impeccable. Had I not known the truth, I might have genuinely felt threatened by him. Noticing that I remained unfazed, El Su expressed mild surprise, and an eerie silence enveloped us. It was evident that the person he spoke of held immense significance for him. So he did not leave. We sat on opposite sides of the coffee table, and an outsider might assume we were merely friends gathering, while in reality, we had entered a stalemate. Only one among us could yield for the matter to be resolved. yet none were willing to concede. Elsu narrowed his eyes and, after a pause, said, I misjudged you. Your attachment is not as profound as I imagined. It seems my attempt to intimidate you was a miscalculation. I thought to myself that had he arrived a few hours earlier, the situation would have been entirely different. Nevertheless, I maintained a facade of composure and began to reveal my hand. Your plan to deal with Doufu is merely an attempt to eradicate him entirely, or perhaps to extract something you desire from his essence. I have an alternative solution. I cannot concern myself with how you intend to deal with the corpse immortal. But if you aim to eliminate him, I cannot permit it. Consider this. Either I accompany you to your demise, or we temporarily cooperate. Elsu frowned, and after a moment, asked, It seems you have accomplished quite a bit during your absence. What is your plan? I proceeded to lay out my intentions regarding the celestial eye and the void in full honesty. It would be both futile and senseless to deceive him in this matter. Upon hearing my proposal, Elsu pondered for a moment and replied, If your plan succeeds and the essence merges with the corpse immortal's true form, it may save Douboji, but it offers me no advantage. I responded, At this juncture, let us lay our cards on the table. What is your true intention? Do you wish to eliminate the corpse immortal, or do you seek to extract the secret of the key from him? Elsu candidly answered, Both. I want the key. But the corpse immortal cannot be left alive, or it will lead to endless trouble. However, the difficulty involved is substantial. I remarked. Elsu chuckled. If it concerns the corpse immortal's true form, indeed, the challenge is considerable. But now, we are merely dealing with the essence residing within Douboji's frail body, which simplifies matters significantly. I replied, I understand. Thus, I have made it clear that you must not harm him. Should we fail to collaborate, I am fully prepared to face you in a catastrophic showdown. The individual you currently desire, I can assure you, will meet a grim fate. A flicker of anger crossed Elsu's face as he closed his eyes. After a moment, he spoke, urging me to share my plan. His inquiry relieved me, indicating a shift in his resolve. Thus, there are times when one must adopt a firm stance. Elsu, wishing to preserve his own life, had no choice but to concede. As long as Doufu remains unharmed, his subsequent dealings with the corpse immortal would no longer concern me. I intended to return to Yaofeng to facilitate the separation of the primordial spirit from Doufu. The outcome could unfold in three possible scenarios. First, failure. The corpse immortal may have already been consumed by the void. Second, success. The corpse immortal departs from the void, with the primordial spirit extricating itself from Doufu's body and returning to its original form, though we cannot guarantee the state of that body afterwards. Third, failure. This method is merely a theoretical conjecture and may prove entirely ineffective. Elsu inquired about the implications of the first or third scenarios. I replied that I would hope he would wait. Being astute, Elsu instantly grasped my intention, asking if I meant to strike at the last possible moment. I nodded. Should this method indeed fail, my options would be utterly exhausted, leaving me with the singular task of ensuring Doufu's survival until Elsu's intervention. However, if Doufu were on the verge of being consumed, Elsu's actions would be beyond my control. He then asked what would happen in the event of the second scenario, questioning whether he would simply await the restored corpse immortal to eliminate him. Therefore, the odds were evenly split. He could choose to decline, which would result in his imminent demise, or he could accept, thereby retaining a 50% chance of survival. With a sharp crack, Elsu crushed the delicate porcelain teacup in his grasp. I touched my nose, dismissing the incident. There were two cups to begin with, one shattered by me and the other by him, leaving only a solitary pot. I then suggested that he might as well crush this pot as well. Elsu chuckled, yet his performance lacked finesse, his muscles stiffening, evoking a sense of forced mirth. He nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. You possess the capability. Let this journey include me. Apologies, but that is not feasible, I replied. He furrowed his brow, seeking clarification. I had no intention of allowing Elsu to accompany us. Doufu would be present, and what if this man succumbed to the temptation of harming Doufu? While the true Elsu was undoubtedly significant to him, the extent of that importance was uncertain, and I could not afford to take any risks in this matter. I candidly expressed my concerns, then added, Do you still doubt my integrity? While I do not wish to belittle myself, I am aware that it would be quite simple for you to deal with me should you choose to. Even if I were to deceive you, you would have ample means to confront me afterwards, would you not? Elsu eventually nodded, conceding, He requires sustenance once a week, if you depart. How shall I provide for him? And what of that accursed corpse poison? In truth, upon my return to Shenzhen, I had already contacted Chen Tiande, and as expected, the antidote would be dispatched tomorrow. Regarding the matter of sustenance, it indeed presents a considerable challenge. After much contemplation, I concluded that it was best to entrust this issue to the one-eyed dragon. Even if he were to locate the true El Su after our departure, it would hold little significance, for by that time, I would have already taken Doufu to Yaofeng. After our deliberations, we reached a temporary accord, and El Su departed. Once he had left, the one-eyed dragon approached me, saying, "Boss, we must ensure that we send provisions and antidotes to that young lad. What if the surname El decides to follow us?" Given El Su's disposition, the scenario the one-eyed dragon proposed was entirely plausible. However, I had already devised a plan and replied, "I have a solution. You focus on overseeing the shop, Lao Zhang, in these trying times. Having you by my side is indeed a blessing." The one-eyed dragon rubbed his bald head and remarked, "Do not say such things. When I was seeking employment, many turned me away upon learning of my past, my imprisonment, and my blindness. Only you and Doufu offered me refuge." He sighed, adding, "To be honest, I have spent the better part of my life dealing with antiques, and beyond that, I possess no other skills. When I first emerged from prison, utterly alone and on the verge of tears, I was reminded of the old adage, 'A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude.' I have previously stated that as long as you do not betray my trust, I, Zhang Shang, would never resort to treachery. Rest assured, you can rely on me. In a moment when trust is scarce, having a friend by one's side is akin to a warm cup of tea on a wintry day, offering solace." It was indeed winter. The wind howled outside, and as twilight approached, few remained in the streets, prompting us to close the shop early. The one-eyed dragon turned on the television, advising me not to overthink things. After the recent tumult, it was wise to take a moment to relax. I too felt weary, massaging my temples before reclining on the sofa to watch television. I cannot recall what was broadcast, but the sensation of momentarily emptying my mind was rather pleasant. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, my phone rang. I hoped everyone would find joy in their viewing, and casually shouted a plea for league tickets, aiming for a spot in the top 5. Chapter 2. Disguise. Upon glancing at my phone, I noticed it was a call from Wenmin, and an intricate mix of emotions surged within me. The phone persisted in ringing for a moment before I pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end remained as gentle as ever. She inquired about the progress on our end, and I offered little detail, merely stating that Hong Mao had mastered the use of the Tianyan, and now it was a matter of waiting. As I uttered these words, I pondered the implications. If this were the moment of entrapment, it was indeed an opportune time. What would she do next? If Doufu were to discover that the woman he had always regarded as a future sister-in-law actually intended to imprison him, I wondered how he would react. With a desire to gauge her intentions, I casually asked, "What news from the capital?" Wenmin paused briefly before responding. "Are you referring to Bai Sanyi?" Indeed. I was reluctant to trouble Zhuan Rue further. He had already aided me sufficiently, hence I had not sought his inquiries. Wenmin, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. That could be considered good news. The infamous Bai Sanyi remains utterly oblivious to the scrutiny surrounding him, coupled with the recent gunfight incident, which still lingers in the higher-ups' memories. He has become the focal point of intense investigation. Recently, he has sustained significant losses and has tempered his actions considerably. It appears that what Xiao Jing mentioned is not far from the truth. I feigned surprise and remarked, "That is indeed a positive development. Have you become involved in it?" Wenmin paused momentarily before responding, "No, I have been occupied with other cases." Her voice bore a hint of confusion, prompting me to shift the conversation. "It's nothing. I merely worry that the authorities might assign you to this case. Bai San is a ruthless character, and I fear he might act out of desperation, which could pose a risk to you." "Rest assured, I am well aware of it," she replied. "It's late. You should get some rest." After the call concluded, I promptly contacted Zhuan Rue to inquire about Bai San. His account mirrored Wenmin's, yet he offered his perspective, suggesting that Bai San's recent misfortunes appeared to be orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. During that tumultuous period, while contending fiercely with El Su, Bai San had begun to suspect that El Su had infiltrated his circle, resulting in his recent compliance. I inquired, "Do you know who is responsible for handling this case?" Zhuan Rue asked me to hold on for a moment before calling back. True to form, after about 20 minutes, he informed me that the operation was led by a formidable individual named Zhang Heike. A wave of realization washed over me. Zhang Haiki was the one-eyed man mentioned by the informant, responsible for the demise of the Qi family. If Xiao Jing's words merely ignited my suspicions, Zhuan Rui's revelations solidified Wen Min's intentions. The true reason behind Bai Sanyi's repeated failures likely stemmed from Wen Min's machinations, all while he mistakenly believed El Su was the one sabotaging him. Indeed, this matter is inextricably linked to El Su. He has distanced himself entirely, silently observing as Bai Sanyi tumbles into Wen Min's trap. He regards Wen Min as a weapon, one that eliminates adversaries without necessitating his direct involvement. The depths of this individual's intellect and scheming are truly unfathomable. Zhuan Rui continued on the phone. Bai Sanyi is covertly investigating this matter, seeking to unearth the traitor. Are you interested in this affair? At that moment, I refrained from revealing my true motivations and attributed my curiosity to the matter concerning Doufu, hoping to divert his thoughts from the gravity of the situation. After ending the call, I began to formalize my understanding of the situation. Wen Min's true objectives were almost conclusively established. If I remained without a strategy, I too would inevitably be ensnared in her web. In truth, I already conceived a plan. Yet executing it would put her life in jeopardy. Was the past 3 years merely an elaborate deception? As memories of bygone days flooded my mind, I found myself overwhelmed with melancholy, leaving me no choice but to set those thoughts aside for the time being. The following morning, the courier arrived early with Chen Tiande's antidote. By the afternoon, the figure clad in a down jacket, resembling a dumpling, returned. He carried a heavy, sandbag-like object that seemed to contain local delicacies. Only his head was visible as he placed the bag in my store and declared, "Food." I couldn't help but gaze at that burlap sack with curiosity. It was evident that its contents were far from local delicacies. More likely, it contained a zongzi subdued by a powerful force. In broad daylight, it was being delivered to a residential building. What if something went awry? I inquired, surely. Nothing untoward will happen? The Qi regarded me with a condescending gaze, scoffing. Do you think I am as incompetent as Chen Tiande? If you're worried, just take a look. Naturally, I was concerned. I promptly locked the shop, unfastened the sack, and upon peering inside, I was instantly overcome with nausea. The sack was filled with chunks of long-haired, dried meat, unmistakably the flesh of a zongzi, evidently dismembered. With it being dismembered, there was little chance for any unforeseen complications. I found it quite astonishing. As treasure hunters, we often encountered zongzi due to the nature of our work. However, considering that the likes of El Su consumed 1 zongzi weekly, where had they procured such an abundance? The zongzi was covered in black fur, the most primitive kind, possessing only immense strength and a penchant for violence. As if sensing my bewilderment, the Qi, nestled within his down jacket, shook his head with a sense of pride, proclaiming, "Raising such creatures is no challenge for me, boy. Are you regretting opposing us now?" Observing his triumphant demeanor, I chuckled softly and replied, "In my life, the term regret does not exist." I bid him farewell, and he made no effort to linger, urging me to swiftly deliver the goods. The fellow was rather uncooperative, often putting on a display of tears and tantrums during mealtimes, which required considerable effort. Once he departed, I immediately retrieved an old set of signal jamming equipment. After powering it on, I began to inspect the entire sack. As anticipated, a tracker was concealed within. I donned gloves and began to sift through the pile of meat. The repulsive nature of the task was undeniable, yet fortunately, the remains had been handled by that individual from the Tangyuan faction, lacking any fluids, merely emitting a peculiar odor that, while unpleasant, was significantly milder than the stench of decay, reminiscent of putrid salted fish. After a thorough 20 minutes, I finally unearthed the small device. Unsure of its potential for eavesdropping, I turned to the one-eyed dragon and said, "I will go deliver the items shortly. Please close the shop. I suspect El Su may send someone to follow me. If anything happens, you must be ready to assist." As I spoke, I scribbled on a nearby piece of paper, "Disguise, tracker, reverse course." The one-eyed dragon, a sharp-witted individual, nodded in understanding but also responded, "Boss, should I accompany you? That place is sparsely populated. If someone truly follows, it could lead to dire consequences." I replied, "I carry my own weapon. If El Su truly betrays our agreement, I shall have no choice but to confront him." That evening, I placed the tracker on the coffee table and ascended the stairs with the one-eyed dragon. Even if it possessed eavesdropping capabilities, it should be inaudible upstairs. I gestured for the one-eyed dragon to don my clothes for disguise. We are of similar height, and the muscular one-eyed dragon appears quite robust, However, it is winter, and he is clad in thick attire. With a bit of disguise, it becomes challenging to distinguish between us. In a fleeting moment, the one-eyed dragon donned my hat and windproof mask, slipped into my coat, and stood there silently, making it easy for anyone to mistake him for me. We descended the stairs together. He tucked the tracker into his pocket, and I said, "I am leaving. Wait for my news." He reassured me, "Rest assured." He then dragged the exchanged sack and, with the car keys in hand, entered my vehicle, driving off in the opposite direction. At that moment, the shop door closed, and within the quaintly interconnected old-fashioned stores, there were no other windows, leaving no one aware of my current situation. After waiting for over half an hour, I stealthily made my way to the second floor. Instead of using the conspicuous sack, I concealed my belongings within a large suitcase. Subsequently, I climbed from the second-floor windowsill into the neighboring house across the way. Due to the vintage design, the window was adorned with a bay window that obscured any internal activity from outside view, provided one did not attempt to climb through the window. Next to me was a jade shop owned by a female proprietor with whom I had a cordial relationship. The windows were separated by several pots of cacti. As I climbed over, she was sipping tea and, surprised, inquired, "Boss Chen, what are you up to today?" I replied, "The door is jammed, and I can't get out. May I borrow your window for a moment? I need to step out urgently, and will return to fix it." She asked no further questions and gestured for me to proceed. Exiting her shop, I hailed a taxi, constantly glancing at the rearview mirror. The driver, curious, asked what I was looking for, to which I responded, "I'm checking if my wife is following me." Assuming I was off to meet a secret lover, the driver jested, "The colorful flags outside are waving, but the red flag at home must not fall. Whether someone is tailing you, it's hard to tell like this. Why not let me earn a small tip, and I'll help you keep an eye out?" I thought the driver was quite astute, nodded in agreement, and the vehicle veered into a residential area. After several turns, seeing no sign of a following vehicle, I finally felt at ease. After a good 30 minutes, the car stopped at the apartment complex. I clutched my suitcase and ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, darkness enveloped the room, with curtains drawn tightly. The silence was palpable. I switched on the light, closed the door, and locked it securely. El Su, hearing the commotion, was alertly watching the entrance, though his eyes were currently obscured. "Who is it?" he asked. "It's me." He let out a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy, while I pondered the urgency of getting him to eat the food I had brought. Chapter 3. The Past Brother Chen, he said as he fumbled to stand up. "You came to see me." I held the suitcase, feeling somewhat hesitant to speak. After a moment, I finally said, "I brought you some food." El Su replied, "The fridge is empty. I've already eaten." I discerned this point. Due to his blindness, the floor was littered with remnants of food packaging. The room bore little resemblance to when I had just departed. The bedding was in disarray, half on the bed and half on the floor, rendering him utterly incapable of self-care. I handed him the antidote from Chen Tiande, gesturing for him to consume it. After a wait of about 10 minutes, the effects of the medicine began to manifest, and Lu Su gradually regained his sight. He surveyed the chaotic state he had created and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, his curiosity was piqued as he fixated on the suitcase beside me, inquiring if it contained food. I nodded slightly. He twitched his nose as if having made a discovery. Yet a look of skepticism crossed his face as he stood still. Though the aroma of the dumplings was faint, it was not entirely absent. A subtle scent of stale fish lingered in the air. Clearly familiar with this scent, Lu Su took a step back, fear etched on his features as he stammered, "Chen. Brother Chen, what is inside?" I replied, "Can't you discern the smell? I understand your reluctance, but it has been 5 days since your last meal. If you do not eat, you shall perish." Lu Su was not as naive as I had imagined. He immediately questioned, "Where did you acquire the contents?" At that moment, I could not divulge the truth, that I had unearthed it, intending to assist him in returning to normalcy. However, before that could happen, he had to survive. The acquisition of this food had not been easy. I nearly lost my life in the process. I hoped he would not squander my goodwill. Such deception elicited a conflicted expression from him, a young man of 17 or 18, who had been confined for over a decade. Moments later, he shook his head and retreated a few steps, seemingly speaking to himself. When one dies, they should be placed in a coffin and buried beneath the earth. What meaning does our existence hold? My family crafts coffins. My father says that one arrives in this world empty-handed, and regardless of the wealth amassed in life, everything becomes void upon death, save for that final resting place. I ought to be inside a coffin, not in this state. I was taken aback. Even the lowliest creatures strive for survival, and even someone like Xiao Jing would go to great lengths to cling to life. Why did he harbor no will to survive? Even dreaming of being interred in a coffin? This was undoubtedly the most peculiar sentiment I had ever encountered. Pondering this, I posed a question. Lu Su responded, "Do you know the feeling of being worse than dead? I can't even bring myself to consider suicide. Confined underground, surrounded by corpses. I ended up consuming them piece by piece." Upon hearing this, I reflected that a typical individual would have likely gone mad by now. His ability to articulate his thoughts clearly was indeed remarkable. Yet, I could not allow him to starve, for our transaction would remain unfulfilled. Nevertheless, his words stirred something within me, prompting me to inquire further. "Have you ever considered why he treated you this way? To be precise, what did Lu Su hope to gain by expending such effort on you?" Previously, he had unconsciously mentioned something about a cave. Could that be relevant? Lu Su nodded emphatically, stating, "There is a cave." I asked what cave. As L. Su reminisced, he began recounting events from over a decade ago. The L family operated a coffin shop, engaging in a business that was, in essence, devoid of legitimate means. Behind the town lay a dense forest in the mountains, rich with rare tree species, including agarwood. The mountainous region was free of significant urban development, rendering it relatively inconspicuous, and instances of illegal logging and poaching were scarce during that time. The raw materials for the L family's coffins were sourced locally. However, given the illicit nature of their activities, the family typically ventured into the woods at night to harvest timber. Over 10 years prior, an affluent elder from the city, whose roots traced back to Sanchi town, was diagnosed with cancer. As he neared the end of his life, he wished to return to his homeland and chose to recuperate in Sanchi town, where he commissioned the L family to craft his coffin. His specifications were quite particular. He desired a double-layered coffin and requested agarwood for the inner layer. During that period, coffins were predominantly crafted from black lacquered wood, using ordinary oak or cypress for the outer layer, which would deteriorate within 2 to 3 months during the rainy season. Individuals with such discerning tastes had become a rarity. The elder harbored a psychological trauma from his childhood. A villager had died, and 2 months post-burial, due to a drought. A feng shui master insisted on exhuming the body, claiming a drought demon was at play. After much deliberation, they unearthed the grave only to discover that the coffin had succumbed to decay, and yet, remarkably, the corpse had decomposed at a sluggish pace, infested with writhing yellow maggots. The very thought of such a grotesque fate, of insects crawling in and out of his own nose, mouth, and ears after death, haunted him, leading to his obsession with a proper coffin, crafted from agarwood. Being wealthy, and with dutiful descendants, the elder's budget was generous, allowing for the completion of this transaction to not only renovate their home, but also to save for El Su's future bride. Moreover, this venture was essentially risk-free. Agarwood could simply be procured from the mountains. The task was promptly accepted. El Su's father recalled having seen an agarwood tree in the mountains, albeit in a somewhat secluded location. Estimating that the round trip would take an entire day, he entrusted El Su's mother with the shop and took El Su with him, packing some provisions for their journey into the woods. At that time, legends of wild men circulated through the mountains, instilling a sense of trepidation in El Su. Although he was of school age, a severe illness had caused him to fall behind in his studies, preventing him from advancing to university. And thus he began assisting in the coffin shop at an early age. The father and son traversed the forest, and as dusk approached, they finally located the agarwood tree. Just as they were about to commence their work with a saw and axe, El Su felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him from behind. Turning around, illuminated by the faint beam of the flashlight, he beheld a figure that could scarcely be described as human. Its hair was unkempt and long, cascading down to its calves, and it was clad only in a tattered piece of dark cloth around its waist, regarding them with a gaze akin to that of a wild beast. Overcome with terror, El Su shouted, "Wild man!" Almost instantaneously, the creature lunged towards them with astonishing speed. The wild man, akin to a monkey, nimbly traversed the trees with a serpentine grace. His movements unpredictable. Even though both individuals wielded axes and saws, they found themselves at a disadvantage. In an instant, Lu Su was pinned to the ground. The man's nails, evidently untrimmed for ages, were long and menacing, resembling the claws of a beast, aimed directly at Lu Su's face, perilously close to his eyes. Fortunately, Lu's father reacted swiftly. forcefully shoving the wild man aside in a moment of desperation, and swiftly grasped Lu Su, leading them both in a frantic flight for their lives. Yet, how could they outrun a creature accustomed to the mountainous terrain? Just as they were about to be overtaken, Lu Su suddenly spotted a cave. The entrance was rather modest, overgrown with wild grasses. He alerted his father, and they promptly squeezed into the cave. Inside, the space was constricted, and the wild man's agility and surprise attacks were curtailed. If confined within such narrow confines, he would be less formidable. Upon their entry, the wild man followed, and before they could fully assess their surroundings, a scuffle ensued. All three sustained injuries, but ultimately, the wild man faltered, his advantages diminished, lacking weapons and attire, engaging solely in a primal contest of flesh against steel. He soon retreated. But curiously, he did not flee back to the cave's entrance. Instead, he ventured deeper within. Bloodied and panting, Lu's father and Lu Su exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Su speculated that perhaps this cave served as the wild man's lair. With a flashlight in hand, Lu's father examined the cave's walls and, being a craftsman, quickly discerned that the cave was man-made. Shining the light deeper into the cavern, at the boundary of light and shadow, a stone figure abruptly emerged. Startled, Lu Su exclaimed, "Father, what is that? Why is there a statue?" Lu's father, being the elder and more knowledgeable, pondered the possibility that this might be a site akin to an ancient tomb. He recalled news reports about ancient graves in the mountains, some of which had surfaced due to geological shifts or collapsed entirely. Could this be an entrance to a burial passage? As coffin makers, they were accustomed to dealing with the deceased and felt no fear. In fact, Lu's father contemplated reporting the discovery to the Cultural Relics Bureau, perhaps earning a reward. Their limited experience prevented them from considering the notion of tomb raiding. They merely viewed the prospect of a government reward as a substantial gain. Just as they resolved to depart, a glimmer caught their attention from behind the stone figure. Chapter 4. Ignition. What was that? The two were drawn to the flash. The light was a rich golden hue, reminiscent of metal. Intrigued, Lu's father cautiously advanced, eager to discover the source. And a twinge of greed stirred within him at the thought of gold. Though not inherently wicked, he was shrewd, single-handedly supporting his family, and a bit of cunning was essential. As he approached, he noticed droplets of blood on the ground, remnants left by the wild man. The two individuals approached a location not far from the stone figure and immediately discerned a source of illumination, a wall lamp embedded in the wall, glowing with a yellow hue. Perhaps due to its age, it appeared quite dim, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether it was crafted from gold or brass. The lamp's design resembled a peculiar beast, and with their limited experience, both El Fu and El Su could not identify its true nature, only noting that it bore some resemblance to a serpent. El Su exclaimed in astonishment, "Father, what is this place? Why is there a lamp on the wall?" El Fu shook his head and replied, "It must be an antique." To ordinary people, antiques are synonymous with value. Although the duo was curious, they dared not venture deeper, contemplating instead how to pry the lamp free to sell it back in town, hoping to fetch a good price. El Fu patted El Su on the shoulder and remarked, "These days, young women have high standards. You lack education, and we are merely coffin makers. No girl would take a liking to you. If we earn some money, I can buy you a house in the big city, and that would be sufficient." "But didn't mother marry you?" El Su countered. El Fu chuckled heartily and said, "Your mother followed me and has endured a lifetime of hardship. In our generation, men suffer, and women suffer even more. When your mother was young, she had to earn money and manage everything, which has left her with lasting ailments. Yet, today us young men and women are unlike us. No one is willing to compromise. Therefore, you must work hard, otherwise, suddenly, that girl has high standards and may not look your way." El Su, scratching his head and chuckling, began to pry at the lamp alongside his father. In those days, people in the town married relatively early. Those without education typically wed by the age of 20. El Su was just 18, at the perfect age, harboring feelings for Sun Li from the same town. However, she excelled academically and was soon to attend school in the big city. With so many affluent and attractive young men there, he worried she might forget him. He mused that if he could indeed buy a house in the city, he might have a chance with her. With these thoughts in mind, he felt invigorated and asked, "Father, shall we still cut the agarwood?" El Fu glared at him and said, "Of course we shall. I noticed that the wild man was injured. He likely won't pose a threat any longer. We can take the lamp and retrieve the wood in one go. However, No sooner had he spoken than a foul-smelling black smoke suddenly erupted from the lamp. Both El Fu and El Su were enveloped by this noxious cloud. Instantly overwhelmed by its stench, their heads felt as if they were filled with oil, rendering them dizzy and nauseated. "Oh no!" El Fu exclaimed. But before he could utter another word, they collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, I remarked, "You fell into a trap. The use of gold as a lamp was surely to stir human greed, and there must be a hidden mechanism within." El Su shook his head and replied, "We were unaware." I then inquired, "What happened next?" El Su paused, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, before continuing. When he and El Fu regained consciousness, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Their flashlights mysteriously vanished. Fortunately, El Fu, being a smoker, managed to retrieve a plastic lighter, which he ignited. By the feeble glow of the lighter, they discovered they were situated in a stone chamber, where the ground was thickly coated with dust, and cobwebs adorned every corner. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a shadow crouching in the corner of the stone chamber. Lu Su was taken aback and squinted to discern the figure more clearly. There, unmistakably, was the wild man. Good heavens, we have been dragged into his lair. Instinctively, Lu Su reached for the axe at his waist, only to find it missing. Not just the axe, but also the saw used by his father and the backpacks they had carried, all vanished without a trace. Lu's father swallowed hard and raised a lighter high, the flickering light illuminating their surroundings. It was then that Lu Su realized all their belongings lay at the feet of the wild man, who was intently examining a flashlight, rolling it on the ground as if pondering why this object had once emitted light but was now extinguished. The curiosity etched on his face left a lasting impression on Lu Su. Having had a close encounter, Lu Su discerned that this wild man was not truly a savage. During his school days, he had perused books in the library that depicted wild men as being entirely covered in hair, yet this individual merely had long, unkempt hair and a filthy appearance, devoid of any fur. He was likely a man who had suffered some trauma, resulting in his solitary existence in the wilderness. Being young and somewhat naive, Lu Su felt a twinge of pity for the wild man. When the lighter ignited, the wild man turned sharply to fix his gaze on Lu Su and his father, licking his lips as guttural sounds emanated from his throat, reminiscent of a wild dog's threatening growl. Paralyzed by fear, they dared not move, bereft of their only means of defense. At that moment, the wild man approached. Wielding Lu Su's axe, a scar on his shoulder, a remnant of the very blow Lu Su had dealt him. Towering and bloodied, he advanced, instilling a profound sense of dread in the young man, whose legs trembled with terror. Just then, Lu's father lunged forward, tackling the wild man to the ground, simultaneously bellowing, "You must flee, father!" Lu Su cried out in a panic. Despite his fear, he could not abandon his father and, in a moment of desperation, threw himself into the fray, attempting to subdue the wild man together. However, the wild man's strength proved formidable, and he quickly broke free, swinging the axe menacingly at Lu Su. In a split second, Lu's father seized the wild man's hand, forcefully pushing him back. Driven by a fierce protective instinct, he summoned an extraordinary burst of strength, slamming the wild man against the stone wall of the chamber. With a creaking sound, the wall unexpectedly shifted. Akin to a scene from a martial arts drama, it rotated abruptly, sweeping Lu's father and the wild man to the opposite side, then sealing shut with a decisive clang. Lu Su stood in stunned silence, pounding on the stone wall, shouting, "Father, are you all right?" Recognizing the presence of a mechanism, he began to strike the area where the wild man had collided, but found no response. Behind the wall, silence reigned, enveloping the chamber in an eerie stillness. After the initial shock subsided, Lu Su recalled that they had brought tools for logging into the mountains, including an axe and iron spikes. He promptly resolved to break through the stone barrier. Upon hearing this, I immediately remarked, "You must have fallen into a trap afterward, didn't you?" Lu Su, surprised, inquired, "How did you know?" I remarked, "This kind of pivoting mechanism, when forcibly opened with external force, will trigger other protective devices. This is common knowledge. Those who delve into tombs are aware that encountering such a mechanism, one should refrain from brute strength, for the tomb owner is not foolish. If a mere chisel and hammer could solve it, what protection would remain?" While this is common sense to us, El Su and his companions were oblivious. He applied brute force to chisel, and halfway through, a crimson liquid unexpectedly flowed from the stone wall. Before he could react, flames erupted fiercely, and in an instant, Su's hair was singed away. A searing pain engulfed his entire being. To put it simply, the stone wall concealed a flammable substance, one that is notoriously difficult to extinguish once ignited. Most fatalities and fires result from suffocation by thick smoke. Very few perish by burning alive. Yet the agony of such an experience is undoubtedly unbearable. The details of the burning process elude Su's memory, for at that moment, the only sensation was pain, a torment more agonizing than death itself. He rolled on the ground, wailing, unaware of where he had tumbled, until the flames on his body were extinguished. Following that, he remained in a dazed state for an extended period due to infection, oblivious to the world around him. Upon hearing this, I was greatly astonished. If he had endured such severe burns, why had there been no rumors regarding his disfigurement after he emerged from the mountain? Could it be that his injuries healed at an astonishing pace? How was this accomplished? When I inquired, Su recounted. Later, my father informed me that after he and that wild man entered the mechanism, they rolled into a peculiar place abundant with treasures, sparkling pearls everywhere, and in the center, a large coffin surrounded by a pool of red liquid. The wild man had previously sustained severe injuries and ultimately succumbed, fainting during the struggle with L's father. Being an ordinary man, L's father could not bear to see blood and lacked the heart to kill. So he cast the man into the red liquid and began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he realized he was in an ancient tomb, and this wild man must have regarded this place as his lair. Chapter 5. The resurrection of the dead. L's father, being an ordinary man, held a deep reverence for the deceased and the supernatural. Although he had previously contemplated prying open the lamp, he had not yet encountered the coffin, thus feeling little psychological pressure. However, now surrounded by the dazzling pearls and countless treasures, he found himself unable to act, for these items were burial goods. In truth, the techniques of tomb raiding can be learned, and the reason there are few who dare to do so is that most lack the courage. The Chinese hold the deceased in high esteem. For the majority, engaging in such activities poses a profound psychological barrier. L's father, unable to overcome this mental obstacle, after a fierce internal struggle, abandoned the thought of seizing treasures and resolved to retrace his steps in search of Su. Yet, just as he was about to leave, another thought suddenly emerged. His gaze fell upon the coffin, which gleamed with a striking brightness, coated in crimson lacquer adorned with intricate black patterns resembling fish and dragon motifs. Unmistakably a Han-style coffin. As a coffin maker, he had crafted countless dome-shaped coffins throughout his life, yet he had only heard vague references to Han wood from his forebears, treating it as mere historical lore. As the saying goes, one should love their craft. This Han wood, at least dating back to the mid-Qing period, sparked his curiosity about the appearance of ancient coffins. This coffin had remained here for so long, yet it appeared as pristine as ever. How did the ancients achieve such preservation? What materials were employed in its construction? What significance lay in the fish and dragon patterns? All these questions held a peculiar allure for L's father, ultimately leading him to approach and examine it closely. Realizing such a rare opportunity for observation would not come again. Thus, he performed 2 respectful bows, murmuring, "Forgive me, noble one, for inadvertently intruding here with no ill intent. Your humble admirer merely wishes to take a fleeting glance. Please do not hold it against me." After his somewhat awkward yet eloquent utterance, he leaned in to inspect the coffin. Initially, he only dared to gaze upon it, captivated by the craftsmanship he had never witnessed before, and the lingering fragrance that wafted forth, soothing and intoxicating. The patterns upon it were exquisite beyond compare, each unique, evoking images of fish and dragons, auspicious clouds, and celestial beings, breathtakingly beautiful, rendering onlookers spellbound. Soon, he could not resist the urge to touch it, having become utterly entranced. He tapped lightly, attempting to discern the material, only to be met with a sound akin to gold and iron. Most extraordinary. Just then, 2 loud thuds emanated from within the coffin, as if in response to his actions. L's father was taken aback. How could there be sound emanating from within the coffin? Cold sweat poured down his brow as he hastily recited Amit Ba, retreating step by step, only to suddenly feel something solid press against his back, akin to a wall. Yet, he was certain there was nothing behind him. How could there be a wall? In a state of alarm, he turned to discover that the wild man he had thrown into the crimson liquid had inexplicably risen, soaked through. It was unclear how long he had stood behind L's father. Initially startled, El soon realized that the axe wound on the wild man's shoulder had completely vanished. How could this be? Was this wild man some sort of creature, impervious to death? No. He had been unconscious from his injuries. Could the crimson liquid be the cause of this anomaly? This time, the wild man did not attack El. Instead, he fixated intently on the large red Han wood. At that moment, the sounds of knocking from within the coffin ceased, leaving an eerie silence in the tomb, punctuated only by L's heavy breaths. Suddenly, the coffin lid began to tremble as if something within was pressing against it, seemingly on the verge of being unsealed. The wild man took a step back, while El retreated several paces. Then, with a thunderous crash, the coffin lid was forcefully propelled away. The solid coffin board slamming against the stone wall before crashing to the ground, the echoes of two resounding impacts reverberating throughout the tomb, leaving L's ears ringing. And then, from within the imposing Han coffin, a figure gradually rose to its feet. It stood upright as if tethered by an invisible cord, adorned in a yellow shroud. Its complexion resembling gilded paper, and in its hand, it wielded a gleaming sword. A resurrection. A resurrection. Lu, who had spent a lifetime crafting coffins, had heard whispers of tales such as cat raising the dead, but to witness it firsthand was an unprecedented experience, especially with an ancient corpse entombed in a Han coffin. The corpse's eyes, resembling dull black grapes, were devoid of luster yet rolled about, eventually settling upon the wild man, perhaps due to his proximity. In an instant, the creature sprang from the coffin, lunging toward the wild man. Fortunately, its speed was sluggish, allowing the wild man to evade by sidestepping and promptly fleeing. In a state of panic, Lu felt as if his legs had taken root, paralyzed and trembling uncontrollably. Just as peril loomed, the wild man unexpectedly shoved him, and both plunged into the sloped passageway. The incline was treacherous, but the corpse's rigid form prevented it from squeezing through, thus granting the two a narrow escape. Lu dared not linger and hastily ascended. Upon emerging from the tunnel, he discovered that its terminus was yet another stone chamber, with the previously overturned stone slab sealing it seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Anxiety gripped him as he knocked and pounded, seeking an exit, completely unaware that his son was suffering from the ravages of fire. Eventually, the wild man crawled out as well, prompting Lu to adopt a wary stance. This time, the wild man refrained from attacking. Though his throat emitted a low growl akin to a beast, the ferocity had seemingly dissipated. He appeared to know the way, moving leftward. And it was then that Lu realized there was indeed another passage to the left. At a loss for an escape route, he decided to follow, curious about the wild man's intentions. The passage was arched, its walls flawless and devoid of any fissures, showcasing both the materials and craftsmanship's solidity. In the dim light of a flickering lighter, Lu discerned murals adorning the walls and began to examine them closely. Limited by his experiences, he could not ascertain the age of the artwork, perceiving it more like a comic strip. The murals depicted the life of a general, showcasing scenes of battle, feasting, hunting, and ceremonies of bestowal. This general must have been the master of the tomb. According to the murals, he succumbed to illness, and nearly every depiction featured him wielding a sword. Lu recognized this sword as the one previously clutched by the zombie. He marveled quietly, glancing at the wild man ahead, pondering the nature of this individual and his remarkable familiarity with the surroundings. What was the significance of the crimson water encountered earlier? Upon exiting the passage, there was a minor collapse behind him, with faint traces of water, as if moisture seeped from the earth. The wild man began to progress leftward, and Lu noticed an opening on that side, leading to a small pool of water. Suddenly, the wild man halted, as if he had discovered something. The lighter in Lu's hand grew warm, and to prevent any potential ignition or explosion, he extinguished it, plunging the surroundings into darkness. At that moment, amidst the darkness, he heard a faint groan. The sound was hoarse and unsettling, evoking a sense of terror. I had already surmised at this point, saying, "The ancient tomb is interconnected. Your father discovered you." LV soon nodded and remarked, "These are tales I later heard from my father. Initially, he was startled, thinking I was some specter. It was said that I was so charred that my original form was unrecognizable." I inquired, "Was it the red water that saved you?" LV soon nodded again, saying, "That water was extraordinary. After immersing myself in it for a brief while, all my wounds healed completely. For some reason, I suddenly recalled the crimson smoke from the place where the corpse immortal nurtured the immortal. At that moment, It seemed to share a striking resemblance to this red water. Could there be a connection between them? Was that ancient tomb somehow related to Puzhen? When LV Su was still a wild man, he used that place as his lair. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper reason? Perhaps unraveling this enigma would unveil why LV Su had been so fixated on the so-called key all along. Thus, I continued to question, what happened next? Why did you bring him down from the mountain? LV Su pressed his parched lips together and replied, it was a moment of folly. There were many reasons. Firstly, he exhibited little aggression later and appeared pitiable. Secondly, greed is inherent in humanity. At that time, my father risked his life to return to the main tomb chamber to save me. Had he not assisted, that zombie would have torn us apart. After that encounter, only a small portion of the red water remained. That substance was too miraculous, and we hoped to extract some for future use. I remarked, so you kept him tethered, akin to taming a dog, hoping he would obediently assist you in the future? LV Su nodded, guilt evident on his face, saying, yet, curiously, he gradually learned to speak and even smiled, resembling an ordinary person. Subsequently, we entered that ancient tomb several times, retrieving much of the red liquid. We secretly stored it in a large jar for unforeseen circumstances. Having grown accustomed to the back and forth, our fear diminished, and we thought. I interjected, since you had already traversed that path numerous times and had taken water from the tomb chamber, why not take a little more? LV Su nodded shamefully. Human greed can lead to dire consequences, as many have perished in pursuit of excess. Thus, one must learn to be content and know when to refrain. I added, I believe there was more to it than that. Surely, something else transpired, for why would he allow you to live on in this manner? He nodded, saying, that zombie could never bring him to harm. Each time we entered, it was Big Black who held it at bay. Big Black. LV Su chuckled awkwardly. I named him. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying, you possess quite the audacity. The next time I see LV Su, I must remind him of his original name. Chapter 6. Causality. In a subsequent moment of greed, they began to seek treasure within the tomb. The father and son, possessing little discernment, were oblivious to the true essence of antiques, only knowing to pick items made of gold. In truth, the value of such artifacts lies not merely in their material composition, but primarily in their cultural significance and craftsmanship. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly inconspicuous vases and jars, along with ancient calligraphy and paintings, might indeed hold far greater worth. At that moment, Dehe had successfully diverted the attention of the vengeful spirit, and he had developed the ability to communicate, considering the L family as his own kin. As time passed, the collar around his neck was removed, and he began to assist in the family shop. Though illiterate, El Su promised to hire a tutor once they earned enough money, enabling Dehe to learn reading and writing, thus enriching his life. This notion brought great joy to Dehe, who exerted himself diligently in his tasks. While El father and son were engrossed in their selection, the father's gaze was suddenly captivated by a striking golden object. It was a palm-sized gold medal, approximately 5 centimeters thick, suspended on a bronze stand. With no other items surrounding it, the medal appeared particularly alluring, prominently displayed as a treasure of immense value. Though gold may darken with age, this medal shimmered brilliantly under the light, undoubtedly a precious artifact. El father immediately approached the bronze stand, and El Su followed closely behind. As they carefully examined the heavy gold medal, the vengeful spirit that Dehe had previously diverted charged towards them with sudden ferocity. It was likely that the gold medal was a cherished possession of the tomb's owner, leading to this calamity. They swiftly turned to flee, El father shouting, "Stop him! Stop him!" Dehe leapt forward and skillfully kicked the spirit aside. In a moment of peril, El father grasped El Su's hand, declaring, "We must leave now." El Su, alarmed, responded, "What about Dehe?" To which El father replied, "We cannot concern ourselves with him." He surmised that this escapade would likely mark their last venture into the ancient tomb. Though they had secured an item, their immediate priority was to escape. As El Su ran, he could not suppress the urge to glance back. Previously, Dehe had evaded the spirit through agility, but now, in close proximity, El Su recognized he was no match for the entity, sustaining injury, bloodied from an unknown wound. A pang of guilt surged within him, yet the instinct for survival prevailed, causing him to stumble. In his fall, the gold medal slipped from his grasp, revealing itself to be a small box with a dragon head mechanism nearby. The impact triggered the mechanism, causing it to open. From within, the gold medal rolled out a dark, mysterious bead, exuding an extraordinary fragrance. The material of the bead was unknown, but upon its release, the room was filled with an intoxicating aroma. This scent was indescribable, and El Su experienced an overwhelming sensation of hunger, akin to being ensnared by some enchantment, rendering him incapable of resistance. In a moment of instinct, he grasped the bead and, before rational thought could intervene, he placed it in his mouth. Later, upon reflection, El Su realized that this was not merely a bead, but likely a form of elixir. After consuming it, he felt no other sensations. Yet the rice dumpling displayed a ferocious vigor, as if provoked by the fragrant air enveloping the room. Suddenly, its sharp claws pierced through Dehay's chest. El Su gasped, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, Dehay retaliated with a final desperate move. Wielding a large cleaver, he swung it fiercely at the dumpling's head, severing it cleanly. Instantly, a thick plume of smoke erupted, and the room was filled with an even more intense aroma, one that could easily induce dizziness. As the decapitated dumpling deflated like a punctured balloon, its body shriveled rapidly until only a flat mass remained, with the gleaming long knife clattering to the floor. Dehay collapsed, seemingly lifeless. El Fu, struck by fear at this bizarre sight, urgently pulled El Su to flee. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Having narrowly escaped one peril, they soon encountered an old brown bear. Cornered, they were attacked by the creature, and as El Su ran, he slipped and tumbled down the rugged hillside strewn with sharp stones, losing consciousness in the fall. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself confined in a pitch-dark space, exceedingly cramped. After struggling for a considerable time, he realized he had been placed inside a coffin. Panic-stricken, El Su wondered if he had been buried as a corpse. He immediately cried out and thrashed about, and shortly thereafter, the coffin lid was lifted. Standing beside him was Dehay. How could this be? Hadn't he been pierced through by the zombie? Was it possible they had both become spirits? At that moment, Dehay smiled and said, "Awake? You're up too soon. Go back to sleep." Before El Su could respond, he was struck unconscious again. What transpired next was unknown to him, and when he awoke once more, he found himself in a basement. Dehay had never expressed any desire to take anything from him. Yet El Su felt an instinctive intuition that this Dehay was not the same as before. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely that he sought the elixir he had consumed. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. The rice dumpling, the red smoke, the piercing yet non-lethal encounter. Everything compelled me to associate it with the mysteries of the crypt. Was the ancient tomb El Su spoke of connected to Pujun? What was the nature of the elixir? What did it mean that Dehay was no longer the original Dehay? As if sensing my confusion, El Su elucidated. The original Dehay was easily deceived. Although he could speak, he was rather obtuse. However, upon awakening, I found that he communicated with remarkable finesse, resembling a seasoned individual. It seems the identity of the false El Su is indeed a riddle. All these interconnected clues point to a singular possibility, that the ancient tomb is undoubtedly linked to the treasure trove of the deceased immortal. The only enigma that eludes me is El Su's identity. Perhaps he truly is merely a wild man, and the subsequent changes may indeed be related to that red smoke. The Dan one has already been consumed by El Su. Even if El Su desires it, he cannot obtain it. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? After much contemplation, I found myself perplexed and resolved to cease my musings. The true identity of El Su is of no concern to me. My sole intention now is to rescue others. With this thought, I gestured for El Su to eat, but the previously harmonious atmosphere shifted abruptly upon my utterance. He shook his head resolutely and retreated warily to the window, his gaze darting outside with an air of caution. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me. It appeared that this fellow had no intentions of yielding easily. If provoked, he might indeed leap from the window. Being on the 7th floor, such an act would surely result in catastrophic injury. He seemed devoid of any will to survive, and dealing with someone like him required a different approach. After some mental deliberation, I inquired, "Are you so eager for death that you would forsake your parents?" El Su's expression shifted noticeably, and he nervously asked, "Do you know where they are?" I replied, "Have you not inquired of that person?" After a moment's hesitation, El Su admitted, "I have asked. He always assures me they are well, but I sense something amiss." I let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Do you truly believe he speaks the truth? Only he knows the whereabouts of your parents, and I suspect he intends to use them as leverage against you. Should you leap, it would be the end of your troubles. I initially aimed to help reunite your family. Su appeared somewhat swayed by my words and asked, "Why do you wish to assist me?" I explained, "Because I am his adversary. Aiding you would curtail his power. But if you were to die, I would be left powerless. Listen to me. As long as you live, there is hope." He remained silent for a long moment, finally stating, "Do not deceive me." I thought to myself, I regret this necessity to deceive you. In truth, your parents have been gone for over a decade. Yet I responded, "Deceive you? I bear no enmity towards your family. Once I deal with that man, your family can live in peace, and I can obtain what I desire. What reason would I have to deceive you?" This emotional appeal, combined with rational discourse, indeed moved this inexperienced youth, and he acquiesced. His gaze shifted to the suitcase beside me, and he nodded, requesting I leave, likely wishing to spare me the sight of him consuming human flesh. I stepped outside, holding my breath to eavesdrop. Moments later, sounds emerged from within, reminiscent of chewing jerky. With that, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. Upon returning to my shop, I found Su seated, sipping tea, while the one-eyed dragon attended to customers, appearing to have returned before me. Su, with a forced smile, inquired, "Did you eat?" I nodded in response. He refrained from mentioning the tracking incident, likely feeling a bit stifled, which pleased me. I gestured for him to make himself comfortable and ascended to change my clothes. However, later that afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Dofu. Chapter 7. The plan. I had not anticipated his arrival so soon. This surprised me and brought a sense of joy. I scrutinized him for a moment. His appearance had not changed much. Upon entering the shop, he exclaimed, "Old Chun, I missed you so much." I replied, "Was the expenditure of 500,000 enjoyable?" Dofu's expression immediately soured as he retorted, "That remark is rather hurtful." I said, "Pujan, cease your pretense." Dofu remained oblivious, replying, "Stop calling me Pujan, it's quite awkward." Faced with his cheeky, infuriating grin, I found it hard to muster any anger and remarked, "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. I assumed you intended to part ways with me. Pray tell, what brings you back?" Dofu replied, "I returned to see you." I inquired, "Are you short on funds?" Noticing his choked expression, I suspected I had hit the nail on the head, so I added, "Dofu needs money. I have it, but you do not." He pouted, his eyes darting around, and then, with a bold face, said, "You think too poorly of me. I didn't come for money. I heard you all have found some laborious heavenly eye." Apparently, he had come for the heavenly eye. I was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Heard? From whom?" He boasted, "I have my own channels." After some contemplation, I realized that the number of people aware of this matter was neither too few nor too many. Wenmin, Zhuanrui, and even Su. Regardless of their affiliations, it was improbable for Dofu to have any connections given his current status. His claim of having heard was indeed suspicious. Sensing my skepticism, he declared, "I'm joining you to rescue Mu too." A cold smile crept into my heart. Was he merely seeking to claim a corpse? Yet, this had been my original intention, so I refrained from opposing him and gestured for him to sit and converse. After a moment of hesitation, I could not resist asking, "How much have you integrated?" He could not possibly be oblivious to my inquiry, yet he feigned innocence, responding, "Not much. I can suppress it for now. Rest assured." The notion of being reassured felt absurd. I suspected Dofu had already fused with the corpse immortal. A wave of indescribable discomfort washed over me, though he appeared outwardly unchanged. Internally, he had transformed completely. My brother had, unbeknownst to me, vanished. Even if this plan were to succeed, what would it matter? Could Dofu return to me? What would I gain? A fool. An oppressive silence enveloped the shop, leaving me engulfed in fatigue and anguish. To have arrived at my current state felt like utter failure. Reflecting on it now, aside from possessing a modest amount of assets, what else did I truly have? Nothing. Death, betrayal, and spies, my only brother, whom I believed I could trust, was gone. All this turmoil stemmed from me. If this continued, I feared this so-called curse would drive me to madness. Yet I found myself utterly helpless. I could not remain stagnant. There was no time for hesitation, only the need to forge ahead, to take action rather than succumb to despair and regret later. The outcomes of my current endeavors remained uncertain, a game of unpredictability. The only viable strategy was to give my utmost effort. I ignored Dofu, who was joyfully exploring the surroundings, and after a brief while, he grew restless and went to tease a beauty in a Chong Sam at the opposite shop. I called Hong Mao to inform him that Dofu had reappeared and that it was time to act. After some contemplation, I asked, "Can you manage alone? Do you need assistance?" Hong Mao Dao, This matter is solely within my purview. I require no assistance. However, there exists a possibility that Pu Zhen may intervene unexpectedly. Although he currently inhabits the form of an ordinary individual, one must not underestimate him. It is prudent to enlist a few individuals as a precaution. The situation is inherently bizarre. The more people who are aware, the greater the peril. While I am acquainted with numerous colleagues in the field, upon reflection, I deemed it unwise to rely on them. Thus, after concluding the call, I contacted Lan Hua. This time, he was unwilling to assist pro bono and insisted on a fee. Nevertheless, my personal life and emotional state have crumbled, leaving me with little but financial resources. After negotiating a price, I reached out to Zhuan Rue, requesting him to assign 3 capable individuals to me. Of course, they would not work for free. Adequate compensation was essential. Zhuan Rue was quite generous and, at the last moment, assigned Zhong Gong to me, even offering a discount. Dou Fu, who was nearby, overheard this and remarked, "You are overestimating me by sending your top lieutenant. Wealthy friend, it has been a while. Why have you become so stingy? Can't you offer a little friendship discount?" On the other end of the line, Zhuan Rue paused before responding coolly. "Why do I hear a dog barking on your end?" I nearly burst into laughter and replied, "Just picked it up. It's wild and difficult to train. Apologies for the distraction." After hanging up, I found Dou Fu cursing Zhuan Rue's ancestors, which led me to a fleeting illusion that the person before me was indeed Dou Fu. Perhaps he had fused with the corpse immortal? This thought was ephemeral, reminding me of my experiences at the Ba Wa Fo Tower, which revealed the impossibility of such a notion. The individual before me possessed all the characteristics of Dou Fu. Yet he was not Dou Fu. It was winter, not the most suitable season for a journey to Yaofeng, yet we could afford no delay. The group agreed on a time and decided to depart in 2 days. Before our departure, I recalled Wen Min and the plan that had arisen in my mind. Should this plan come to fruition, her life could be in jeopardy. To be candid, I felt a twinge of compassion. Like all ordinary individuals, when faced with betrayal, there is an instinctive yearning for redemption. However, I must grasp the entirety of the situation. As night fell, I called Wen Min, beginning with pleasantries and casual conversation. Midway, I shifted the subject, saying, "Business has been difficult. I heard from Zhuan Rue that she, San Yi, has suffered greatly at the hands of your police force." Wen Min chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it's quite fortuitous. It keeps that old man occupied, preventing him from seeking retribution against you." I smiled and asked, "Are you involved in this operation?" She responded, "No, I've been handling other cases recently." "Why do you ask?" I replied, "I merely wanted to inquire, to make proper preparations." She laughed lightly, saying, "This is merely a situation in the capital. It has no bearing on your side. Rest assured." I felt a chill in my heart. In truth, I had been making inquiries over the past few days, and although things appeared calm in Shenzhen, a storm was brewing. Why deceive me? I took a deep breath and redirected the conversation, exchanging a few more casual remarks before ending the call. For the remainder of the evening, I sat in silence on the sofa. She is a police officer, a paragon of justice, an elite in the field of cultural relics smuggling. What wrong is there in opposing tomb raiders? No, there is no fault to be found. It is only now that I realize the profound divergence between the woman I deeply love and my own position. She stands for justice, while I am but a thief, foraging for mushrooms, engaged in acts that tarnish my moral integrity. The lives I have taken are not few, and I have committed acts of ingratitude. Am I not exactly the type she seeks to eradicate? This stance has now evolved into a life and death struggle. Should I retreat, or should I proceed with my plan? Once Baisan knows the truth, he will undoubtedly turn against her. Previously, he has already instigated acts of terror. I can almost foresee the nature of his retaliation upon discovering the facts. At this moment, 2 paths lie before me. I could sell my shop and make a hasty exit. However, I possess numerous incriminating documents under her control. Would this strategy truly allow me to evade disaster? The odds seem equally balanced. The ramifications of this situation are extensive. I have operated this shop for 3 years, and my entanglements run deep. Should others suffer, investigations will inevitably lead back to me. Those in power will not overlook my past transgressions simply because I seek to reform. The alternative path is to employ a proxy to exact vengeance, using Baisan's hand to eliminate those who deserve it. This is a perplexing dilemma, and I must make a decision before heading to Inner Mongolia. By the time I return, Baisan will have surely resolved this matter with finesse. It is the first time I have discovered my own vulnerability, feeling so utterly powerless. I sat there for a full 2 hours. The surroundings were serene, as the antique market muffled the sounds of traffic, leaving only the winter wind howling. Dofu and the Cyclops reminisced. The Cyclops, evidently intrigued by Dofu's current circumstances, found Dofu unchanged, and soon they were engrossed in light-hearted banter, spinning tales of fanciful nonsense. After a moment, Dofu noticed my silence and leaned closer, asking, "What are you thinking about?" I replied, "Thinking about killing." Dofu, taken aback, tilted his head and said, "Lao Chun, while your psyche may be somewhat twisted, you are not one to relish taking lives. What has provoked you? Who are you thinking of killing?" I responded, "Which holds more weight, emotions or life?" Dofu pondered and said, "It depends on the emotion, doesn't it? Haven't many perished for the sake of their feelings?" But then he added, "When I was in university, I read a foreign book in the library. I forget the title, but it contained a line. All developments in life should be predicated on survival. Without life, what is there to discuss regarding emotions?" Chapter 8. The decision. Dofu's words plunged me into contemplation. If not for Xiaojing, I might have remained blissfully ignorant until the day calamity struck, only to learn the truth then. Being forewarned is indeed a blessing, and I have devised a strategy. Yet, arriving at this decision proves to be exceedingly challenging. Dofu stared intently at me, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. I said, "Stop pretending." He shrugged and replied, "I am who I am. Why would I need to pretend?" I countered, "That line might deceive a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, I had already formulated a plan in my mind. The following morning, I placed a call to Baisan. Upon receiving my call, he appeared quite taken aback, considering our limited acquaintance. He exchanged pleasantries, inquiring about my well-being, to which I replied that all was well, but I added, "However, I am aware that you seem to be facing some difficulties lately." On the other end of the line, Baisan chuckled softly and remarked, "Your sources of information are rather astute." I then probed, "Do you not wish to know who leaked this information? As far as I know, you possess a very stringent protocol, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely penetrate." Upon hearing this, Baisan's tone shifted immediately. He pressed, "What do you know? Who is it?" I replied, "Before I disclose anything, you must answer a question." He let out a sharp intake of breath and retorted, "Go on, but if you dare to fabricate, I shall not let it slide." I asked, "Have you been getting rather close to my girlfriend?" On the other end, I could not discern Baisan's expression. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Are you feeling jealous? At my age, you need not worry. It is merely business between us." I inquired further, "What kind of business?" Baisan expressed surprise. "You are unaware?" Given his stature. Upon hearing this, countless thoughts must have crossed his mind, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. Without waiting for my response, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that this woman?" I interjected, "Indeed, I had no inkling that such dealings were taking place behind the scenes. While we can overlook the black knife, I fear there may be more at play. She does not engage in the underground. Have you considered asking her about the origin of those goods?" Baisan replied, "That is not." His words trailed off as he began to comprehend, and I heard a loud crash on the line, as if he had carelessly struck something. It seemed that Baisan had come to a realization and was likely seething with rage. Moments later, he growled, "Why are you telling me this? Aren't you all in cahoots?" I once believed that to be the case, but now I realize otherwise. Their scheme is not solely directed at you. It is a grand encirclement. I too was kept in the dark, and had it not been for someone informing me, I would have likely remained oblivious until the bullets started flying. Baisan let out a peculiar laugh. "I suspect there are others behind Gu." I responded, "Zhang Haiki." The tone from Baisan's end diminished significantly, and I vaguely heard expletives, realizing that I had achieved my objective. After a brief silence, he countered, "Kid, are you suggesting this in hopes of using me as a weapon?" I replied, "You are a veteran in this field. Without your intervention, what can a novice like me do? However, how you deal with Zhang Haiki is beyond my concern, but I implore you to show mercy to the other party." Baisan scoffed, retorting, "It has always been said that heroes find it difficult to resist the charms of beauty. Even now, you wish to protect her? She is merely following orders. Moreover, this net has already been cast. What use is it to deal with a small fry like her? The key lies in handling Zhang Haiki." Baisan questioned, "Why should I heed your advice? My current predicament is entirely due to that young girl. How could I not express my gratitude to her?" I had anticipated this turn of events and asked, "What are your conditions?" After a moment, Baisan burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Young man, you are quite forthright. I perceive that your prospects in Shenzhen are rather limited. Perhaps it would be more prudent to follow my lead in the future. The old man seems to hold me in high regard, so I decided to placate him for the moment. I remarked, "The profits from this shop are indeed not substantial. I was contemplating a change of profession. Since you are willing to take the lead, I shall comply." Baisani chuckled heartily, seemingly aware of my insincerity. "Very well then, I must attend to those small nuisances." After ending the call, I took a shower and succumbed to a deep slumber, indifferent to the storms raging outside. All I desired was rest. The following day, we prepared to depart and rendezvoused with Hong Mao and the others in Alashan. This time, lacking the foresight to gather equipment in advance, we opted to fly. Reaching Alashan within a day, we procured some supplies locally, rested for the night, and the next day, our party of 7 set forth. Among us were Lotzi, Hong Mao, Zhong Gong, and 2 burly subordinates brought by Zhong Gong, all possessing keen eyes. At this moment, the northern grasslands lay beneath a blanket of snow and ice. And clad in thick winter gear, we began our journey towards the desert. Many who have never ventured into the desert may assume it remains perpetually warm. In truth, the desert experiences winter as well, and its cold is often more biting. While we encountered deep snow on the grasslands, upon entering the desert, the snow diminished, but the frigid winds and sand whipped against our faces like fine blades. Similarly, the desert does receive snowfall. However, due to the nature of the sand, it is quite challenging for snow to persist at higher elevations, though one can observe a thin layer of snow in the valleys between dunes. As night fell, the temperature plummeted even further. The phrase breath freezing aptly describes the chill. Fortunately, we were aware of the conditions in advance and took appropriate precautions. So nestled within our tents, we did not feel excessively cold. After 2 days of travel, we neared the location of Yaofeng. Previously, Yaofeng had been a vast oasis, but due to insatiable consumption, only a diminutive fragment remained. Upon entering the oasis, Dofu immediately sensed something awry. He stood still, as if attuning himself to the surroundings, and after a moment, pointed to a layer of sand covered by a thin veil of snow, saying, "It lies just beneath there." We took precautions to prevent any sudden outbursts from him. Yet curiously, Dofu remained compliant, leaving me perplexed. It seemed he had discerned my confusion. Waving his hand, he remarked, "Do you think this body is in any better condition? I am breathless after a mere few steps, and yet his spirit is stronger than I anticipated." A thought struck me. What did he mean? Was it possible that Dofu and his essence had not entirely merged? Was he now acknowledging his own identity? I immediately inquired why. He blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean by why?" I pressed, "With such an elaborate scheme, what is your ultimate goal?" He shrugged and replied, "Your question is quite peculiar. I am merely minding my own business. How have I interfered with you? It is your own greed that has led you to dig your own grave." I found myself at a loss for words in response to his statement. Indeed, he had merely orchestrated a scheme to cultivate immortals, yearning for ascension after death, without truly impeding anyone. Instead, it is we who, driven by our individual motives, incessantly engage in destruction, ultimately leading to the current predicament. My grandfather once inscribed in his notes, "Tomb raiding is a profession of ruin, tarnishing one's moral integrity. If one goes too far, calamity will eventually ensue." Deep down, I had already resolved to refrain from further excavations and to pursue legitimate business endeavors. Yet I now find myself uncertain if redemption is still within reach. As dusk approached, heralding the onset of night, our journey was rather rushed, leaving us all immensely weary. Thus, we opted to rest for the night in the oasis. On the following morning, we commenced our excavation. The desert surface, blanketed by a night of snowfall, had formed a crust of ice. At first glance, it appeared to be quicksand, but upon digging, we discovered that the upper layer of sand had actually frozen together. The melted snow water had adhered to grains, greatly facilitating our task. After delving approximately a meter down, the icy crust vanished, and our progress began to slow. We were compelled to utilize the prepared sand partition boards, driving them in one by one. Although they thwarted the encroachment of quicksand, they were rather fragile and could collapse at any moment if we did not hasten our efforts. At about 4 to 5 meters deep, a peculiar sight suddenly unfolded before us. Beneath the sand lay a dark hole, previously obscured by the layers of sand, as if shrouded by an invisible force that prevented the grains from infiltrating, thus burying it deeper. I turned to Red Hair and said, "This is it. It is your turn. How confident are you?" As I spoke, I cautiously retrieved the celestial eye. Hariza took out a palm-sized porcelain vial from his pocket, filled with an unknown oily liquid. He began to apply this liquid onto his eyeball. Dofu, intrigued, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 9, Return and Sacrifice. Red Hair did not spare him a glance. I asked, "What is this substance you are applying?" Red Hair replied, "Corpse oil. Extracted from the chin of a male cadaver on the day of death, collecting an entire vial is no easy feat. This substance can substitute for a living person in a sacrifice." I could not help but gasp, saying, "Is this truly the method you intend to use? Where did you acquire it?" Red Hair, focused on applying the corpse oil, replied nonchalantly, "From the hospital morgue." Dofu immediately interjected, "Can the hospital allow you to extract oil from a corpse's chin?" Red Hair rolled his eyes and responded, "Money can make the world go round. Just slip a bit to the morgue staff, and it will be done discreetly." Zhong Gong expressed astonishment. "When the family comes to claim the body, won't they notice the injury on the chin?" Red Hair answered, "With makeup, of course. Modern cosmetic techniques are so advanced that even an elderly woman can be transformed into a youthful beauty. Just let the morgue attendant do their job." I touched my nose, remaining silent. A few years ago, I would have never imagined discussing how to extract oil from a corpse's chin. Life truly is unpredictable. Had I not jumped into the water to save that drowning child, had I not encountered the blind man, had I not gone bankrupt, everything would have been different. I would remain oblivious to the existence of curses. Even if I were to meet an untimely demise one day, I would merely attribute it to fate, never contemplating a path that delves into grave robbing and dealings with the deceased. The individuals present were seasoned veterans, well acquainted with the ways of the world, and displayed little reaction. As the corpse oil was applied to the heavenly eye, I initially perceived nothing extraordinary. But soon I noticed that the layer of oil began to seep in, with the red-haired individual repeatedly applying it. What was once visible beneath vanished with each stroke. After finishing one side, the other side dissipated as well, creating an eerie spectacle. Could it be that this heavenly eye, as recorded in the murals of the ancient Shu kingdom, is capable of summoning entities akin to the mysterious 01? What on earth could it be? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. It is only when faced with peculiar phenomena that one realizes the limitations of their knowledge. Just as the vial of corpse oil neared depletion, I suddenly observed that the heavenly eye, once opaque, began to exhibit a degree of translucence. Hariza, with his hand resting upon it like a mystic, suddenly opened his eyes and expressed confusion. "I feel nothing. Could the prophet be deceiving me?" Upon hearing this, my heart sank. I feared that our efforts might be in vain. I hastily inquired about the situation, and Hariza, sensing my urgency, shrugged and replied, "The prophet claimed that through this, we could sense an alternate dimension and summon spiritual entities, but it appears to be sheer nonsense. I haven't sensed anything at all." Before I could speak, Tofu interjected, "Forget about summoning. Can we extract the physical form?" He seemed even more anxious than I, and I couldn't help but feel a strange sensation regarding how much disdain he harbored for Tofu's corporeal existence, though I couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss. Hariza rolled his eyes at Tofu and retorted, "The emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Why are you in such a frenzy?" After this, his expression grew serious, and he cradled the heavenly eye in his hands, murmuring incantations in an incomprehensible tongue, sometimes resembling an exotic language, at other times akin to the grating sound of grinding teeth, sending chills through our ears. After a good 10 minutes, the red-haired individual abruptly ceased his incantations, and the heavenly eye, whether due to the corpse oil or his incantations, became nearly transparent. At that moment, we noticed a glass-like orb nestled within the center of the now translucent heavenly eye, which Zhonggong found intriguing enough to capture a photograph. Suddenly, Hariza's hand trembled, and he cast the heavenly eye into a dark, vortex-like void. The eye instantaneously vanished into the abyss, and I felt a rush of elation, realizing this object was likely of great significance. The surface of the void exhibited an invisible tension, preventing surrounding grains of sand from falling in, while the heavenly eye seamlessly merged within, indicating a shared quality between them. To avert any unforeseen occurrences, we dared not draw too close, retreating a good 10 meters to await developments in silence. Tofu, with his eyes closed, seemed to be sensing something, perhaps a connection between him and his original form. For 2 full days and nights, we remained in that position, with the Tofu standing resolutely all the while. Although this individual was not Tofu, he was still flesh and blood, and I worried he might succumb to the cold. Thus, I wrapped him in a thermal mat, and from a distance, he resembled a silver pillar. On the third day, just as dawn was breaking, while everyone else was still in slumber, I suddenly felt an oppressive sensation, as if being squeezed. I was jolted from my dreams, and my first gaze fell upon the top of the tent, which should have been a rounded dome, but was now grotesquely distorting inward. At that moment, I felt myself sinking. In an instant, the image of quicksand flashed through my mind, and I scrambled to rise, unzipping the tent. As I stepped outside, I was met with a slanted world. The surrounding sand surged downward toward the point where the void lay, resembling an inverted funnel, and our tent was tilting toward the center. The others had already awakened and were hastily gathering their gear to escape the tent. However, as soon as our feet sank into the sand, it pulled us backward. Each lift of a foot became a Herculean effort. A single misstep would send the sand cascading down from above, and if we did not hasten to rise, we would be buried alive. The lazy one, typically slow to react, was surprisingly at the forefront, quickly escaping this dreadful trap. "Throw us the rope," Red Hair shouted urgently. The lazy one acted swiftly, rummaging through his gear to toss out a rope. "Remain calm, one at a time," Zhonggong instructed. With the rope now securing our escape, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, only to realize in that moment that Tofu was missing. A surge of panic struck me as I scanned the area, but there was no sign of him. The lazy one was the first to throw the rope my way, but with his limited strength, he could not pull everyone up at once. I grasped the rope and climbed upward. The distance was not great, and I quickly reached the safety zone. Yet, I feared this sanctuary would not endure for long, as the center point seemed to morph into a vortex, gradually drawing everything into its depths. Zhonggong and the others were also laboring to ascend, buying time for our rescue. Thankfully, this group possessed considerable physical strength, and one by one, they were pulled up by the rope. As we retreated, we gazed at the vortex, utterly perplexed. "Where has the little pest gone?" Zhonggong questioned. Could he have been consumed by the quicksand? If it were Tofu himself, I would genuinely worry he had been engulfed, but now, the one residing in that shell was the corpse immortal, who should not be foolish enough to fall victim to such a fate. At that moment, Red Hair speculated. He must have become trapped in the center. I asked, "Did the seer inform you of what would occur when utilizing the heavenly eye?" Red Hair rolled his eyes, replying, "The winds and clouds shift, the sun and moon lose their light. One cannot trust the words of that little brat." Indeed, the vortex expanded to our safe zone, and reluctantly, we were compelled to retreat further. When we had moved back a sufficient distance and the vortex had reached its maximum expansion, I truly felt as if the world was turning upside down. This bizarre phenomenon persisted for over half an hour before finally subsiding. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, I squinted and suddenly discerned a figure at the center of the swirling vortex. However, the distance rendered it merely a dark silhouette. I swiftly procured my binoculars and adjusted the focus for a clearer view. Soon, the figure within the lens became distinctly visible. Upon recognizing that face, which bore no semblance to that of a human, my heart leaped with joy. It was Mu too. Wait, there was another figure at his feet, lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Could it be Tofu? It appeared to sense my scrutiny, as its pitch-black eyes fixated directly on me, and through the binoculars, it felt as though we were locked in a gaze. Meeting its stare, I promptly advised the others. "It has emerged, everyone. Exercise caution and let us strive to avoid confrontation." With that, I led the group towards the focal point. The corpse immortal remained motionless, its expression serene, resembling a statue, no longer exuding the previous wooden demeanor, yet devoid of any extraneous emotion. I found myself at a loss as to whether its primordial spirit had merged with it. The corpse immortal displayed no aversion to our approach, and I meticulously observed its actions until I stood beside it. It merely turned its head to glance at me, parting its lips to emit a faint sound, as if attempting to speak, yet unable to articulate. Not sensing any intent to attack, I shifted my focus towards Tofu. Tentatively, I reached out to check his breath, and to my relief, he was still alive. I then pinched the acupoint on his upper lip, and after a few moments, he awakened with a start. I harbored concerns that he might have become a simpleton or regressed mentally, perhaps addressing me as uncle, and I instinctively held my breath. Tofu opened his eyes, gazing at me for a moment before asking, "Where am I?" I inquired, "Do you recognize who I am?" Tofu, panting, replied, "I do, a psychologically twisted pervert." Chen Tiande. Upon hearing his words, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How had he not turned into a fool? This was indeed my hope. Yet when it truly occurred, it felt somewhat illogical. I glanced at the corpse immortal beside me. It remained unchanged, unresponsive, much like the wooden figure before. A thought struck me. Could it be that the primordial spirit had not yet entered the body of the corpse immortal? Was it still residing within Do Fu? As this notion surfaced, I instinctively loosened my grip and gave Do Fu a forceful shove, causing him to collapse onto the sandy ground. His eyes struggling to focus as he cried out, "What have I done to provoke you, Chen?" I asked, "Who are you?" Do Fu finally regained his composure, his eyes locking onto mine. "I am Do Boji. That wretched primordial spirit has already departed." I queried, "Why were you not devoured?" Do Fu, incensed, sprang to his feet. "You're the one who has been devoured." Although I nearly merged with it at one point, my relentless will to survive kept it from completely consuming me. Relentless willpower? Previously, Chen Tiande and the others had indeed mentioned that the speed of being devoured was closely related to one's willpower, but did he truly possess such fortitude? Noticing my skeptical gaze, Do Fu bore a look of frustration, prompting me to ask, "Did the primordial spirit enter its body?" Tofu nodded, and I began to scrutinize the corpse immortal, saying, "If it has entered its body, why does it show no reaction at all?" Tofu, equally perplexed, leaned closer to examine it, extending a hand as if to inflict some harm upon the corpse immortal's face. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, the corpse immortal suddenly raised a hand to block him. Following this, its gaze shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, it uttered two words, "Audacious." Tofu and I exchanged glances. This utterance did not resemble the speech of the previous wooden figure. It appeared that this was indeed the true corpse immortal. Realizing this, the crowd instinctively recoiled, while the guns of Zhonggong and others were inadvertently aimed at it. They all understood the futility of this action, yet it provided a semblance of psychological comfort. Tofu stammered, You are Pujin? What about the wooden figure?" The original consciousness of the corpse immortal had seemingly developed a faint awareness, though it was far too weak and likely extinguished. Indeed, the corpse immortal replied, merged. Its voice was peculiar, perhaps due to a prolonged silence. Each time it spoke, its throat would move first, and the words would emerge after a brief pause. At this moment, my primary objective had been achieved. What remained was the speculation we had pondered initially, what action the corpse immortal would take next, which would ultimately determine our fate. The past was now a vast expanse of sky and ocean. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the corpse immortal shook its sleeves and said, "You think tricking me is amusing?" I was taken aback by its words, momentarily speechless. Tofu scratched his head and replied, "It was I who deceived you into this. I owe you an apology. If you harbor any wrath, direct it towards me and spare the innocent." The corpse immortal's face, reminiscent of a painting, remained serene, concealing its thoughts. After a brief pause, it remarked, "Innocent? Not a single person present here is innocent." It was true. Those gathered had mostly engaged in morally questionable activities, and any one of them could easily face execution. Tofu, in a state of urgency, stepped in front of us and whispered, "Old Chen, I'll hold it off. You all escape first." I rolled my eyes, thinking to myself that he was being foolish. A mere finger from the corpse immortal could extinguish him. Besides, could two legs outrun something that could fly? I ignored him. At that moment, the corpse immortal's gaze returned to the horizon, which was now ablaze with the morning glow. I noticed that since its emergence, it seemed to have been fixated on that very spot. Was there something of significance there? Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the corpse immortal was intent on revisiting past events, which was not a promising sign. Neither it nor we dared to make a move. As the dawn's glow gradually faded, I felt my legs growing numb from standing still. Suddenly, the corpse immortal, with hands clasped behind its back, began to stroll forward leisurely. Seemingly indifferent to us, Tofu, wide-eyed in disbelief, blurted out, "Hey, you're not going to kill us? Goodness, how could anyone be so foolish as to provoke it at such a moment?" Realizing his blunder, Tofu quickly covered his mouth, his expression one of regret, pleading for mercy. After his words, the corpse immortal halted and turned, asking, "Do you wish for me to act?" In unison, the crowd shook their heads, displaying a remarkable understanding. The corpse immortal suddenly turned to me and said, "The clothes are with you. Keep them safe, for I shall come to retrieve them." With that, he pivoted and departed, leaving us with nothing but his silhouette. As he walked away, he uttered, "Where I tread, what fear do mere ants have?" Tofu, unable to comprehend his words, inquired, "What did he mean?" I gazed at the retreating figure of the corpse immortal and exhaled deeply, feeling an immense weight lift from my shoulders. What he implies is that this great elephant has no interest in us ants. Why should we be fearful? The others exchanged glances, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief at being likened to ants. Almost instantaneously, as his words lingered in the air, his form soared into the sky, moving with astonishing speed. Embodying the notion of flight and rapid travel, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon. After a brief moment of silence, Tofu suddenly remarked, "Do you think, as he flies, that he becomes merely a tiny black dot in the sky? Could someone mistake him for an airplane? And what if those sophisticated Google satellites detect a person soaring above? My goodness, could he be mistaken for a monster?" I felt a sense of admiration for Tofu's ability to connect such thoughts and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Let us return home." This journey back was the most relaxed one we had experienced, having resolved the matter of the corpse immortal. I surmised that while he may not be interested in us ants, he would undoubtedly have an interest in two individuals, El Su and Bai San Yi. There was certainly some connection between El Su and the corpse immortal, while Bai San Yi was tied to that crucial item we had retrieved from the Bawa Pagoda, which Tofu was determined to possess, indicating its immense significance to the corpse immortal as well. I mused, they are not mere ants, Pujan. May you crush them without mercy, so I may have no lingering concerns. I recalled the initial admiration we held for El Su, how our interactions felt like a refreshing spring breeze, overflowing with goodwill. Yet now, we found ourselves at a life and death impasse. At the time of our transaction, El Su likely never anticipated that the corpse immortal would completely disregard us. This was an eventuality that neither he nor I had foreseen. I had prepared myself for death, and now this unexpected turn of events felt like a fortuitous blessing. After enduring such misfortune for so long, finally, there was a piece of good news. We hurried back, and when Tofu and I flew back to Shenzhen, a week had already elapsed since my departure, and soon the new year would arrive. Upon arriving at the shop, Tofu and One-Eyed Dragon embraced each other, both exhilarated by their reunion, and the shop buzzed back to its lively atmosphere. In a moment, as their excitement simmered down, One-Eyed Dragon seemed to recollect something and promptly said, "Boss, there is something I messed up. 2 days ago, I delivered food to El Su, and it was discovered. He has been taken away." I replied, "I anticipated this. He is no longer significant. It matters not. By the way, has the house been returned?" One-Eyed Dragon nodded. "Yes, it has been returned. There were some bones left inside, which have also been dealt with." I said, "Very well, let us prepare for the new year." In that moment, I felt a true sense of relaxation and reclined on the sofa to rest. However, there are always individuals who, for some inexplicable reason, choose to broach sensitive topics. After a brief moment of levity, Tofu suddenly inquired about Shuang's well-being, asking when I might visit the enchanting Gu. As he spoke, the One-Eyed Dragon abruptly nudged him in the side, causing Tofu to fall silent, muttering under his breath, "Did I say something wrong? I don't think I did. Why did you hit me?" I waved my hand at the One-Eyed Dragon, signaling that there was no need for such caution, and turned to Tofu, saying, "I have experienced heartbreak, so it would be best if you visited Baishuang on your own." Tofu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Heartbroken? You too?" Before he could finish, my phone rang, revealing a call from Wenmin, a serendipitous moment. To be honest, I was uncertain how to confront her, yet some matters, no matter how much one wishes to evade them, cannot be ignored. I answered the call, and Wenmin's voice came through, harsh and filled with contempt. "Chen Tiande, you scoundrel." It was rare for her to use such vulgarity. The raspiness in her tone conveyed a deep-seated animosity. I felt as though a knife had pierced my heart, yet simultaneously, a strange sense of relief washed over me. In this world, many do not meet their demise through external forces, but rather through their own self-destructive choices. When I first arrived in Shenzhen, working tirelessly, I encountered a fellow laborer who had a disability in his leg, walking with a noticeable limp. He was in his early 20s, somewhat simple-minded, but he took good care of me due to our age difference. Among all the workers, he was the most diligent. At that time, we were paid by the hour for our strenuous labor. Most could hardly endure 9 to 10 hours. Yet I distinctly remember him toiling for about 12 hours each day, rising the earliest and returning to the dormitory the latest. Chapter 12. Departure. I asked him, "Brother, are you also in need of money?" He touched his injured leg and replied, "I have an older brother who is in university. I feel useless and cannot bring glory to my family. All I can do is earn a bit more to alleviate their burden. I remarked. You earn the most among us. Why do you eat potatoes and vegetables every day? He hesitated before responding. I simply enjoy it. At that time, I calculated that with his lifestyle, his monthly expenses amounted to a mere 60 yuan, which was even more dire than my own situation. Later, I encountered him again on 2 occasions. The first was during my initial years of trading mountain goods. 5 years later, he was still laboring at the construction site, his limp more pronounced. Though he was not yet 30, his face bore the weight of hardship, his skin a deep, unyielding shade of black, marred by countless scars from work. I was taken aback and said, with your leg in such a state, why haven't you found a different job? Look at what you've done to yourself. He looked at me with a hint of pride and said, it's been years. You've grown into an adult. My leg is fine. My older brother is getting married, and I need to save money to build him a house. The last time I heard of him was not a meeting in the traditional sense, but rather through rumors. 2 years later, he tragically fell to his death at the construction site. His family, who had never shown their faces before, along with his healthy, cultured older brother, appeared to negotiate the compensation issue with the construction company for 2 months, ultimately returning home with what seemed a substantial sum at the time. Due to the inconvenience of transporting the body, it was directly cremated in Shenzhen. At that time, those from rural backgrounds held a deeply ingrained belief in the concept of returning to one's roots through burial. For those who die far from home, the greatest wish is often to be laid to rest in their hometown. However, in the end, he was simply cremated in Shenzhen. In this world, there exists a type of person who is relentlessly opportunistic, and another who seeks to please through self-sacrifice. When these two personalities collide, tragedy is inevitable. That laborer, marginalized due to his disability, toiled ceaselessly in pursuit of wealth to win the favor of his family. But what was the outcome? Such foolishness is beyond me. Those unworthy of one's efforts should be relinquished when the time comes. Thus, after one man scolded, I asked, is there anything else to say? On the other end of the line, her heavy breaths were palpable, and after a brief pause, she hoarsely replied, Old Zhang has passed away. I inquired, which old Zhang? She retorted, stop pretending. Zhang Heike. Why has informed me? I never expected you to be this kind of person. I offered a faint smile, attempting to soften the anguish within me. What kind of person am I? Women, we have known each other for over 3 years. I ask you, if I had not taken action this time, would you have turned against me? A silence ensued on her end before she responded. This case involves too many people. If others are implicated, you will inevitably be drawn in, and I cannot protect you. I remarked, so, it's either your demise or my survival. Sometimes, in a situation, it is not the outcome that matters, but the journey. Even if one day I were to succumb to Zhang Heike, I would accept it willingly. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of you sending me to the gallows. I have tasted the bitterness of betrayal enough. As these words left my lips, a suffocating silence enveloped the call. Deep down, I was not surprised by her role as a spy. After all, when we first crossed paths, we stood on opposing sides. However, I had believed that our experiences over the past 2 years would have fostered some semblance of emotion and sincerity between us. Even if the net had indeed been cast, she should not have allowed herself to be ensnared. Were I in her position, even lacking the ability to protect my beloved, I would rather withdraw than strike the fatal blow myself. And now, it was evident that had I not retaliated, her scheme would have progressed without hesitation. If matters truly escalated to that extent, I, Chen Tiande, would be a pitiful figure indeed. Since I refused to become a tragic character, I must resign myself to being a detestable one instead. After I spoke, her tone grew fierce. What wrong have I committed? I replied, you are indeed not at fault. The fault lies with me. If there is nothing more, I shall end this call. She remained silent, and I hung up. In such matters, there exists no clear distinction between right and wrong. She pursues her thief while I wage my battle, akin to the eternal enmity between cat and mouse. She did not call again, and in the ensuing time, we enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, preparing for the new year. Generally, single men have a simpler approach to the festivities, yet the one-eyed dragon remarked that the past 2 years had been particularly unlucky, especially for those engaged in dubious dealings. Thus, he adorned his home with an abundance of red decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. In all these years, I have truly never experienced such a festive atmosphere. It fills my heart with joy. This year's celebration has been particularly serene. Having spent most of our lives on the move, we chose not to venture far, instead opting for the nearby park. During the spring festival, The throngs of people create a vibrant ambience, and observing the myriad smiling faces around me is far more uplifting than toiling away with sticky rice dumplings and dark conspiracies. Throughout this period, we have remained vigilant regarding developments in the industry. The enigmatic Lu Su continues to elude inquiries, making it difficult to glean any information about him. However, news from the notorious Baisan is readily accessible. Zhang Haiki met an untimely demise in a car accident, which, to be precise, was due to a malfunctioning vehicle part. Naturally, those with ulterior motives are fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. Baisan has managed to keep the matter under wraps, although it caused quite a stir. There has been little follow-up. With the leader's passing, a new figure has been appointed, a middle-aged man, portly and glistening, whose approach seems rather cautious, likely having received some form of benefit. As the saying goes, virtuous individuals often meet untimely ends, while malevolence endures through the ages. Upon hearing this news, I felt a pang of discomfort and told Dofu that our involvement had come to an end. Dofu nodded in agreement. I expressed my intention to sell the shop and pursue a different venture, inquiring if he had any objections. He eagerly nodded, exclaiming that we should sell and abandon those unscrupulous dealings. Pausing, he mentioned the curse, but I interrupted him, stating that I had no desire to pursue that matter further. The curse had already ruined the lives of my grandfather and Chen Tiande. Dofu looked concerned but refrained from voicing his worries. Soon after, I learned from Zhuan Rue of a peculiar occurrence. Baisan had vanished. His disappearance did not cause much of a stir, save for his associates. On the third day of his absence, his adopted daughter took the reins of the family business. Her demeanor shifted to one of discretion, and for the time being, she has not caused any disturbances. Meanwhile, Hong Mao continued to stay close to Zhuan Rue, who provided the environment for him to delve deeply into his research on the year's findings. It must be said, this lad is quite astute. Despite the dangers of our lifestyle, he has reaped considerable rewards. Many of the long-lost shamanic secrets have been unearthed by him, transforming him into an obsessive researcher, either remaining cloistered indoors or becoming elusive as a shadow. There has been no word from Lu Su, and I remain in the dark regarding his connection to the corpse immortal, as well as the fate that awaits him. In the days that followed, I gradually sold off inventory, and by spring, I successfully transferred the shop to acquaintances at a fair price. With these funds, I pondered my next steps and decided to open an art gallery, an area in which Dofu possessed considerable experience. He immediately set about bustling with various preparations, while the one-eyed dragon, citing the difficulties of the disabled in the field, joined us in this new endeavor. Initially, the gallery's profits were modest, but gradually it stabilized. Though it is not a high-margin industry, it offers tranquility, requiring little exertion and devoid of the treachery that once plagued our lives. Tofu typically leads a rather aimless existence. Yet in this matter, he displayed remarkable patience and performed admirably. Bai Shuang occasionally came to lend a hand, and everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. I ceased to inquire about Wenmin, and in early June, I quietly packed my belongings, leaving a note for Tofu before departing. Though I found myself powerless to pursue my curses any longer, the experiences of these past years have consistently reminded me that they have never truly vanished. This specter haunts my life like an immense shadow. Now, regardless of how beautiful things may appear, I instinctively associate them with destruction. I do not wish for the one-eyed dragon to lose another eye, nor do I want Tofu to suffer because of me. Everything has come to an end. They should be well. I left Shenzhen, the land I had first set foot on at the age of 14, with a sum of money in hand, finally bidding farewell at the age of 34. 30 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Many events seem as if they transpired only yesterday. Etched vividly in my memory, time flows like a shuttle, and life resembles a dream, perhaps that encapsulates it perfectly. Chapter 13. The Agreement, July 2013. The scorching heat of July enveloped me as I embarked on a journey of adventure, living the life of a traveler. With a mountain bike and a gear bag, I wandered wherever my whims took me, lingering in splendid places for several days, while hastily departing from the less appealing ones. Over the years, I have witnessed majestic mountains, grand rivers, canyons, glaciers, and numerous breathtaking sights rarely seen by others. Yet, those locales were too deep and fraught with peril. For those unaccustomed to such experiences, they may represent an exhilarating pursuit, but for someone like me, who has had my fill of them, I now prefer ordinary cultural landmarks, safe, lively, and allowing me to blend into the crowd. This period has been quite comfortable. After venturing out to make a living, the initial years were spent desperately trying to sustain myself, followed by a phase of reckless indulgence, hoping to achieve something significant. The experiences of bankruptcy left me utterly drained. In this moment of leisure, I felt as if I had returned to my childhood, to the days when my grandfather was still alive, carefree and untroubled. I changed my phone number, the only person aware of it being Tofu. We do not communicate often, yet I know he is doing quite well now. There is no need for intrigue. With the one-eyed dragon's support, few can deceive him, and with Bai Shuang's shrewd guidance in the business realm, the gallery has indeed gained prominence. Half a year slipped by, and I refrained from probing into the affairs of Su and others. Although these enigmas lingered in my heart like a moldy egg, reason told me that as long as this egg posed no harm, it was best left untouched. The current tranquility is hard-won, and one must learn to cherish it. However, I did not anticipate receiving such an alarming phone call. At that moment, I was atop a May mountain, watching the sunset over the vast sea of clouds, lost in reverie when my phone suddenly rang. The unfamiliar number caught my attention, and upon answering, I heard a voice, tinged with tears. "Chen Tiande, help him, I'm frantic." I was taken aback, rising abruptly, for the voice belonged to Bai Shuang. What transpired to unveil such a vulnerable side of this astute and gentle woman? Who was in need of rescue? Tofu. Was he not diligently operating the gallery? I immediately asked, "What is the matter?" Bai Shuang retorted, "Where are you right now?" I replied, "Mauname." Bai Shuang said, "Xiaobao, it seems he is in trouble." What does seems mean? My heart skipped a beat as I inquired. How could anything go awry while conducting honest business? A hint of tears tinged Bai Shuang's voice over the phone as she said, "Do you not have a garment?" The corpse immortal came to retrieve it. The immortal's purple-gold feathered attire. I asked, "When did this happen?" Bai Shuang replied, "Half a month ago." She then began recounting the events of the past several weeks, which she had learned from the one-eyed dragon in her absence. The gallery catered to a high-end clientele, thus it remained relatively serene. Somehow, the corpse immortal appeared. Perhaps the one-eyed dragon was oblivious, or perhaps this figure entered through the window, clad in modern attire and donning a black mask that obscured the lower half of his face. The immortal blended into contemporary society, strolling leisurely. Tofu and the one-eyed dragon were on high alert. After a brief pause, the corpse immortal stated, "I am here to collect my belongings." Tofu, regaining his composure, immediately replied, "One moment, I shall fetch it." He hurried upstairs and presented the garment he had meticulously safeguarded to the immortal. The corpse immortal appeared calm. Showing no inclination to create trouble, he accepted the item and prepared to depart. Tofu, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly approached and grasped the immortal's arm, saying, "Wait a moment." The one-eyed dragon was taken aback, thinking that it would be best for this ominous figure to leave as soon as possible. What was there to wait for? Then, as if recalling something, Tofu glanced at the one-eyed dragon and addressed the corpse immortal. "I have a matter I wish to consult you about. May we speak privately?" The immortal, likely bored, nodded in agreement, and the two stepped away from the one-eyed dragon, conversing in hushed tones. The one-eyed dragon felt a growing urgency, wishing to eavesdrop. But could he truly listen in on the corpse immortal? Despite being physically close, he felt as though their dialogue was soundproofed, leaving him unable to discern a single word. However, judging by Tofu's demeanor and gestures, it seemed he was beseeching the immortal for something. After about 10 minutes, Tofu's expression shifted. He suddenly clenched his teeth and nodded, as if arriving at a momentous decision. An ominous premonition gripped the one-eyed dragon. At that moment, Tofu dashed upstairs, quickly gathered a few belongings, and informed the one-eyed dragon, "I must step out for a while. I am uncertain how many days it will take. Please keep an eye on things here." The one-eyed dragon was taken aback, asking, "Tofu, where are you going?" Tofu opened his mouth to speak, but then diverted the topic, saying, "I'm off to pursue something I desire. Fret not, it is not dangerous. I will keep in touch." He then departed with the corpse immortal, leaving the destination unclear. However, that afternoon, Tofu called to assure safety, and for the next 2 days, the one-eyed dragon felt a sense of relief. On the third day, the one-eyed dragon unexpectedly received a text message. "Wan Yao Tum, inform Chen Tiande, I shall await him there." In the midst of tranquil days, how did it come to this? The Cyclops was taken aback and hastily redialed, only to find the phone had been turned off. Since then, Tofu had vanished without a trace. Although Tofu had instructed the Cyclops to inform me, he neglected to provide his contact details, resulting in considerable effort before Bai Shuang could finally reach me. Upon hearing this, I was left in a state of bewilderment. The tomb of 10,000 demons? Could it be the very pit that Fei Dao Bai Laosi and his companions descended into back in the day? It was there that they removed the ghastly mask and subsequently fell into a bizarre cycle. Why would Tofu summon me to such a place? What had he discussed with the corpse immortal? The trio of keywords, corpse immortal, tomb of 10,000 demons, and curse, began to weave a thread of understanding in my mind. Could it be that Tofu was inquiring about a remedy for the curse with the corpse immortal? Such a course of action was indeed something Tofu would undertake. What then? Was his intention in inviting me to the tomb of 10,000 demons? Over 10 days had elapsed. I wondered what the situation might be. As I answered the call, I hurriedly purchased a cable car ticket to descend the mountain, exclaiming, "I am heading to the tomb of 10,000 demons. Await my news." Bai Shuang interjected. "I will accompany you." I replied, "Do not involve yourselves. This is an agreement between Tofu and me, and the fewer who are entangled, the better." Bai Shuang insisted. "Am I an outsider? That rascal has gone silent without a word. If I catch him this time, I shall not bear the surname Bai." I knew Tofu well. He was an individual deeply rooted in sentiment. His reticence towards Bai Shuang concerning these matters was, in fact, a form of protection, as he wished to keep her uninvolved. Given this, how could I possibly acquiesce to Bai Shuang's current request? Thus, I refused, stating, "There is no need for further discussion. Remain at home and await my news." I vow to return with him safely. "Corpse immortal, what have you done?" Previously, Old Zhao had informed me of the tomb of 10,000 demons location, situated in the ancient Chuzhou, now known as Lishui, in Zhejiang province. I purchased a ticket for the same day and arrived in Lishui. To be prudent, I decided to spend an extra night there to acquire some equipment. I had thought I would never again encounter such matters, yet here I was, merely half a year later, needing them once more. According to Old Zhao's earlier accounts, the tomb of 10,000 demons lay beneath a place called Jingguanshan in Lishui. Jingguan translates to golden coffin. In ancient times, the coffins of concubines were referred to as golden coffins, while those of lesser rank were called colorful coffins. To reach Jingguanshan, one must traverse a winding mountain road, where old-fashioned vans are available for rent. I rented a vehicle for 80 yuan and was about to embark when a woman's voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this voice, I doubted my ears. It sounded remarkably like Bai Shuang's voice. Yet, she should be in Shenzhen at this hour. Turning around, I saw two figures in outdoor attire rushing towards me. One was indeed Bai Shuang, while the other was the Cyclops. I was taken aback and exclaimed, "How did you find me here?" Both wore weary expressions, clearly having traveled a long distance. Bai Shuang, panting heavily, explained, "We pulled some strings and traced your identification information, discovering that you had purchased a ticket to this location yesterday. We have been waiting here since early morning." So, they spent the entire night at the most likely bus station searching for me because they could not find me? I was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to sigh. Chapter 13. Companionship. It appeared that Bai Shuang was resolute this time, having expended considerable effort. Yet, I understood her position in Dofu's heart. How could I allow her to take such risks? I remarked, "Going down the pit is not something just anyone can do. Ask old Zhang about the dangers of those places. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to my brother?" Bai Shuang's expression was unwavering. "Precisely because it is so dangerous, I must go. Though I am a woman, I hold a black belt in Taekwondo and will not be a burden to you. I am an adult and will take responsibility for my actions. Even if something were to happen, I do not need you to account for it." It was evident that Bai Shuang was somewhat upset. She was an intelligent woman and likely had deduced the reason for Dofu's sudden departure. Although our relationship was amicable, there exists a natural distance among individuals. In her heart, Dofu was undoubtedly the most significant. Now, with the fate of this paramount person unknown because of me, she surely harbored some resentment towards me. At that moment, I found myself empathizing with Xiao Jing's earlier animosity towards Dofu. What woman does not wish to be the most important person in her lover's heart? I smiled and said, "You might try to trust me. I will bring him back safely." Bai Shuang pursed her lips defiantly. "I am sorry, but in this matter, I only trust myself. I cannot place his life in someone else's hands." I sheepishly touched my nose. The word "someone else" was indeed apartment. In the past, I would have felt discontent, but now I found it rather comforting. Dofu, that naive fool so easily deceived, was fortunate to have such a clever and capable woman genuinely concerned for him. This was a good thing. Because of this, I was even more determined to keep this woman out of danger. I signaled to One-Eyed Dragon to take action. He had been with me for over 2 years and had keen insight. However, this time he deliberately turned his face away, pretending not to see. I was taken aback and said, "Old Zhang, turn your face back to me." One-Eyed Dragon cleared his throat and turned his head, saying, "Boss, I am also being forced to comply by Miss Bai's persistence. It is evident she is resolute. If you do not bring her along, she will undoubtedly create further commotion. I spent all morning on a plane, the afternoon in a car, and then squatted here at the bus station all night. I can hardly endure it, let alone Miss Bai. Just for this determination, what do you think?" I turned my gaze towards Bai Shuang. While she did not possess the striking beauty of Wen Min or the allure of Xiao Jing, she was still quite attractive. Her sharp yet gentle demeanor, coupled with her experience in the business world, made her stand out in both attire and presence. Yet at this moment, she was clad in outdoor gear. Her face smeared with a layer of oily sweat from not washing for a day and a night, her hair a disheveled mess. For a woman who valued her appearance, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. However, she seemed entirely unconcerned, standing rigidly with an air of uncompromising resolve. Just then, the driver of the van urged, "Are you going to leave or not? The earlier one departs, the sooner one returns. I still have business to attend to." Bai Shuang immediately exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us go." With that, she nimbly attempted to slip past me. Instinctively, I reached out to block her, but she suddenly puffed out her chest and glared at me, presenting an air of defiance as if daring me to catch her. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly withdrew my hand, finally understanding why she and Doufu were so inseparable. Beneath her astute exterior lay a playful spirit. As I retracted my hand, she settled into the vehicle, and given the circumstances, I had no choice but to follow suit. The van traversed the winding mountain roads, heading to a destination approximately 5 hours away. Although the linear distance was not particularly great, the surrounding mountains and the serpentine road extended the travel time. The place was called Xiangyang Village. I inquired with the driver about the village, and he replied, "It's been quite a while since anything noteworthy happened there. The village never had many residents to begin with, and during the reforestation efforts, most moved to the county town. Now it's just a desolate forest. What brings you to such a place?" I explained, "I'm passing through to pay respects to a friend's ancestors. They hail from Xiangyang Village." The driver nodded, not pressing further, but he was quite chatty, likely a result of years spent driving and the boredom that ensued. Despite my attempts to suggest he focus on the road, he seemed oblivious. Fortunately, his driving was proficient, navigating several treacherous bends with ease, so I ceased my efforts to deter him. According to him, before this road was constructed, entering Xiangyang Village required crossing a mountain and fording a river. The river was still visible, occasionally peeking out from between the mountains as the road wound its way through the terrain, while the silhouette of Jin Guanshan could be vaguely discerned. Bai Shuang and the Cyclops were exhausted, and shortly after getting into the vehicle, they slumped over and fell asleep. The driver maintained a swift pace, and in about 4 hours, we arrived at Jin Guanshan. The road was built halfway up the mountain, and the identity of the 10,000 demon concubine has always been shrouded in mystery. The burial site was relatively remote. Standing at the road's entrance, I surveyed the surrounding landscape. The feng shui here could only be deemed mediocre for a burial, suitable for common folk, but not for someone of high status. Given the 10,000 demon concubine's position, being interred in such a place seemed rather constraining. There is a saying regarding the mountains, yin and yang. Thus my gaze soon settled upon the sunny side, known colloquially as the fertile ground. This area lacked any substantial trees, consisting instead of slender, high shrubs, growing in a well-ordered manner, clearly indicating human cultivation. I recalled that old Zhao had mentioned the entrance to the tomb of the 10,000 demon concubine was located on a terraced field. Over the years of reforestation, the fields had vanished, replaced by young trees that, although not yet fully grown, had already begun to blend into the landscape. To reach that destination, we must forge our own path. Having prepared in advance, I extracted a machete from my pack and began to clear the surrounding underbrush and weeds. It was the height of summer, the heat oppressive, and the forest teemed with buzzing insects, a vibrant season for the proliferation of various life forms. Occasionally, one could catch sight of serpents and insects, and sometimes, passing beneath a tree, the rustling sound would reach my ears. Looking up, I would find the branches densely populated with large caterpillars. The rustling noise was indeed the sound they made while devouring the leaves. I had expected Bai Shuang to be frightened. If it were tofu, she would have likely cowered in fear. Yet, to my surprise, she remained composed. Noticing my puzzled gaze, Bai Shuang shrugged calmly and said, "There's nothing to fear. I hail from the countryside and have encountered plenty of such sights while cutting grass back home." During this leisurely interlude, I often found myself online. Previously, I had been too busy with various responsibilities, but recently I had learned quite a few new words. There's a saying that if one cannot rely on their family background, they must strive with all their might. The world brims with opportunities, but they are reserved for those willing to toil. Bai Shuang, once a naive girl from the countryside, had ventured to Shenzhen with an unreliable boyfriend, only to be abandoned in that unfamiliar place, enduring untold hardships in the process. Yet today, she stood resilient, thriving more than most. When fate toys with us, it may not always bring calamity. As long as one is willing to strive, it could lead to a rebirth. In this world, hard work does not guarantee success, but a lack of effort will surely result in failure. As I forged ahead, I resolved not to let anything happen to Bai Shuang, for I would find it unbearable to face tofu otherwise. After 3 arduous hours of clearing a path, we finally arrived at the location I had envisioned. By this time, the sun was setting, a fiery orb sinking on the horizon, and the surrounding scenery had begun to blur. The forest was thick and lush, and discerning the precise structure of the tomb of the 10,000 demons would require additional effort. Tonight would not suffice. Thus, I and the Cyclops cleared a patch of ground, pitched our tent, and hung our camp lanterns, allowing the 3 of us to rest. This area was too dense and dry for making a fire. A moment's inattention could spark a forest fire. Fortunately, this location was not as remote as others we had visited, and we still had signal. Bai Shuang's phone rang incessantly, filled with work inquiries and dinner invitations, all of which she declined under the pretense of being on a trip. The Cyclops and I found ourselves quite relaxed, pulling out our phones to play a game of landlord. After a while, I suggested that the Cyclops and Bai Shuang retire early while I took the first watch, and the Cyclops would take the second. As a young woman, Bai Shuang naturally did not need to stand guard. Once the 2 entered the tent, the surroundings fell silent. In that stillness, my mind began to churn with thoughts, overwhelming enough to cause me a headache. These thoughts were beyond my ability to explore, so to clear my mind, I took out my phone and continued browsing the internet, downloading an electronic book by Chen Tiande and reading through much of the night until I woke the Cyclops for his shift. The night passed without incident. The following morning, we packed our belongings and began to investigate the terrain of the ancient tomb. Chapter 14. Opening the coffin. The inquiry was not something that could simply be discerned with the eyes. It required probing and exploration, a task that demanded considerable time and effort. Consequently, Bai Shuang could offer little assistance, so I suggested she rest. However, her stubbornness prevailed, and she insisted on being of help, appearing quite unsettled at the thought of being idle. After pondering briefly, I said, "Since Dofu has summoned me to this place, he must have descended into the pit. There may be exploratory holes he left behind nearby. Please search for small, straight holes like these, and notify us if you find anything. Just do not stray too far from us." Bai Shuang nodded energetically and immediately set to work. Meanwhile, the one-eyed dragon and I began our own search, scrutinizing the coloration of the surrounding soil. Before long, we heard Bai Shuang exclaim, "Come down here. There's a large hole." The one-eyed dragon shouted back, "We need small holes, not large ones. A big hole could be a beast's den." Bai Shuang looked up and called out, "But there are footprints here." Footprints? Upon hearing this, both the one-eyed dragon and I perked up, hastily descending the slope and nearly losing our footing in our eagerness. Upon reaching Bai Shuang's location, I immediately laid eyes on the so-called large hole. It was a perfectly straight circular opening, approximately 2 meters in diameter, just wide enough for a person to enter. The hole appeared remarkably new, with fresh earth still heaped at the entrance, albeit in modest quantity. It was evident that this hole had been recently excavated on the newly disturbed earth at the entrance. 2 footprints were visible. These footprints were peculiar. One appeared relatively normal, likely made by a pair of mountaineering boots, while the other was much smaller, merely half the size of a regular footprint, and its forepart had a distinctly pointed shape. What manner of foot was this? A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind, and I swiftly realized that these were the footprints of those delicate, golden-threaded immortal boots. Such footwear resembled the boat-bottom shoes worn by performers, with a tapered sole, a style from ancient times seldom donned by commoners, primarily associated with ceremonial use. often found on the feet of the deceased or divine figures. I immediately recognized that these curious footprints belonged to a corpse spirit, and it was clear that this hole had been excavated by Dofu and his companion. I had initially assumed that given Dofu's limited capabilities, he would manage to create a stable hole, but the perfectly circular, 2-meter diameter opening was indeed beyond my expectations. Upon closer inspection, I discerned the truth. This hole could not have been dug by Dofu, for there were no signs of a shovel having been employed at the entrance. In fact, there were no marks whatsoever, as though a 2-meter diameter Luoyang shovel had been thrust straight into the ground. This type of hole was characteristic of corpse pits, likely excavated by ancient corpses. However, I surmised that it had indeed been created by a corpse spirit. What a pity if it had soiled that priceless garment. Lost in thought, I gestured to the one-eyed dragon and Bai Shuang, signaling for them to follow closely behind me as I ventured inside first. The tunnel was perfectly straight, and I could only wonder how it had been created. Nevertheless, such details lay beyond the scope of my investigation. After walking for approximately 10 meters, darkness enveloped us, as external light could no longer penetrate, prompting us to switch on our flashlights. As soon as the flashlight flickered to life, several shadowy figures darted from the darkness, scurrying past our feet. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were a few furry creatures. They fled with such speed that I could not discern their exact nature, swiftly vanishing into the cave's mouth, likely startled by our presence. I surmised that this cave had recently been appropriated by certain animals as their nesting site. The Cyclops, clearly aware of this, hissed softly and inquired, "Do you think our precious bean is still here, having arrived at such an inconvenient hour? Surely he wouldn't have waited for us in this place, now claimed by wildlife." Indeed, as we ventured further, we encountered a cluster of dried grass, carelessly arranged, suggesting that these creatures had only recently taken up residence. Constructing a nest is no simple task for animals. In my youth, I mischievously disturbed a swallow's nest beneath our eaves, only to be reprimanded soundly by my grandfather. He held superstitious beliefs, asserting that a bird nesting in one's home signified good fortune and favorable feng shui. After receiving my scolding, I felt indignant, and, when my grandfather was distracted, I destroyed another nest in a different corner out of spite. Its secluded location meant my grandfather remained oblivious. However, that very afternoon, I noticed a bird returning to that spot, its beak laden with a clump of mud-coated grass, no larger than my pinky finger, struggling under the weight. It diligently affixed the small, muddy bundle to the eave. In that moment, I realized this bird must have been the original tenant, its home destroyed, now intent on rebuilding. Intrigued by its industriousness, I observed intently. Children possess keen eyesight, and I watched as the bird flew far across the riverbank, grasping a small tuft of grass before laboriously returning. The process repeated itself, each time yielding only a tiny piece, until fatigue overcame my curiosity, prompting me to play elsewhere. Over the next few days, I frequently checked on the bird, noting its unwavering commitment. Within 2 days, it had constructed a new nest. As an adult, I learned that inexperienced young swallows typically require over 10 days to build a nest, making this creature's swift accomplishment all the more impressive, albeit taxing. Sometimes, what appears fragile and insignificant may demand immense effort. In my past wanderings through the wild, I would never destroy an animal's nest. Hence I remained oblivious to the soft grassy banks on either side, illuminating my path with the light. Before long, I stumbled upon a stone wall, its center marked by a neatly arranged opening. These were clearly tomb bricks, large, heavy, and a deep shade of black. I directed the light within, revealing a dark stone chamber devoid of any unpleasant odor, suggesting that the stale air had been adequately ventilated over time. This was White Shuang's first foray into an ancient tomb, and she appeared apprehensive, her eyes wide open as she cautiously scanned her surroundings, reluctant to stray too far. To my astonishment, this tunnel led directly to the main hall. According to the tomb's layout, traversing this chamber would bring us to the central burial chamber, where the golden coffin of the queen of all demons lay. Pu Zhan, in his lifetime, was an expert in such matters, intimately familiar with the structure of ancient tombs, making such precision unsurprising. My gaze immediately fixed upon the entrance to the main tomb chamber across from me. The entrance, arched and adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, showcased 2 shadowy deities standing vigil on either side. Upon closer inspection, Their lifelike forms and meticulous details gave the impression that they might leap down at any moment, their wide-open eyes seeming to shift with the angle of one's gaze, imparting an unsettling sensation of being observed. The opulent ancient tomb, renowned in legends, appeared rather simplistic to me, perhaps due to the grand excavations of recent years that had raised expectations. Although Dofu had visited previously, I still ventured ahead cautiously, just in case. However, everything that followed was relatively smooth. Upon entering the main tomb chamber, I beheld a grand, lacquered coffin resting upon a mortuary bed directly before me. Bai Shuang glanced around, her voice tinged with anxiety as she mustered her composure to ask, "Is there a body inside that coffin?" I shook my head and replied, "This tomb has been disturbed thrice. The body turned to ash the first time it was moved. Do not be afraid." At my words, she nodded, her expression relaxing. I illuminated the surroundings with my flashlight, finding nothing else of interest. Why had Dofu summoned me? Had I truly arrived too late? Where had he been during this time? After surveying the area, I noticed something amiss: the coffin. According to the descriptions provided by old Xiao, the lid had been thrown aside. How was it now closed again? My heart raced, and I exchanged a glance with the one-eyed dragon, simultaneously signaling Bai Shuang to keep her distance. We approached the coffin's edge. The lid was indeed in place, without any coffin nails. I rapped on it twice, and a muffled thud echoed back, yielding no response. Thus I declared, "Let us open the coffin and see what lies within." The one-eyed dragon suddenly interjected, "It wouldn't be doozy, would it?" I quickly dismissed his words, thinking to myself that such a notion was ill-fated, and replied, "Let us investigate first." Deep down, however, his comment sent chills down my spine. Chapter 15. The mask. The coffin lid was notably heavy, creaking dully as we pushed against it. With a concerted effort from both the one-eyed dragon and myself, we slowly pried it open, revealing a dark interior, devoid of the strange odors typical of previous coffin openings. I feared encountering a corpse within, but to my surprise, as the lid opened further, the sight that met my eyes was utterly vacant. Could the coffin be empty? I paused momentarily, then exerted more force, resulting in a loud thud as the lid fell aside, unveiling the entire coffin. At that moment, an exquisitely crafted object came into view within the coffin. A mask. An exceptionally thin jade mask. Its central section bore a brownish hue, resembling some form of patina. Instantly, a term flashed through my mind: the face of the ghostly abyss. I had seen this artifact depicted in the murals of the ghostly abyss. It was originally a treasure of the shaman from that realm. After the inhabitants of the ghostly abyss migrated to the central plains, it remained a mystery how the mask ended up in the possession of the queen of all demons. I had previously speculated whether this queen of all demons might be a descendant of the ghostly abyss. The one-eyed dragon exclaimed in astonishment, "It's a mask." The reasons behind this are known to the one-eyed dragon only superficially, thus he failed to recognize it. Meanwhile, I was filled with uncertainty. How could this object be here? When the notorious White Fourth and Yang Fong came to plunder the tomb, Yang Fong donned this cursed mask and suddenly succumbed to a frenzied rage. It was White Fourth, wielding his extraordinary flying daggers, who ultimately ended Yang Fong's life, only to be subsequently afflicted by the curse of the mask, which was then passed on to my grandfather. Logically, this mask should have remained with my grandfather, yet for reasons unknown, it had not surfaced until now. I had assumed it was taken by Chen Tiande. So how did it end up here in this coffin? It certainly could not have been placed there by chance. Could it be the work of a corpse spirit? I was utterly perplexed, staring at the mask, which was both exquisite and somewhat eerie, rooted to the spot. Just then, the one-eyed dragon suddenly interjected, "Boss, it seems there is something beneath the mask." His words prompted me to notice that something appeared to be pressed underneath. However, I held a deep aversion to such objects. So I donned a pair of corpse-handling gloves and carefully lifted the mask. Though it appeared lightweight, it bore a certain heft. Upon removing it, a piece of paper was revealed beneath. It was an ordinary sheet, likely torn from a notebook, inscribed with a few elegant words in black ink. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. The handwriting was exquisite. I recognized it immediately as Tofu's notes. Historically, there has been little distinction between calligraphy and painting. Those who study art invariably have decent penmanship. I examined the paper thoroughly, both front and back, but aside from those 7 characters, there were no additional markings. What was Tofu's intention in writing this? Where had he gone? To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. I was uncertain where the corpse spirit had acquired this mask, but it must be connected to recent events. Is it possible that the phrase to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer, implies that the mask must be returned to the queen of all demons? Yet she had turned to ash. I sensed that the matter was far more complex than I had initially considered. Tofu, typically straightforward, had written this with such ambiguity. What could it mean? The curse of the mask had originally targeted White Fourth. Could it be that the bell ringer refers to him? Tofu had summoned me here, presumably to hand over the mask, but my failure to arrive on time resulted in this cryptic note being left behind. Now, who knows where White Fourth might be? Suddenly, I recalled the elderly Baisani from Beijing, who had mysteriously vanished. Could this be connected to the affair? Instinctively, I grasped the mask, my mind racing with numerous thoughts. Firstly, it was evident that Tofu's intent was to inquire about the curse from the corpse spirit when he intercepted it. Clearly, the spirit had agreed to assist him. Otherwise, they would not have departed so decisively or ventured into this tomb of demons. Secondly, regarding the mask itself, it should have logically remained in Chun Si's possession. Yet the mute had never mentioned it, indicating that the mask had changed hands again. Who will return to contend for this mask? This mask must have been procured by the corpse immortal, yet its origins remain a mystery. If one must locate by Laosi to unravel this curse, why does the corpse immortal not assist fully, ensuring the journey reaches its conclusion? Since Dofu is aware of the means to break the curse, why has he not made an appearance? Could it be that he has departed with the corpse immortal? The more I ponder, the more I sense something amiss. I cannot help but scrutinize the mask in my hands. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the mask, that visage, had come to life, particularly its eyes, which appeared as two swirling vortices, rendering me dizzy and disoriented. When clarity returned, I heard a cry of alarm from the one-eyed dragon. This startling exclamation jolted my consciousness back, and I realized that, for some inexplicable reason, I had nearly donned the mask. At this moment, the mask was a mere 5 centimeters from my face. Its eye sockets were hollow, through which I could discern the horrified expression of the one-eyed dragon, who shouted, "Master, what are you doing?" A shiver ran down my spine. Was it not Yang Fong who had also involuntarily placed it upon his face? He was subsequently slain by Bai Laosi, who, upon acquiring the mask, too found himself compelled to wear it, thus giving birth to the curse. It is said that this mask can ensnare one in a nightmare. This nightmare likely refers to the curse itself. Now, I too find myself ensnared by its allure. In a moment of trepidation, I prepared to withdraw my hand, when suddenly an epiphany struck me. Since I have already succumbed to the curse, what further consequences could arise from wearing the mask? The one who tied the bell must untie it. Could this imply something different? After all, I am already cursed. What harm could there be in donning it once more? Dofu must be aware of the mask's peculiar allure. Yet he chose to leave it within the coffin. Could this be his intent? This thought ignited a fervor within me, and I signaled to the one-eyed dragon to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, I gradually brought the mask closer to my face. In an instant, a chill enveloped my features. The mask was somewhat oversized. I pondered that the legendary demoness of 10,000 beasts could not have possessed an enormous visage, or else the emperor would not have been so easily captivated by her. Initially, after donning the mask, I felt no extraordinary sensations, but soon dizziness enveloped me, and my vision began to distort. My limbs grew weak, and concurrently, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated within the depths of my mind. It seemed to linger at my ear, yet felt distant, ethereal, reciting a passage in a language I could not comprehend, though I surmised it to be a form of shamanic tongue. Damn it, how I wished Hong Mao were here. I could not fathom the meaning of this utterance. The voice persisted, swelling within my consciousness, at times crystal clear, at others resembling inaudible whispers, leading me to wonder if I was merely hallucinating. Eventually, I felt myself being lifted, presumably by the one-eyed dragon and by Shuang, my body as limp as water, as they carried me across the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, my consciousness remained shrouded in a haze. Amidst this confusion, I sensed the mask upon my face being removed, shortly followed by the sound of 2 voices engaged in conversation. I recognized them as belonging to the Cyclops and Bai Shuang, yet at that moment, their voices seemed to emanate from the farthest reaches of the world. My memories had devolved into fleeting fragments, a mere second-s recollection. I grasped one statement only to forget another, leaving me utterly oblivious to the content of their discourse. When clarity began to return, I found myself in a hospital, specifically one in Lishui. The Cyclops stood vigil by my side, informing me that I had been unconscious for 4 days, subsisting solely on nutritional injections during this time. Bai Shuang had departed for Shenzhen 2 days prior due to pressing matters. Do you have any sensations? He inquired. I had a dream, I replied. What was it about? Upon deeper reflection, I realized that during my unconsciousness, I had experienced a significant dream, wherein I maintained awareness, continuously reminding myself not to forget upon awakening. Regrettably, I had indeed forgotten, and could recall nothing. Damn it, what on earth? Chapter 16. Inheritance. Seated in the hospital, I found myself unable to remember anything. A most disheartening sentiment. The Cyclops procured a bowl of glucose for me, and after such a prolonged period without sustenance, I could not discern any flavor as I drank. I inquired whether any peculiar incidents had occurred after he donned the mask, recalling that Yang Feng had gone into a frenzy for a similar reason. The Cyclops pondered for a moment before responding. There was no immediate danger, but you kept chanting spells, reminiscent of what that red-haired lad often recites. By the way, I recorded it. His last statement startled me immensely. You recorded it? How did you think to do that? He rubbed his head thoughtfully and replied. Given your condition at the time, it was evident something was amiss. I didn't understand its meaning, but I thought it prudent to record it. I waited for your awakening to decide whether to share it with that red-haired fellow, so he might listen. I gestured for him to hand me his phone, pressed the play button, and listened intently. It was indeed my voice, humming an odd tune. I attempted to mimic it, but found no rhythm or clue. Such incantation-like intonations were beyond my capacity to reproduce in my normal state. As the saying goes, different fields are like different mountains. After listening for a while without comprehension, I could only signal the Cyclops to send a copy to the red-haired one, hoping he could decipher its significance. With Tofu missing, I returned to Shenzhen to temporarily manage the gallery. I suspected he had joined the corpse immortal, thus I began to probe for information regarding this entity. However, they appeared to have evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. In contemplation, I thought of El Su, yet he too had seemingly vanished over the past 6 months. I even harbored doubts as to whether the corpse immortal had eliminated him upon departing the desert. In the absence of any progress in locating the corpse immortal, a message finally reached me from the red-haired one. Rather than a phone call, he arrived directly in Shenzhen, entering the gallery and regarding me with an intensity akin to that of someone observing a panda, his gaze unervingly piercing. I was gazing at him for a moment, unable to contain myself, and asked, "What is that look in your eyes?" The red-haired man replied, "A look of admiration." Admiration? This term left me utterly perplexed. What could this fellow possibly admire about me? He then rubbed his hands together, exclaiming with excitement, "What about the mask? Can I see it?" Noticing his intense curiosity, I inquired, "Did you discern anything from that recording?" The red-haired man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If I were unclear about the contents of the recording, would I have come all the way here? First, show me the mask, and then I shall elaborate." Observing his fervor, I refrained from further dialogue and led him upstairs, presenting the ghostly mask that I had stored in a box. The red-haired man delicately caressed the mask, turning it over repeatedly with evident excitement, which made me realize he must have uncovered something significant. After a brief moment, he seemed to regain his composure. His usually cheerful face now bore a sympathetic expression as he stated, "I have listened to the recording. However, I am uncertain whether this is good news or ill for you." I asked, "What do you mean?" He reclined on the sofa, saying, "It's a long story. Are you familiar with the lineage of shamans?" Recalling some material I had previously read, I replied, "Typically, it is hereditary, emphasizing bloodlines. In the absence of a hereditary line, capable individuals among other shamans may be chosen." The red-haired man nodded, saying, "This ghostly mask is worn by the highest priest of the ghostly sect. After their migration to the Central Plains, their lineage faced several interruptions and revivals. The Princess Gij and the Wan Yao concubine you encountered, despite belonging to different dynasties, were both bearers of this lineage. The ghostly mask represents a form of inheritance. In fact, curses do not exist." Curses do not exist? What then could account for my experiences, what Chen Tiande endured, and my grandfather's entire life? A surge of uncontainable anger began to rise within me. The red-haired man discerned my agitation and quickly said, "Please, calm down. I have not finished speaking." After a brief pause, he continued to explain, "In truth, what you have always perceived as a curse is, in essence, a form of inheritance, merely misunderstood due to its prolonged disappearance. The subsequent misfortunes and calamities you experienced have their reasons." Then, He shifted the conversation abruptly, shrugging and asking, "Do you know why I am so impoverished?" The abrupt change in topic left me momentarily stunned, and I replied, "What do you mean?" He said, "I possess certain exceptional skills, and in these times, there are many who have met untimely ends. The disturbances they cause are significant. If I wished to make money, I would not have reached this point. Each profession has its own rules. I recall you all are quite particular about accumulating virtue in your line of work." I nodded, understanding that treasure hunting is a trade that incurs negative karma, and one should not dismiss the supernatural. Generally, those engaged in such endeavors, even if they themselves escape misfortune, often find their offspring susceptible to calamity. This wisdom had been passed down by our predecessors, hence the emphasis on accumulating virtue. Take the Zhuang family, for instance. Their external image is quite commendable. They frequently engage in charitable endeavors, contributing to impoverished regions, hope primary schools, disease funds, and environmental protection efforts. This not only establishes a positive public persona, but also serves to accumulate virtue for themselves. To put it plainly, for every tenfold profit gained, 2 portions ought to be dedicated to benevolent acts. However, adherence to such age-old conventions is typically observed only by those of considerable means. Those who are petty thieves or lack ambition tend to regard wealth as paramount, believing that once money has entered their coffers, it is impossible to relinquish it. Over the years, I too have earned a fair amount, yet I spend it swiftly. While I have engaged in charity, my contributions have been modest. Is this young man's implication that my misfortunes stem primarily from a lack of virtuous deeds? Before I could voice my thoughts, Hongmao interjected, "You have your own rules, and we have ours." The primitive shamanism bears resemblance to the austere practices of Buddhism, since shamans possess the ability to summon spirits. They emphasize the maintenance of a robust and pure physical form. Thus, historically, renowned shamans have lived lives akin to ascetics. I began to grasp the meaning and remarked, "You have lived in poverty," indicating your lofty aspirations. Hongmao, still smiling, shrugged and said, "Each person has their own ambitions. Everyone's pursuits differ. What may seem arduous to others is, for me, a willing choice." This mask of the ghostly realm serves as a tool of inheritance. The initial recipient of this legacy was Bai Weisheng, whom you refer to as Bai Laosi, but he has since passed away, and the shadow, in fact, lacks life, thus severing the transmission of the legacy. I immediately understood, saying, "So Bai Laosi passed the mask to my grandfather, thereby bestowing the inheritance upon him?" Hongmao nodded and replied, "Regrettably, this inheritance has been severed for too long. The average person cannot comprehend its mysteries. The highest legacy from the ghostly shaman is exceedingly demanding, and the reason your lives are plagued by misfortune is that you act according to the trajectory of ordinary lives. In truth, from the moment you accepted the inheritance, you became a successor of ghostly culture. By wearing this mask for an extended period, you will naturally come to understand many things. Unfortunately, your aversion to it has kept you from grasping its true power." Upon hearing this, I was left utterly astonished, my mind a whirlwind of confusion. According to Hariza, the reason for our plight is that we have accepted the highest legacy of ghostly shamans, while simultaneously acting in contradiction to its requirements, thus inviting calamity upon ourselves. Hongmao continued, "You may envision this inheritance as a form of power. While it bestows strength upon you, it simultaneously constrains you in certain respects. If you act in opposition to it, it is akin to the so-called loss of virtue in your line of work, and you will inevitably suffer the consequences. Of course, you could choose a different path and become a worthy heir. However, this path is exceedingly arduous for ordinary individuals like yourself. You may find yourself without love or wealth, living in solitude and poverty until the end of your days, yet you would attain tremendous power. In ancient times, this power was sufficient to safeguard and guide a civilization. But in modern society, it holds little practical use." He sighed and remarked, "Thus, I say that this news is uncertain for you, whether it is good or bad. If this inheritance were to fall upon me, I would embrace it with joy. Alas, it has been bestowed upon one unworthy." I immediately inquired, "How can the inheritance be transferred to you?" The red-haired man chuckled softly, replying, "Unless you meet your demise." Chapter 17, A Trial of Skill for Me. This was indeed disheartening news. What could be more tragic than a life dictated by fate? The path laid before me seemed singular and unyielding. To tread the course of this inheritance, which promised immense power, perhaps I could, akin to the shamans of legend, commune with the divine and summon entities akin to 01. Yet, accompanying this power would be a life steeped in solitude and desolation. I fear not poverty. After years of tumultuous highs and lows, I have come to terms with life's vicissitudes. While days of wealth are undoubtedly more pleasant, I have learned that freedom and joy surpass all material gains. The so-called curse is merely a misguided notion. Did the tofu leave the mask for me to impart this truth? He himself could not fathom such insights. Thus, the truth must be revealed by the corpse immortal. Now, at this juncture, the enigma that has perplexed 3 generations of my family has finally surfaced. As I sat upon the sofa, I felt an overwhelming emptiness enveloping my existence. What significance does a life destined for tragedy hold? Regrettably, thoughts of self-harm elude me. These past years have been arduous, and the more I endure, the less I desire to succumb to death. As the ancients wisely stated, even ants strive to survive. After a prolonged silence, I gathered my emotions and resolved to accept reality, expressing to the red-haired man, "I am grateful for your revelations." He shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "I actually came here with the intention of finding you. Should the blow prove too much for you to bear, and I could seize an opportunity." It was evident that the red-haired man harbored an insatiable desire for this inheritance. Each individual has their aspirations. What is a source of torment for me may very well be his unattainable dream. Yet, for an ordinary person, the closeness of family, friends, and lovers remains elusive to me, perhaps forever out of reach. Observing the longing in the red-haired man's eyes, I felt a flicker of vitality and asked, "Does your pursuit in life remain unchanged?" He grinned broadly and replied, "Life is fleeting. To live in accordance with one's own desires is a true delight. While others may perceive my existence as pitiable, I find them to be the truly unfortunate." I smiled gently and inquired, "How so?" He responded, "To study merely for the sake of studying, to marry just to marry, to have children solely to fulfill societal expectations, living life dictated by others' perceptions is indeed a lamentable existence. My life is my own, untouched by others' judgments. I live solely for myself, engaging in pursuits that bring me joy." I remarked, "If that is the case, it appears we might find companionship in one another. Though it is not my aspiration, I yearn for a tranquil and harmonious life marked by marriage and children. Although I am at the threshold of my 30s, I sense that my passion has been considerably tempered." Red-haired gently patted my shoulder and, with a playful smile, remarked, "I heard from old Zhang that the little shadow has gone missing again." "Indeed," I replied, "he has departed with the corpse immortal." Deep within, I harbored a conviction that the corpse immortal would not inflict harm upon him. If there were any grievances against Tofu, they would have manifested at the time of emergence in the desert, leading to Tofu's demise. It is far more likely that they are engaged in some other endeavor. But what could that endeavor entail? If all that Pujin accomplished in life was aimed at attaining immortality posthumously, then with the assistance of the void and the heavenly eye, he must be verging on that realm, perhaps even having already achieved it. Should he realize such a goal, what remains for him to pursue in this mortal realm? Conversely, if his objectives remain unfulfilled, what course of action shall he undertake next? I was utterly at a loss. During this period, Bai Shuang had not visited again. I sensed a lingering resentment within her towards me. Each person harbors self-interest. And with the man she cherished lost to uncertainty due to my actions, how could she not harbor feelings of grievance? Yet Bai Shuang, being a woman of refinement, refrained from voicing her discontent, although I was acutely aware of it. At this juncture, my pursuit of Tofu's whereabouts seemed futile. After much contemplation, I resolved that since the path of life had already been delineated, I could only continue to tread it diligently. If the inheritance truly bestows certain powers, perhaps I could leverage this force to uncover Tofu's fate. I inquired of Red-haired how I might proceed. He advised that each night, donning the mask before sleep would yield results. He chose to remain in the gallery, thus accompanying me. In the ensuing nights, I found myself ensnared in dreams. Frankly, the sensation of wearing the mask was quite uncomfortable. Its frigid touch, reminiscent of a shroud laid upon a corpse, made it feel as though I were donning a layer of dead skin. Similarly, upon awakening the next morning, my mind remained a blank slate, yet as time passed, the veil of memory began to lift gradually. This inheritance was a peculiar phenomenon, akin to the awakening of some innate instinct. Once, curiosity led someone to separate a wolf cub from its pack and raise it in a laboratory. Surprisingly, without parental guidance, the cub instinctively learned many of the pack's rules. These rules, forged through the long evolution of the pack, were not innate, yet the cub astonishingly inherited them. Consequently, some believe that the propagation of animals differs from that of humans. While humans possess only bloodline inheritance, animals might inherit memory genes, awakening them at certain periods to recall the lives of their ancestors. Though this notion remains speculative, I find my current state strikingly akin to this idea, as if some lock within my memories has been opened, allowing ancient, once incomprehensible information to seep in gradually. The rapport between red-haired and me began to deepen. Over the subsequent month, I started to grasp some of the tricks red-haired referred to as little antics. On that day, Hongmao unexpectedly approached me, expressing his desire to take me out for some practical experience. At that time, I was still managing the art gallery. However, apart from covering costs, I had saved all the income, refraining from further investments and taking only a minimal portion as my salary. Previously, I was a person who valued appearance. Yet now I had removed my expensive watch and the ancient jade necklace from my neck, opting instead for a pair of jeans and a plain white t-shirt purchased from a street vendor. From a former elite in the business world, I had transformed into a rather inconspicuous middle-aged man amidst the crowd. I had begun to gradually adapt to this new way of life. As the saying goes, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but moving from extravagance back to frugality is quite challenging. I had endured difficult times, yet that was over a decade ago. The subsequent years had been quite prosperous, and now, suddenly embracing such a grounded lifestyle was indeed hard to adjust to. Nevertheless, living itself is often not an easy endeavor. In the grand scheme of life, very few matters come easily. For the lives most people lead, isn't it true that they must adapt out of necessity? I felt assured that I would manage. Hongmao had prepared some equipment and promptly took me to a villa area located in Xiaomi. It appeared he had made prior arrangements, as he informed the security guard that Mr. Zhou had invited us, and thus we were granted immediate access. Along the way, I followed Hongmao, unable to contain my curiosity, and asked, "Where exactly are we going for practical experience?" Hongmao replied, "Haven't you learned about Yueling these past few days? Theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to real-life practice. Yueling involves communicating with the deceased, or soft zongzi. Although we possess certain esoteric skills, we can only see zongzi at best. Conversing with soft zongzi is generally quite challenging unless the other party possesses superior abilities and chooses to speak first." As we spoke, we arrived at a villa, where a maid-like woman greeted us. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and the villa's owner was home. This Mr. Zhou appeared to be in his 40s, balding and portly. Despite his affluent appearance, his skin bore a yellowish tint, indicative of depleted vitality, a sign of overindulgence in drink and pleasures. Such individuals often suffer from diminished essence in their youth and typically do not enjoy long lives, frequently plagued by chronic ailments. Upon entering, Mr. Zhou began scrutinizing both me and Harazaki. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and Buddhas rely on gold adornments. Had I presented myself as I once did, he would never have regarded us with such disdain and skepticism. However, at that moment, both Hongmao and I were indeed perceived as mere charlatans. He remarked, "You two? One looks like a shammade, and the other, can you even do anything?" Hongmao, usually jovial, became agitated at the mention of shammade. He retorted, "You ought to watch your words. Boss, what shammade? Do you have any idea how many places I had to visit to gather 9 red-feathered roosters for this hair? Forget it. You wouldn't understand." With that, he boldly plopped himself down on the sofa. Harazaki-guy's hair was not merely for show. It was a manifestation of a secret technique, involving considerable intricacies and not achieved with ordinary hair dye. To be labeled as shammade by Mr. Zhou truly vexed him. Chapter 18. Encountering spirits. Boss Zhou observed with displeasure as the red-haired man lounged comfortably on his sofa, his demeanor far from cordial. In a brusque tone, he inquired, "What abilities do you possess? Do not deceive me, or you shall regret it." I surveyed the surroundings in silence, for I was merely here to hone my skills, disinterested in engaging in inconsequential banter. The red-haired man replied, "Why the rush? It is not yet dark, is it? Have you ever seen a ghost appear in broad daylight?" Although he did not elaborate, I quickly deduced the situation. It seemed that Boss Zhou's residence was haunted, likely prompting him to seek assistance in banishing the spirit. And the red-haired man had brought me along for practice. Boss Zhou glanced at his watch and, without further ado, instructed a maid to prepare coffee for us. Taking his seat on the opposite sofa, the red-haired man, casually crossing his legs, urged him to elaborate on the specifics. Given our somewhat shabby appearance, Boss Zhou's skepticism was palpable. However, he seemed willing to give us a chance, albeit with a lack of cordiality as he recounted his experiences. As he spoke of the matter, his previously disdainful demeanor softened, revealing a hint of trepidation on his face. It was just 4 nights ago, he began. While I was trying to sleep, I felt as though someone was standing beside my bed. Yet, upon opening my eyes, I saw nothing. Fear began to creep in, prompting me to sleep with the lights on. Then, I detected a strong metallic scent of blood, seemingly emanating from the bathroom. With the servants off duty and my family away on a trip, I was alone and quite frightened. I ventured to the bathroom, but found no blood. He swallowed hard, his facial muscles twitching slightly. When I looked up, I saw a shadowy figure in the bathroom mirror standing right behind me. Mirrors have long been believed to possess the power to reveal spirits and ward off evil. Many ancient tombs, and even coffins, often contain bronze mirrors or similar artifacts. Drawing from my studies over the past month, I inquired, what was the ghost wearing? Boss Zhou regarded me momentarily before responding. At first, I did not pay attention. I only perceived a dark shadow, which terrified me. After that, I cannot recall much, but the next day, it felt as if I had experienced a nightmare. The existence of ghosts is difficult to accept, leading me to believe I was simply fatigued, perhaps seeing things. However, the same eerie occurrences persisted over the following nights, and the specter became increasingly distinct. Its head was misshapen, covered in blood, and it wore nothing but a pair of trousers, following me closely at night. Have you seen it without the aid of a mirror? I queried. Not at all, Boss Zhou replied. The red-haired man remained jovial, turning to me with a smile. What are your thoughts? Share them. I shall offer my insights. He was indeed a seasoned expert in this realm, far more adept than I, a mere novice. After a moment of contemplation, I shared my hypothesis with him. This appears to be a lingering spirit, and judging by Boss Zhou's lack of any ghastly aura, the apparition likely poses no real threat. Its persistent presence suggests it has unfinished business. A lingering spirit refers to one that has recently passed. Not all who die become ghosts. It is only those souls that wander the earthly realm, rather than transitioning to the underworld, that are deemed ghosts. Boss Zhou, perhaps perceiving our professionalism and having heard me mention the ghostly presence, touched his face and inquired, so, the ghost truly does not intend to harm me? I nodded and replied, if it were to threaten you, you would not have been so untroubled these past few days. The more formidable the ghost, the more ferocious it tends to be. However, even the most basic spirits possess certain ordinary abilities. Individuals like you, Boss Zhou, who indulge excessively in wine and pleasure while neglecting physical fitness, exhibit a weakened vital essence, making them susceptible to even the most benign spirits. While less powerful ghosts may not inflict direct harm, they often resort to illusions, nightmares, and ghostly energies to instill fear. Those tormented may find themselves sleepless, plagued by nightmares, perceiving an apple as a human head, while the ghost lies beside them during the night. Though imperceptible, this proximity allows the ghostly energy to infiltrate, gradually depleting one's vitality. Thus, our ancestors proclaimed, humans and ghosts tread divergent paths, each pursuing their own course. Given your current safety, it seems that this spirit harbors no malicious intent. Upon hearing our analysis, Boss Zhou insisted, regardless of its intentions, I want it gone immediately. Red Hair interjected with a gesture, stating, to make the horse run, one must feed it grass. Boss Zhou, we are hungry, please procure some food. After instructing the maid to prepare something to eat, Red Hair promptly added, how about sautéed sea cucumber? Followed by a chicken stew with mushrooms and steamed hairy crabs? No? Then hurry and buy some. After all, the ghost won't emerge until nightfall, so we can wait. Boss Zhou's expression darkened, but Red Hair chuckled, just one meal, don't be so stingy. He waved his hand, sending the maid off to shop, while he took a phone call. By now, the sun had set, and although he held a disdain for me and Red Hair, he dared not stray too far from us, lingering nearby. From his conversation, it was evident he was involved in real estate, a lucrative field in these times. Once we had eaten our fill, the clock struck 10. With the maid having departed, only the 3 of us remained in the villa. Boss Zhou grew anxious, scanning the room and urging us, it should be out soon, prepare yourselves. Red Hair countered, prepare for what? Boss Zhou hesitated. Don't you ghost catchers use talismans, rice, and peachwood swords? Isn't there something about stepping on the celestial formation? Red Hair, with a grin, replied, Different schools yield different methods. What you mentioned pertains to Taoism. We are not Taoists but shamans. Boss Zhou appeared skeptical. Shaman? Like the character from My Fair Princess who had an affair with the fragrant concubine? I nearly choked on my tea, realizing how distant our fields were. Previously, amidst a crowd of knowledgeable individuals, I could have spoken of shamans with some familiarity. Now, in the company of such a person, his first association was with a television show. I recalled a scene from that series where a group impersonated shamans, performing comically in the palace. Upon learning of our shamanic identity, Boss Zhou's face distinctly reflected a sense of being deceived. With a cheerful grin, the red-haired man said, "Don't look so mournful. I assure you that your problems will be resolved tonight. The previously agreed price will be honored, and everything will fall into place." Zhou, the boss, wore a forced smile, responding, "The tasks completed will determine the payment. It all hinges on your capabilities." Red-haired, and I had not brought many items with us. In contrast to the myriad of talismans used by Taoists, the implements of the shamans were rather simplistic, primarily harnessing the power of divine speech. After waiting for about an hour, I suddenly felt a chill in the air, a sinister aura spreading around us. Ever since my career shift, my sensitivity to such matters had heightened considerably. Zhou seemed to sense it too, his head swiveling as his muscles tensed. Just as he was about to speak, the red-haired man gestured for me to take action. Fortunately, this was not my first encounter with such entities, so I felt relatively composed. I leisurely rummaged through my bag, producing the mask of the ghostly abyss, followed by a small gong. This instrument, known as the joy gong, when struck in conjunction with specific divine phrases, allows for communication between the living and the dead. I recited the incantation and struck the gong. The sharp sound startled Zhou, who widened his eyes at me. I felt somewhat embarrassed. When shamans perform their rites, they often resemble charlatans in comparison to the grandeur of Taoist rituals. Clearing my throat, I began to chant. Zhou, the benefactor of good deeds, accumulation of virtue and blessings. When any spirit in distress has matters to share, let them speak to me without fear. With another strike of the gong, I noticed Zhou's expression shift to one of despair, for I realized that my appearance mirrored that of a charlatan far too closely. After completing my chant, the surroundings remained unresponsive. Recognizing the need to exert more effort, I continued. Above, the divine observes. Below, the underworld bears witness. Are you a wandering spirit, or do you harbor grievances? Upon uttering the final line, I suddenly felt a cold breeze on the nape of my neck, followed by a raspy voice whispering in my ear, "I have a grudge." I shuddered, turning to see a bloodied figure standing behind me, separated only by a sofa. Chapter 19, The Hero's Last Stand, Part 1. Though I had encountered my fair share of Zongzi, being confronted directly by one I had summoned was a novel experience for me, akin to a maiden's first ride in a sedan chair. Moreover, this particular Zongzi claimed to harbor a grudge against me. Such spirits are generally quite troublesome. If their grievances run deep, one must either assist them in seeking vengeance or eliminate them entirely, both of which pose significant challenges. Zhou, clearly unable to perceive the ghost, kept his gaze fixed on me. When he saw me turn my head, he followed suit, anxiety etched on his face. "What do you see?" he inquired. I glanced at him, remaining silent. Adhering to protocol, I recited a passage that facilitates communication with spirits. To my dismay, the ghost remained unresponsive. The red-haired man let out a hiss, critiquing, "You utter fool. After a month of learning, you've made no progress at all." It seemed that the tides of fortune had turned, with red-haired now chastising me. He reminded me, "Turn off the lights and light incense before asking again. This is a living ghost, considerably powerful, and the current environment is not conducive for it to speak." Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately grasped that the ghost had appeared, his tension escalating as he pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Is it here?" I could not be bothered to engage with him, as I had no desire to gain anything from that portly figure. Instead, I gestured for him to extinguish the light and promptly retrieved some yellow incense from my bag. Yellow incense is used to summon spirits, while red incense is offered to deities. Before long, as the yellow incense began to burn, the grotesque visage of the ghost, once a bloody mess, began to coalesce, gradually transforming into the ordinary face of a middle-aged man. Mr. Zhou switched off the light, fear gripping his heart as he sat beside Hariza, too frightened to move. At that moment, I recited the incantation to communicate with the spirit once more, and this time I was finally able to converse with the ghostly figure. Its form had returned to that of a normal human, devoid of the bloody appearance. And aside from the eerie countenance, it was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Although its lips did not move, a soft whisper echoed in my ears, emanating from the spirit. Through its account, I learned the origin of its grudge. It turned out that the spirit was a construction worker who had perished at the very site owned by Mr. Zhou. He had fallen to his death due to a malfunctioning hoisting cable. Although Mr. Zhou had compensated the family, the spirit harbored resentment, for the accident was entirely preventable. There had been cost-cutting measures in place, and some individuals had taken bribes, resulting in the use of substandard equipment. The elder worker had labored in construction for 7 or 8 years and had raised concerns about safety standards, only to be dismissed by those in authority. In essence, even though compensation had been paid, this incident was a tragedy that could have been avoided. The greed of the contractors and the acceptance of bribes had led to this calamity, which was why the spirit lingered, unable to find peace. I inquired about what constituted revenge, for a vengeful spirit that remains in this world for too long gradually loses its humanity. The spirit, still retaining some semblance of its former self, knew right from wrong and had refrained from harming Mr. Zhou. However, if it lingered much longer, its humanity would fade, completely overtaken by its ghostly nature and bitterness, leading to dire consequences. Thus, I promptly asked, "What do you believe would suffice for revenge?" It stood there, its expression rigid. Yet I sensed it was contemplating. As its humanity waned, the ghost's thought process became slow and direct. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only I able to hear its words, as Hariza and Mr. Zhou were enveloped in an unsettling quiet. In the darkness, a pair of white candles flickered atop the coffee table, with a plate of pastries, intended for our consumption, now adorned with 4 burning sticks of incense. After approximately 10 minutes, the spirit finally spoke, and its request took me by surprise. Rather than demanding vengeance in the form of lives, its request was quite simple. The construction site should continue its operations, replace the faulty equipment, and ensure that the workers' benefits were fully provided without any deductions. To be honest, I was astonished. After a moment's pause, I relayed this request to Mr. Zhou. He nodded vigorously, thumping his thigh in response, and exclaimed, "Of course. Replace it all. What is the issue? It's merely the government-mandated benefits for high-temperature work. I will ensure they receive everything owed to them. Let it go quickly." The spirit appears rather straightforward. In truth, it possesses a lesser degree of cunning and is somewhat dim-witted, relying solely on instinct to navigate its tasks. Furthermore, as it is a lowly specter, it readily believes whatever is told to it. Upon observing that both I and Boss Zhou had acquiesced, its form began to dissipate. I recited a couplet of the incantation to send off the spirit, and noticing no peculiar phenomena, I understood that it had departed. Seeing me remove my mask, Boss Zhou hastily approached, his expression fraught with anxiety, and inquired, "Is it still here?" To myself, I mused that this spirit was easily deceived. But humans were not so gullible. If he were to discover that the feeble dumpling had vanished, one could only wonder whether he would uphold his end of the bargain. Thus, I reassured him, "It hasn't left. Once you complete your tasks, it will naturally take its leave." I noticed his bewilderment, so I added, "However, I have made it clear to the spirit that as long as you fulfill your promises, it will not reappear. Remember, there are deities just above your head. Should you provoke it again, I shall not come to your aid." Sweat poured down his face, and he was now utterly convinced. Red-haired fellow had left him with an account number, reminding him to process the payment, and we took a cab back to the gallery. On the way, red-haired one asked, "How is this life treating you?" After a moment's contemplation, I replied, "It is gratifying to assist some individuals, which is quite commendable. In truth, I still harbor a distaste for dealing with such entities. Fundamentally, I am but a mundane person, motivated by wealth, fame, and desire for love, yearning to be cherished and to cherish. However, simply surviving is a stroke of fortune in itself. My earnest pursuit of knowledge is fueled by a desire for personal strength, so that I may not remain defenseless in the face of peril. In terms of influence, I cannot compare with Lu Su. In power, I fall short of 1 men. In wealth, many outstrip me by several streets. It is precisely for this reason that I often find myself in a position of passivity in numerous matters. Since I cannot compete with others in these realms, I must seek alternative paths. Currently, my sole focus is to ascertain the whereabouts of the 2 corpse immortals. In this lineage, half a month has swiftly passed. The gallery has remained relatively quiet. However, as afternoon approached, an unexpected visitor arrived. Clad entirely in black, from his garments to a hat and sunglasses. He seemed to fear that others might not recognize his dubious nature. Just as I was about to greet him, he suddenly lifted his gaze and declared, "We meet again." His voice bore a hint of familiarity, yet I could not place him until he removed his sunglasses. Was this not Tang Yuanqi? After discarding the bulky down jacket from last winter, he appeared considerably less intimidating, which had hindered my recognition. As he was associated with Lu Su, I sensed trouble upon his arrival, yet simultaneously, I was eager to inquire about Lu Su's affairs. I wondered how the corpse immortals had dealt with him. He had been unusually quiet for half a year. Surely, he had been stifled, for otherwise, he would have emerged to wreak havoc long ago. I regarded Tang Yuanqi and remarked, "A change in attire has rendered you unrecognizable. Have you lost weight?" He scrutinized me in return, stating, "Well, you look quite shabby compared to last time. It appears the gallery's performance has waned." I replied, "No need for your concern, it is thriving. Are you here to purchase a painting?" Tang Yuanqi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't feign ignorance. I'm not here to engage in trivial banter. I have no time for that." As he spoke, he retrieved an object from his pocket and said, "Lu Su instructed me to give this to you." It was a small wooden box. Upon opening it, I was taken aback. Was this not the very 8 carp fighting the floodstone from the tomb of Princess Gijere? What could Lu Su possibly want with this? My mind was awash with uncertainty when I noticed Tang Yuanqi shake his head and utter, "The beauty fades, the hero meets his end. There is no greater regret in this world." As he spoke, he casually glanced at the paintings in the gallery, his silhouette gradually moving towards the exit, seemingly with no intention of lingering. A hero at his wit's end? It seemed Lu Su's circumstances were far from favorable. What could be the meaning behind his actions? Tang Yuanqi appeared ready to leave. Perhaps Lu Su had merely instructed him to deliver this stone without any accompanying message? Something felt amiss. I promptly stopped Tang Yuanqi and inquired, "What has transpired over the last 6 months? What purpose does this item serve?" Chapter 20, The Hero's End, Part 2, Tang Yuanqi, somewhat irked by my interruption, replied, "None of this concerns you. Why are you asking so many questions?" I responded, "It indeed does not concern me. Yet it is perplexing for him to hand me this without reason, which makes it relevant." After a brief pause, I added, "Lu Su must be facing difficulties, correct?" Tang Yuanqi regarded me closely for a moment, his expression concealed behind his sunglasses, and I assumed he was reluctant to divulge anything. Just as I was about to speak, he said, "I am not entirely certain." His tone bore a hint of suspicion as he continued, "I have been maintaining the cadaver, and I deliver supplies to him weekly. However, 6 months ago, he suddenly became unreachable. No one in our circle has been able to contact him." I was taken aback, realizing that Lu Su had vanished 6 months ago, coinciding with the timeline of Bai San Ye's disappearance. To be precise, both individuals had seemingly disappeared following the emergence of the corpse immortal. I eagerly pressed for more information. "What about the real Lu Su?" Tang Yuanqi replied, "He has also gone missing." Could it be that both of them had met with misfortune? No, Tang Yuanqi must have seen Lu Su recently. Otherwise, he would not have brought me this stone. Contemplating this, I directly inquired about it. He did not conceal the truth and recounted a recent event. Tang Yuanqi's residence was rather secluded, as it was primarily meant for maintaining corpses, thus few visitors came to his abode. 5 days prior, a disheveled individual appeared at his doorstep. Initially, he assumed the person was a beggar, but as the figure stood before him, upright and composed, it became clear that was not the case. Tang Yuanqi descended the stairs and opened the door, though the individual bore signs of dirt upon his face. He recognized him instantly, exclaiming, "Old Lu? How did you end up in such a state?" Lu Su had always been poised and genteel, after years of acquaintance. I had never witnessed him in such disarray. Tang Yuanqi quickly ushered him inside, understanding that Lu Su's sudden appearance after 6 months of absence must signify something urgent. Indeed, Lu Su got straight to the point, stating, "Dichi, I have little time, so I shall be direct. There is something I need to entrust to you." Saying this, he produced the wooden box containing the 8 carp fighting the floodstone and provided an address, instructing him to pass it on to me. He reported the address of the old antique market, and Tang Yuanqi initially went there, failing to locate us. After inquiring at a nearby familiar shop, he learned that we had transitioned to opening a gallery, which ultimately led him here. At that moment, Tang Yuanqi's confusion was no less than mine. He glanced at the wooden box in his hand and asked, "Is that all? Is there any message to convey to him?" Su replied that there was none. He only needed to hand over the item to me, and this matter must remain confidential. Tang Yuanqi then questioned him. What has happened to you in the past 6 months? Su chuckled, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet maintaining his composure. Aside from his slightly gaunt cheeks, it seemed he had not suffered much over the past half-year. He did not directly answer Tang Yuanqi's inquiry, but vaguely remarked, when enemies meet, there is a spark of hostility. At the crucial moment, a final misstep can lead to failure. With a sigh, he rose to take his leave. Tang Yuanqi, aware that this man would disclose no more, accompanied him to the door. Before parting, he asked, Old L, will there be opportunities for us to drink together again? Su turned, offered a faint smile, and replied, perhaps. As he spoke, he cast a significant glance at the wooden box in Tang Yuanqi's hand before departing. This indicated that Tang Yuanqi was indeed oblivious to everything. However, through this brief exchange, I grasped some clues. The mention of enemies likely referred primarily to the corpse immortal. Despite all the misdeeds of Pu Zhen in his lifetime, those events occurred a millennium ago and are irrelevant to us now. In contrast, our group, driven by selfish desires, has repeatedly thwarted Pu Zhen's plans. Among us, Su's actions were particularly ruthless. Although the corpse immortal may not concern himself with mere ants. Should an ant seriously offend him, it is inevitable that he would crush it underfoot. This incident transpired 5 days ago, indicating that Su is still alive. Given the corpse immortal's capabilities, eliminating him would pose no challenge. Thus, why does he still draw breath? Since Su spoke of a final misstep, it seems he has exhausted all possibilities for further complications. Was his intention in handing this over to me to extricate himself from the situation? When he responded to Tang Yuanqi's last question, he said perhaps. This suggests uncertainty about his future. Does this imply that during the forthcoming period, he remains in a perilous environment? Who is orchestrating this danger? The corpse immortal? If I could locate Su, perhaps I would uncover the whereabouts of the corpse immortal and Dofu. This thought surged through my mind, prompting me to ask Tang Yuanqi, do you have any means to trace Su's whereabouts? Tang Yuanqi, with his hands in his pockets, responded in a somewhat sarcastic tone. He has legs of his own and roams about. How could I possibly find him? I clarified. I am referring to the other Su. The real Su. Tang Yuanqi appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he pressed his lips into a thin line, revealing a contemplative expression. He is not foolish and naturally comprehended my implication. Since both the genuine and false Su have vanished, it is highly likely that the real Su is being kept close by the false one. While we cannot locate this living individual, can we truly be unable to find the genuine Su, the revenant he has nurtured? Seizing the moment, I said, do not deceive me. I am acquainted with Chen Tiande and am aware that those who practice the art of corpse refinement possess certain secret techniques. You undoubtedly have ways to track any corpses that have undergone your nurturing. Tang Yuanqi, taken aback, scrutinized me for a moment, and the taut line of his lips relaxed. With a scoff, he leisurely replied, why should I assist you? I responded, your relationship with Su seems rather cordial, does it not? You must know that Su is currently entangled in a life and death predicament, and I can offer him aid. Tang Yuanqi let out a derisive snort. Do you take me for a child of 3 to believe your unfounded claims? I countered. Do you honestly think Su is the kind of person to await his demise passively? Have you not pondered why he entrusted you with delivering this stone to me? Perhaps he harbors other intentions altogether? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuanqi appeared somewhat swayed. He fell silent for a moment before saying, I can make an attempt, but how do you intend to assist him? I quietly exhaled, relieved to have found a point of leverage, and resolutely replied, I know who his adversary is. I must ascertain his current circumstances before proceeding with any further arrangements. Your inquiries at this juncture will yield nothing. This is merely a suggestion. Should you decline, then so be it. My newfound confidence stemmed from the realization that Tang Yuanqi's connection with Su was far more intricate than I initially surmised. Su, a man with friends across the globe, had led me to believe that Tang Yuanqi was merely one of many. Yet I now discerned that my initial assessment was somewhat flawed. It was evident that Su held significant importance in Tang Yuanqi's eyes. Their relationship undoubtedly bore deeper stories, yet the particulars did not pique my interest. I simply recognized that I could exploit this dynamic to my advantage. Observing my indifferent demeanor, Tang Yuanqi contemplated for a moment and said, Young man, I can locate him, but you had best not deceive me. Otherwise, your elder will not spare you. I had no intention of engaging in a battle of wits with him. Whether he assumed the role of elder or caretaker was inconsequential. I merely nodded slowly, providing him with my phone number, stating, "I care not for your methods. Once you locate him, inform me using this number." Tang Yuanqi, momentarily taken aback, left in a rather disgruntled manner. It was then that I took the opportunity to closely examine the object in my possession, the crescent-shaped 8 carp fighting the floodstone. This artifact brought to mind Princess Gijir. I recalled our encounter separated by the Kunlun divine wood coffin, utterly entranced by the princess's unparalleled beauty. Almost, I succumbed to the temptation of a kiss, only to be shocked upon revealing that she was, in fact, a congenital deformity. The return of this item to my hands stirred a multitude of reflections within me. Perhaps soon, I would meet El Su and the corpse immortal. Before that, however, I needed to augment my own strength. I had tasted the bitterness of passivity in the presence of the powerful, the helplessness of witnessing those close to me suffer and perish without recourse. In the days that followed, I remained inseparable from the red-haired one, absorbing the teachings of the ghostly facade while honing my skills under his guidance, awaiting news from Tang Yuanqi. Chapter 21. Clue. Though the duration was brief, merely a span of 10 days, news arrived from Tang Yuanqi. He called, his voice somewhat peculiar, stating, "In Galmud." Galmud. I paused momentarily. Isn't that in Qinghai? That area is close to Tibet. What could Lu Su possibly be doing there? I inquired. Are you certain? Tang Yuanqi, displaying impatience, retorted, "Do you think I have time to jest with you? It's in Galmud. If you wish to go, do so promptly." I hastily asked, "Which part of Galmud?" Tang Yuanqi replied, "TSK, are you lacking in common sense? I can only pinpoint a general location. Do you truly expect me to act as a radar?" After that, he added, "I don't anticipate you accomplishing anything anyway. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you." And then he terminated the call. Galmud, a prefecture-level city, was originally quite impoverished. However, due to the flourishing jade industry and its proximity to the Kunlun Mountains, tourism has thrived, rendering it quite prosperous now. The city itself is modest in size, bustling in its core while surrounded by arid desert. Being situated on a plateau, it lacks tall trees, giving it a desolate appearance at first glance. I couldn't fathom Lu Su's purpose for venturing there. Had he been so shaken by the corpse spirit that he resolved to leave the underworld behind and instead engage in jade trading? Despite my uncertainty, I worried he might change locations, so I swiftly booked a flight, packed my belongings, and prepared to catch the next day's plane. Originally, I intended to go alone, but Bai Shuang, having somehow obtained information, confronted me and displayed her ticket confirmation on her phone, declaring, "I'm on the same flight as you. We shall go together." I asked, "Who informed you?" Upon finishing my question, I glanced at the one-eyed dragon beside me, who awkwardly turned his face away, feigning innocence. Bai Shuang interjected, "Don't blame him. I had a friend keep an eye on your movements. As long as you purchase your ticket with your ID, I will be notified immediately." I couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, "What can you possibly do by accompanying me?" Bai Shuang scoffed, "Have you forgotten who rescued you from that ancient tomb last time?" I was momentarily speechless. Had it not been for her and the one-eyed dragon, I would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Before I could respond, she continued, "I don't trust you now. My man, I will rescue myself." Such assertiveness was striking. I had witnessed Bai Shuang's decisiveness. Having returned for over 2 months, she managed to discover my flight booking immediately, indicating her meticulous nature. Even if one could evade the first day of the lunar month, one could not escape the 15th. Reluctantly, I acquiesced. After all, she had 2 legs. Was I to bind her? Subsequently, we proceeded to the airport together. That afternoon, after a bus ride, we arrived in Galmud as night fell. In the bustling city, searching for 2 individuals felt akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. Impatience would yield no results. Bai Shuang and I secured a hotel for the night, and the following day, we explored the city of Galmud. Noticing my silence, Bai Shuang pressed, "Do you even know where they are?" "Have I ever claimed to know?" I replied. Bai Shuang frowned and asked, "Are we to continue searching aimlessly? This place is vast." I interrupted her, suggesting, "Let us rely on chance. It's already fortunate we've narrowed down a location. Let us head to the stone trading market. In Galmud, there exists a marketplace for jade stone raw materials, a bustling locale frequented by those engaged in the jade trade." With a sense of adventurous anticipation, I resolved to visit this lively venue. The summer sun cast a warm glow, and the marketplace was abuzz with activity. Amidst the throng of tourists, the majority were business people. My companion and I meandered through the crowd, wandering aimlessly. However, I harbored a plan. Having spent recent times learning the art of discerning the presence of yin energy from Hariza, though the entity known as El Su bore a striking resemblance to the living. The excessive consumption of rice dumplings had undoubtedly imbued him with a certain spectral energy. While this energy was not overwhelmingly potent, it was absent in the bodies of the ordinary. Thus, as long as El Su remained within proximity, I would be able to sense his presence. Given the constraints of distance, there was a measure of luck involved, compelling me to explore the areas with heavier foot traffic. As the afternoon wore on, I felt no trace of yin energy, leading me to a Landshau noodle restaurant where I paused to enjoy a couple of bowls of noodles. The establishment was relatively quiet, and I overheard the two proprietors engaging in spirited conversation in their rich Landshau dialect. As I listened, my companion, Bai Shuang, and I exchanged glances and leaned in closer. The two locals were discussing a recent incident in the Xiqing district involving a fire caused by aging electrical wiring, which tragically resulted in the deaths of two individuals. While such occurrences are not uncommon, the peculiar detail was that the bodies had vanished post-burial. The local populace in Galmud is sparse. Following its development, many migrants had settled here, making traditional burial practices prevalent. These two individuals had been interred, only for their graves to be disturbed and their remains to disappear. Currently, the local police were conducting widespread investigations. One of the men mused aloud about the absurdity of body snatching, questioning the motives behind such actions. He mentioned rumors of organ harvesting from the deceased, though he doubted the usability of organs from charred remains. The proprietor interjected, expressing uncertainty, yet noted the eerie nature of the situation, recalling news stories from previous years involving necrophilia, where bodies were taken home for unspeakable acts. I seized the opportunity to engage in conversation, expressing my astonishment at such occurrences. The owner confirmed the bizarre nature of the events, and I inquired further about the location of the incident and the burial site. While he provided clarity on the site of the fire, he was uncertain about the exact burial location, offering two possible areas. Noticing that daylight still lingered, I hastily finished my noodles and urged Bai Shuang to head to the first potential site. En route, she queried whether I suspected the locals of the theft. I replied that El Su needed to be nurtured, and the coincidence of this incident warranted investigation. In the confines of the taxi, we spoke in hushed tones, and within 20 minutes, we arrived at the burial site. With an increasing number of people opting for cremation, the area designated for traditional burials was relatively small. As I chanted sacred phrases, I detected a faint trace of yin energy emanating from our right. The sun was setting, casting an eerie stillness over the graveyard, which was devoid of any visitors. After some contemplation, I turned to Bai Shuang and said, "Please wait here while I take a look inside." Bai Shuang, visibly displeased, let out a huff and remained silent, her actions clearly demonstrating her reluctance to cooperate. She was a woman of strong opinions, perfectly suited for those with a muddled mind. I chuckled softly and replied, "Very well, then follow closely behind me." Bai Shuang did not protest, and I led the way towards the source of the eerie aura that emanated from the area. Ordinary individuals could not perceive it, but a shaman, aided by the divine language, could discern it with the naked eye. Not far ahead, a faint wisp of black mist was visible. As we approached, I noticed signs that the earth had been disturbed, yet there was no grave mound. It appeared that this was indeed the location where a body had been stolen, and the lingering aura of death was unmistakably left by the infamous El Su. A flurry of thoughts rushed through my mind. El Su himself was not one to consume the deceased. Logically, he would not have taken matters into his own hands. Why then was there an aura of death present? Could it be that El Su had inadvertently brought it with him while exhuming the body? Nevertheless, having a lead made things easier. The fact that this aura had not dissipated indicated that it had not been long since the event occurred, and its master was likely nearby. As the night had not yet fallen, I promptly retrieved my phone, connected to the internet, and pulled up the map of the area. Since El Su was still in the business of nurturing corpses, he would undoubtedly seek a location with sparse human presence, and there was ample space for investigation nearby. In this age of satellite positioning, I accessed the map and painstakingly researched for over 2 hours, clarifying the surrounding location details. Soon, my gaze was fixed upon a hospital. It was an old private hospital, once the finest in Galmud, but had gradually been overshadowed by state-run facilities with the advancement of the economy. Now, it mostly served elderly residents or those in financial distress. The adjacent residential area was also quite dated, with many having relocated to more prosperous locales, leaving this area in anticipation of future development. I surmised that El Su, in his quest for discretion, might very well rent a place in this nearby residential community, especially with a hospital close at hand, where the deceased were present. Bai Shuang, despite the summer season, felt a tinge of fear. The wind howled chillingly through the graveyard at night. She rubbed her arms to ward off the cold as she patiently awaited my next move. I put away my phone and said, "Let us head to the next location." We had been on the move all day, and I worried she might be fatigued, suggesting she could return home to rest if she felt exhausted. Bai Shuang retorted, "Where's the next destination? Let us go." Chapter 22. A breach of trust. One sheepishly touched my nose, and the two of us hailed a taxi that whisked us towards our destination. By the time we arrived, it was already 8 in the evening. Given that this was an older neighborhood, it lacked vibrant shops, and the dim lighting resulted in few people being around. It was a stark contrast to the bustling streets of Shenzhen that came alive at night. We centered our search around the private hospital, embarking on our quest. The antiquated hospital, with its weathered exterior, bore a somewhat mottled appearance. The glass door stood ajar, revealing a solitary nurse on duty. While the absence of any patients was striking, working in such a hospital at this hour truly requires a certain fortitude of character. I opted for the left side of a nearby residential complex, devoid of any security personnel. Upon entering, I wandered aimlessly. The lighting was dim and the shadows of the trees danced ominously, contributing to an eerie atmosphere. In the aged building, only a few scattered lights illuminated a handful of apartments, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness, suggesting a lack of inhabitants. As I employed my ability to discern the shadows, I scanned my surroundings. After a thorough exploration yielded no significant findings, I proceeded to the next complex. Gradually searching my way, we arrived at the third residential area just past midnight. At that moment, I was struck by a palpable sense of the presence of a spectral body. I instinctively looked up towards the room from which this energy emanated. On the 5th floor, a light was on, and I could faintly discern a figure by the window, likely standing close to the opening. Despite the dim light, I found myself instinctively lowering my gaze as I stood beneath the trees with Bai Shuang. She noticed my movement and inquired with her eyes about my discovery, to which I signaled affirmatively. Having been on the move since morning, my legs were weary, yet accustomed to such exertion over the years, I felt it was manageable. Bai Shuang, however, appeared to be straining. Her stance suggested she was struggling to maintain her composure. I lowered my voice, instructing her to wait for me below while I ascended to investigate. She hesitated, wanting to protest, but I interrupted her with the assurance that the individual was just upstairs and could not escape. It would be prudent for her to remain here in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Recognizing my intent to mollify her, she relented, nodding in agreement as she settled beneath the tree. The old building lacked an elevator, so I ascended the stairs, the motion sensor lights flickering intermittently, casting an unsettling gloom in the hallway. Despite the seemingly sinister ambience, my recent training in shamanic arts had endowed me with an awareness of entities like the soft zongzi, and I sensed that this place, while appearing foreboding, was relatively clean. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I paused at the door to catch my breath. Just as it swung open from within, the figure before me seemed somewhat unfamiliar at first, yet I quickly recognized him as the true El Su. After more than half a year apart, he was no longer the gaunt specter I had first encountered. Instead, he resembled a well-nourished child from Africa. His physique robust, and his features, though ordinary, radiated vitality. My memory, always keen, connected his visage with the photograph from the dossier previously entrusted to me by Wen Min, allowing me to identify him at once. True El Su regarded me with an air of nonchalance, remarking, "I sense the presence of the living. Come in." His reaction was unexpected, prompting me to glance into the room. It was a stark, rudimentary space. The walls bore peeling paint, the floor was devoid of tiles, exposing the bare concrete beneath. The furnishings were minimal and outdated, with a solitary gray sofa on the right side, and notably, no second occupant. I stepped inside and inquired, "Are you alone? Have I guessed correctly?" This time, El Su did not bring the real El Su. He replied, "Just me." A wave of agitation washed over me as I asked, "Where is El Su? Isn't he with you?" I had presumed that upon finding the genuine El Su, the other individual would also be easily discernible, yet to my astonishment, they had evidently separated this time. Wasn't El Su supposed to keep a close watch on him? As if reading my confusion, The true El Su settled onto the sofa. His previously large eyes, which had appeared overly prominent due to his emaciation, now seemed somewhat diminished. He squinted at me, a trace of cold amusement gracing his lips. The youthful visage of a 17 or 18-year-old bore an oddly dissonant expression of such depth and irony. I understood that my earlier manipulation had been exposed, and this young man surely harbored no fondness for me. Indeed, the true El Su remarked, "Why should I divulge anything to you?" I rubbed my nose, realizing I had no ground to stand on in this matter. After all, I had deceived him first. However, observing that he seemed to be faring well, having gained some weight, I ventured, "Adversity often conceals fortune. Are you not living quite well now? Why cling to past grievances?" El Su chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, it is thanks to you that I realize there are no saviors in this world, and no one will treat you well without reason. I truly appreciate the lesson you have imparted." I found myself at a loss for words, succumbing to silence. Each individual in this world, at the outset, is not devoid of trust in others. When I first arrived in Shenzhen, I similarly placed my trust in everyone. Yet, after enduring various deceptions, I cast aside such trust. It seems that everyone undergoes this process, arriving with goodwill, then experiencing harm, maturing, and ultimately becoming vigilant. This is when we transition into adulthood. El Su had genuinely trusted me, believing I could rescue him from his plight, yet in the end, I became the one who betrayed that trust. A phrase I once read came to mind: "Kindness can be contagious, but malice spreads more swiftly than goodwill." The silence lingered briefly, compelling me to muster the courage to break it. There is nothing I can do to amend my past actions. I can only express my apologies. My intention in coming here was to find El Su, but it seems I have failed. He slightly tilted his head and replied, "Of course. I am aware you came to seek him. Do you think you came to find me instead? Chen Tiande, are you not curious as to why I am alone this time?" I nodded, encouraging him to continue. El Su smiled and said, "After he took me back that time, I came to a realization. Since we are all living, why not make life more bearable? Thus, I chose not to be confined again and remained by his side." However, half a year ago, one day he suddenly vanished. Though he was missing for only 2 days, when he returned, he was drenched in blood. Blood? I immediately comprehended. He had likely been found by the corpse immortal. And what happened afterward? I gestured for him to elaborate. The true El Su cast a glance at me and said, "Curious, are you? Then kneel and beg me." The innocence that once resided in his eyes has utterly vanished. Through those dark orbs, I seemed to perceive a heart twisted by a desire for vengeance. I remained still. El Su let out a mocking laugh, saying, "Let it be." With that, he closed his eyes. Had this been before, I might have felt utterly powerless against him, but circumstances had shifted. I rose and approached his side, stating, "I am a businessman who favors mutual benefit. Harmony fosters prosperity. Do reconsider." Perhaps taken aback by my calm demeanor, the true El Su opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Yet as he processed the moment, his gaze began to lose focus. "You," he stammered, clutching his head, trying to regain clarity. I remarked, "I have changed professions. I am now a shaman. While I possess little skill in dealing with individuals, I do have certain methods for someone of your ilk." In truth, I had barely embarked on this path for 2 months and lacked extensive means, merely employing a trick akin to hypnosis to induce discomfort. Such methods can bewilder the feeble-minded, yet when applied to a person, they merely elicit dizziness or unease. I merely sought to provoke him further, continuing, "You do not wish for death, do you? You seem to be living quite well." Indeed, he suspected I had more up my sleeve, retreating slightly while nursing his head, furrowing his brow as he asked, "When did you learn these?" I halted, signaling for him to proceed, and he glared at me fiercely before continuing. When he returned that time, he did not linger long. He merely told me that there might not be further opportunities to meet, advising me to manage on my own. After that, he vanished. I inquired about the reason he had relentlessly pursued me all these years, and he replied, "Do you want to guess?" A thought crossed my mind, and I ventured, "Is it because of that elixir?" El Su smiled faintly, confirming, "Indeed." I uncovered a secret about him. The true Dehe has long since perished. The entity inhabiting his body is, in fact, that general from before. Can you guess the purpose of that elixir? His words, delivered in a few brief phrases, genuinely astonished me. Although I had long speculated that El Su's guardianship over him was linked to that elixir, I had not anticipated that the shell had changed owners. No wonder El Su exhibited such stark contrasts. The general's tomb is evidently intertwined with Pu Zhan, and El Su must possess crucial knowledge, which explains his persistent opposition to the corpse immortal. He freed the true El Su and entrusted me with the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone. Could it be that he aims to thwart the corpse immortal's plans? The true El Su observed my expression and chuckled. You should have guessed it. In life, he was a formidable figure. Little did he know that Pu Zhan, for his own selfish gain, would lead him to his demise. To be precise, he was treated as an experimental subject, refined into a celestial soldier retaining consciousness. Retaining consciousness? I queried. What experiment? The true El Su shook his head and remarked, I am uncertain about that. After he attached himself to Dehe, he realized that over a millennium had elapsed and contemplated finding Pu Zhan's secret protection to usurp it. This protection is closely related to Pu Zhan's life experiences. Originally, Pu Zhan was merely an ordinary geomancer, but after a period of disappearance, he re-emerged with formidable abilities and began devising schemes akin to the cultivation of immortals, which eventually led to the events surrounding the king of Ileo and the tomb of the giant-eared king. Throughout the 1,000 years, it seems some individuals have caught wind of certain secrets, leading to the successive theft of several of the protections that Pu Zhan had concealed. For instance, the sea-settling stone held by Princess Gugu Air is certainly not her own. It most likely came from another source. After his resurrection, El Su also entertained this notion, which precipitated a series of subsequent events. Now, the corpse immortal will undoubtedly devise means to reclaim those stolen items to further his original plans. It is likely that he has already acquired most of them, and thus, the remaining sea-settling stone and elixir will be consumed by the true El Su, who will then secretly transfer the sea-settling stone into my possession. In this manner, the corpse immortal will lose track of these 2 items and will not immediately grasp the peril he faces. As I pondered this, I couldn't help but sigh at El Su's cunning nature. However, why did he not worry that I would hand the sea-settling stone over to the corpse immortal? After all, I have little involvement in this matter now. It would be far more prudent for him to bury it in a hole than to entrust it to me. Was there another scheme behind El Su's actions? At this thought, I inquired, do you know where he has gone? True El Su countered. Why do you think I am here? I was perplexed by his words and replied, are you planning to settle here? True El Su scoffed. He murdered my parents and tormented me for over a decade. Would it not be too lenient to let him succeed so easily? Before I could respond, he continued. He thinks me a fool, underestimating my resolve, but he forgets that even a cornered rabbit will bite. A chill ran down my spine as I gazed at True El Su's youthful, yet venomous face and asked, do you intend to seek revenge? You are not his match. El Su smiled faintly and said, I do not need to act personally. He granted me freedom, hoping I would wander aimlessly and evade the corpse immortal. Yet, I shall deliver myself right to him. Merely opposing him brings me solace. Pausing, he lowered his gaze and declared, this vendetta must be avenged, my own, my parents. And even Dehe's. I have misjudged him for so long, unaware that he had long since been harmed by another. You have come at the right time. In fact, I have been tracking him. He has recently been entangled with an old man, and they are in Galmud, engaged in some dubious activities. An old man? What is his purpose? I initially felt elated, yet a sense of doubt crept in. You are following El Su? He is not so easily dealt with. True El Su replied. He was formidable before, but now the tides have turned. He must be hiding from someone formidable, which is why he has chosen to blend into the crowd, inadvertently facilitating my movements. Recently, these 2 individuals have been acquiring gear for an expedition to the snow-capped mountains. I suspect they intend to journey to the Kunlun Mountains. Beyond Galmud, one can indeed directly access the Kunlun Pass. But what business do El Su and his companion have in the Kunlun Mountains? Surely, Pu Zhan cannot be concealing treasures within Kunlun, can he? That seems highly improbable. Given the circumstances of the time, it would be virtually impossible to meddle in the Kunlun Mountains, known as the ancestral home of dragons. Chen El Su continued. I cannot ascertain their true intentions, but they are likely to set out in the next couple of days. I have procured equipment as well, intending to follow them. After contemplating for a moment, I inquired, how many of them are there? 2, he replied. I was taken aback. 2? Are you certain? They are not bringing a single assistant. Just El Su and an old man are heading into the Kunlun Mountains. If it were not for the unwavering conviction in Chen El Su's expression, I would almost doubt his sincerity. He nodded. If it weren't for the unmistakable hatred glimmering in his eyes, I would almost suspect he was fabricating a tale. I then asked him if he had tracked El Su over the past few days, and whether he knew what Su had been up to. Chen Su shook his head, looking perplexed. I initially thought he was feigning destitution and blending in with the masses for a reason, but during my surveillance, I have followed him to numerous locations, seemingly without any significant purpose. It appears he is merely wandering aimlessly. His words deepened my confusion. In the past, I could at least make sense of Su's actions, but now, I found myself utterly bewildered. After some thought, I gestured for him to jot down the places Su had visited recently for my review. Chen Su had initially intended to confront me, but seeing me stand my ground with newfound resolve, he likely entertained other thoughts, considering an alliance against Su. After all, I had only deceived him once. Whereas Su was responsible for the deaths of his parents, these two grievances are not to be equated. Consequently, upon my request, he readily complied, taking out a piece of paper and, while reminiscing, began to inscribe various place names. Upon inspection, I realized that in the past 6 months, Su had indeed traversed a considerable number of locations, ranging from cities to mountain villages and small towns. However, based solely on the geographical data, no discernible pattern emerged. Pointing to the last place name, Galmud, Chen Su remarked, "We have lingered here for half a month. A week ago, that old man came to meet him, but I have no idea what their purpose is." "Old man, what is his role?" I asked. Chen Su furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. I dared not follow too closely to gather information, but that old man appears quite vigorous. Their resting place is not far from here. You could check it out tonight. He then provided me with the address of a nearby inn. As we parted ways, I observed the radiant expression on Chen Su's face. Realizing he had emerged renewed from the flames of adversity, I inquired, "What are your plans for revenge?" After all, in terms of physical strength, he is no different from an ordinary person, whereas Su's skills in hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, and marksmanship are exceptionally formidable. The true Su smiled and remarked, "I am not a living being in the truest sense, hence I fear not death. However, that individual values his life greatly. Is there not a saying? The weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and there will always be opportunities." Thus, I refrained from saying more, descended the stairs, and walked back with Bai Shuang. By this time, it was quite late, and the streets were nearly deserted. Bai Shuang inquired if I had made any discoveries, to which I replied, "No discoveries at all, merely an abundance of enigmas." I vaguely sensed that perhaps I had strayed from the correct path in my search. I initially believed that by locating Su and covertly following him, I might encounter the corpse immortal. However, it now seemed that Su's forthcoming actions bore little relation to the corpse immortal. What has he been engaged in for the past 6 months? Surely he cannot be aimlessly wandering about. I suspected that he was indeed aware of the true Su trailing him. Although the true Su had shadowed Su for an extended period, their actual interactions were rather limited. Perhaps he underestimated Su. I suspected there might be some underlying conspiracy at play. Therefore, I did not hasten to seek Su, but instead returned to the inn with Bai Shuang to rest, preparing to investigate further the following day. If necessary, we might need to procure some equipment to discern what schemes he is concocting. In the grand finale, I shall continue to write, and you shall continue to read. The previous unpleasantness shall be left behind, and I hope this book brings joy to your lives. Chapter 24. Departure. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to this hurried rhythm. Although my sleep was brief, I awoke the next morning feeling quite invigorated. After freshening up, I descended with Bai Shuang for breakfast. She asked me where we would go next, and I replied, "First, we must acquire a few items." It was summer, stiflingly hot, and as I devoured a few buns and a bowl of vegetable porridge, I was soon drenched in sweat. The place where Su resided was not far from us. It was merely a 10-minute walk. I led Bai Shuang to purchase a pair of binoculars, and upon seeing them, she understood immediately, saying, "You intend to surveil them?" I responded, "The words of the true Su cannot be taken at face value. Let us remain incognito and observe their situation first." After procuring our items, we loitered near the hotel where Su was staying. According to the information provided by the true Su, he occupied room 205 on the second floor. The window of room 205 faced directly towards us, overlooking a small office building. By entering the second floor of this building, we could observe the activities within through the window. Fortunately, this was an older office building, housing mostly individual businesses, and thus lacking in oversight. We ascended to the second floor, and after a brief search, we discovered an optimal vantage point, an air vent in the corridor. This location was sparsely populated, and the vent was positioned at an angle to El Su's window, serving as an excellent spot for clandestine observation. To avoid detection, I instructed Bai Shuang to keep watch. She was to stow the binoculars at the first sign of anyone approaching. The hotel itself was not large, consisting of single rooms with a basic layout that included a bathroom and simple furnishings like a bed and a computer. The curtains of the window were drawn only halfway, allowing us a glimpse of the scene within. The room contained 2 beds, both unoccupied, yet atop one bed's headboard lay a wallet, suggesting that its owner had not departed far, likely having gone to the restroom. Given the proximity and the presence of a telescope, every detail of the room was rendered clear. After a few minutes, the individual we awaited, El Su, made his appearance, shuffling in slippers and appearing quite casual. This was a stark contrast to his usual polished demeanor, momentarily leaving me taken aback. He seated himself in a chair, crossing one leg over the other, conversing with someone presumably standing across from him. Unfortunately, the curtain obscured half of the view, preventing me from seeing the other party, whom I surmised to be the elderly man El Su had mentioned. I focused on El Su's lip movements. While most of what he said was indiscernible, one phrase recurrently caught my attention. It seemed to be Kunlun Mountain. Was he truly planning to venture there? I meticulously scanned the room for potential clues and soon noticed a dark object peeking out from the side of the bed, concealed by the bed frame. Its full form remained hidden, yet it was unmistakably familiar to me. It appeared to be a black gear bag, swollen with contents, indicating it was already packed. El Su had not deceived me. Judging by their preparations, they were likely to embark on their venture soon. Lost in thought, El Su abruptly stood and moved towards the opposite side, subsequently obscuring my view entirely. After a couple of minutes, he re-emerged near the door, this time donning a different outfit, accompanied by a gaunt figure that must have been the elderly man, though his back was toward me, leaving his appearance unseen. Once they exited, clarity was lost, prompting me to zoom in on the hotel entrance. Moments later, the two indeed descended the stairs, devoid of the gear bag, indicating they would not set off today. At that moment, the elderly man's visage came into focus through my lens, leaving me astonished. It was none other than Bai San, who had vanished concurrently with El Su. These two were sworn adversaries. What could have brought them together now? Were they uniting against the formidable foe of the corpse spirit? I had suspected some hidden connection in their simultaneous disappearances, yet I had not anticipated their collaboration. After they exited, they hailed a cab, destination unknown, and swiftly vanished from our sight. Bai Shuang inquired, "Shall we not follow them? What if they escape?" I replied, "Their gear remains. They cannot flee. Come, let us procure supplies." Observing the bulging gear bag, it was evident that they were nearing their preparations. If we did not hasten to gather the necessary items for entering Kunlun Mountain, we risked being left behind. Consequently, we devoted an entire day to acquiring equipment. This locale, being close to the Kunlun Mountain Pass, frequently attracted tourists eager to scale the snowy peaks, thus hosting numerous specialized outdoor equipment stores. After a day of procurement, we were finally well equipped. In the evening, I felt a sense of satisfaction with my own decisiveness. For scarcely had we finished packing our gear when Zhen Lisu unexpectedly sent me a message, "Kunlun Pass, depart." I was somewhat taken aback, fully aware that he had been closely monitoring Lisu, possessing a comprehensive grasp of his movements. The message was unmistakably clear. Lisu and his companion were heading towards Kunlun Pass. However, it was already dark, and was it truly necessary to venture into the mountains at this hour? The journey from here to Kunlun Pass would take approximately 3 hours by car. If we were to set off now, we would not arrive until well past midnight, rendering the endeavor seemingly pointless. Suddenly, a hypothesis sprang to my mind, one that became increasingly plausible the more I pondered it. I urged, "Quickly, gather our belongings. Our equipment is insufficient. Let us switch to a larger pack and buy some additional supplies before the store closes." "What? Are we still buying?" Bai Shuang asked in surprise. I pulled her downstairs to hail a cab, not pausing for a moment. Once in the car, I announced our destination and then clarified, "We need to buy food. Our provisions are not adequate." Bai Shuang blinked in astonishment. In truth, we had prepared ample supplies, or at least, that had been my belief until I received Zhen Lisu's message, which made me feel woefully underprepared. The Kunlun Mountains have long been revered as the ancestral dragon vein of China, sprawling across vast territories, extending from Xinjiang to Tibet and into Qinghai. The internal topography features dramatic elevation changes and complex landforms, with numerous glacial canyons, often described as 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow. This rare geographical disparity has given rise to many areas within the Kunlun Range that remain undetectable even by satellites. To this day, exploration of the Kunlun Mountains largely remains on the fringes, while the interiors are the domain of specialized expedition teams. Fraught with peril, the journey there is often a matter of life and death. Occasionally, a casual search on Baidu reveals photographs from the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, which may seem commonplace, yet behind each image may lie the sacrifices of adventurous souls. Galmud is in proximity to Kunlun Pass. Yet the pass itself is merely a small segment of the region. To delve into the snowy peaks, one must traverse a significant distance. To the south of this area lies the desolate expanse of Kokashili, ominously dubbed the Land of Death. Lusu's subsequent route could only lead to two possibilities. Either he would veer into Kokashili, or he would cross Kunlun Pass, heading westward into the Kunlun Range. This journey would approximately take a day. Lusu had mentioned the Kunlun Mountains multiple times, leading me to surmise that his chances of heading into Kokashili were slim. Initially, I assumed he intended to go to Kunlun Mountain, but given his decision to set off early, it appeared more likely that he sought to bypass Kunlun Mountain and enter the Kunlun Range instead. Though the distinction between a mountain and a mountain range is slight, the implications are vastly different. Ancient sages described the Kunlun Mountains as stretching 3,000 miles, spanning 8 million. If Lusu's destination lies deep within the mountain range, then the essentials of sustenance and warmth become paramount, for the icy expanse extends for miles. The vehicle soon arrived at the store's entrance. Just as they were about to close, I called out to the attendant, "Excuse me, young man, please hold on a moment. We still need to purchase some items." He was somewhat reluctant, but eventually halted the motion of closing the door. Bai Shuang and I proceeded to the food area, where we procured additional compressed biscuits and jerky. Uncertain of the duration of our delay, we also acquired some vitamins and a few solid fuel items before concluding our shopping. At this hour, the streets were filled with taxis. After inquiring with several drivers and offering a handsome fare, we finally found one who was willing to drive through the night to the Kunlun Mountain Pass. Requesting a late-night journey to Kunlun Mountain Pass, a road known for its desolation and lack of traffic at night, made the driver quite vigilant. He frequently glanced at us through the rearview mirror, and a steel rod lay at his feet, presumably for self-defense against potential robbery. Bai Shuang smiled and remarked, "Driver, just focus on the road. Have you ever seen a robbery in which a woman was involved?" The driver pondered this, reassessing Bai Shuang's elegant demeanor, and replied, "You often hear on the news about drivers being harmed. Earning a living is not easy." From that point on, he ceased his furtive glances, accelerating as the car sped along the national highway. Within 3 hours, we arrived at the Kunlun Mountain Pass. Here, a smattering of buildings could be seen, primarily operated by merchants who sold fruits and snacks to tourists during the day. However, at this hour, all the shops were closed, leaving the area shrouded in darkness. The driver stopped the vehicle, surveyed the surroundings, and remarked, "In my many years of driving, I have traversed this Kunlun Mountain Pass countless times. Yet I have never seen anyone venture into the mountains at night. Are you planning to camp here and experience life?" I responded in kind, "That is indeed our intention." The driver, not wishing to engage in conversation in such a desolate place at night, rubbed his hands together, preparing to leave when suddenly someone shouted, "Wait." A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, came running from the distant road. Ignoring us, he directly asked the driver, "Brother, do you have any fuel to spare?" The driver, surprised, replied, "How could you set out without fuel?" The man, evidently another taxi driver and seemingly familiar with our driver, cursed in the dead of night. "2 men are headed this way. What a lunatic." The fare was decent, so I came along, but I forgot to check my fuel level. Upon noticing Bai Shuang and me, he became somewhat embarrassed, realizing that we too were the kind of oddities who would venture to Kunlun Mountain Pass at such an hour. Nevertheless, I deduced that the 2 lunatics he mentioned were likely Lu Su and Bai San Yi. Chapter 25. Entering the mountains, seeing the atmosphere grow awkward. The driver swiftly changed the subject, assisting the other driver with fueling, leaving Bai Shuang and me uninvolved. Although it was summer, this region, being high altitude, experienced significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Even before entering the Kunlun Mountains, a chill had begun to settle in. I casually inquired about the whereabouts of Lu Su and his companion, and my assumptions were confirmed. They were indeed heading directly west. Conversely, Had they merely entered the Kunlun mountain pass, they would have proceeded northwest. I then switched on my flashlight and urged Bai Shuang to follow me, disregarding the two drivers. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, devoid of any other light sources, indicating that Lu Su and his companion had ventured some distance ahead. Thus we need not be overly cautious. The ground beneath our feet was overgrown with nameless low grasses, interspersed with small stones, making it rather arduous to traverse. Battling against the night wind, Bai Shuang inquired, should we wait for the other person? Understanding she referred to the true Su, I replied, let us proceed on our own. That fellow has already resolved to sever ties. If he wished to join forces with us, he would have expressed it long ago. Bai Shuang appeared puzzled and asked, if that is the case, why did he send you a message? After a moment of contemplation, I responded, he likely views us as a backup option. This lad, despite his ambitions, is still somewhat naive. Perhaps he has suffered greatly from deceit in the past, leading to a heightened sense of vigilance and a more cautious approach. In my view, a trio would indeed be the optimal arrangement, yet he has opted for independence, likely due to his wariness of us and a desire to ensure that, should he falter, he still has us as a potential recourse. He has overestimated my capabilities while simultaneously remaining overly cautious. Otherwise, collaboration would be feasible. I shared my analysis with her, then added, he must be ahead of us by now. After all, we lost time while resupplying. As we moved forward, it wasn't long before I discerned some clear clues. A slender stick had been thrust into the earth, adorned with a neatly tied red cloth. Marked with the character for L, Bai Shuang exclaimed, is this a marker left for us? I nodded, noting, it seems he is concerned we might stray off course. The true Su, after all, has had little experience and has underestimated my capacity for reaction. However, Bai Shuang then posed a question. If so, why did he not simply send you a message? I paused, realizing the peculiarity of the situation. Indeed, this area had signal reception and was not a desolate wasteland. With that thought, I retrieved my phone. The signal was strong, yet no new messages appeared. An unsettling feeling crept over me. Why would a rational person complicate matters unnecessarily? A simple message could suffice, so why the convoluted approach? Was Su perhaps not thinking clearly? I recalled a period in my youth when I often wandered into distraction, choosing unnecessarily convoluted paths when more direct routes were available. This behavior remains a mystery to me. Perhaps it was merely a moment of mental lapse? Reluctantly, we set aside this conundrum and continued along our predetermined path. Every so often, we encountered more markers, yet there was no sign of the true Su. It was evident they were progressing at a much faster pace. Thus, we continued our journey throughout the night. Bai Shuang was indeed beginning to struggle. Although she initially showed no signs of altitude sickness, fatigue had taken its toll. By the break of dawn, her lips had taken on a slight bluish hue. Considering her physical state, I decided we should rest for a while. Accustomed to long treks, I could endure the weariness, but as soon as Bai Shuang lay down, she fell into a deep slumber. I found myself perched at a vantage point, gazing into a desolate expanse. In the distance, I occasionally caught fleeting glimpses of animals, resembling Tibetan antelopes, darting swiftly and disappearing in the blink of an eye. From my elevated position, I could already discern the snow-capped peaks ahead. I extracted some jerky to eat, allowing Bai Shuang to take a brief 40-minute nap, after which I roused her to continue our journey. Truthfully, I harbored a desire for her to relinquish the expedition voluntarily, given my uncertainty regarding potential dangers that lay ahead. We trudged on, fatigue settling in, for over an hour. And by 6 in the morning, we were finally nearing the snow mountains. Through the lens of my binoculars, I spotted a tent at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by the flicker of a campfire. Though the details were hazy, there was no mistaking that it was indeed Su and Bai Sanyi. Strangely, I could not find any trace of the genuine Su nearby. Bai Shuang exhaled in relief and remarked, it seems they have set up camp. I nodded in agreement, responding, they are not made of iron. They must rest. It appears they are pressed for time, and I surmise they will rest no longer than until noon before venturing into the mountains. Bai Shuang's eyes widened as she calculated the time, exclaiming, that means they can only rest for 4 hours. They've already been awake for a day and a night. I shot her a glance and said, are you frightened? If you are, now is still the time to turn back. Once we delve deeper into the snow-capped peaks, you will find it impossible to retreat alone. Bai Shuang pouted, urging me not to underestimate her. Thus, we sought a sheltered spot to set up camp, consumed some provisions, and set an alarm before drifting into slumber. The daylight offered a sense of safety, and given our relatively low campsite, as long as El Su did not err in judgment in return, we would remain undetected. We slept soundly until the alarm roused us from our slumber, and as expected, El Su chose to set off at noon, unwilling to linger any longer. Upon awakening, we found him and Bai Sanyi finishing their meal and preparing to dismantle their tent. Bai Shuang flashed me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. You guessed correctly. Are you a parasite in his stomach?" I chuckled and replied, "Not a parasite, merely a matter of experience. After years of traversing the world, I have acquired some wisdom." Bai Shuang reflected for a moment and said, "You are quite perceptive. Living alongside you must be exhausting. My dodo is much easier to handle." She trailed off. Her spirits dampened and fell silent. I felt a twinge of awkwardness and reassured her, "It's all my fault. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to find him, so you can have a good life together." Bai Shuang nodded and finally said, "I know you two share a strong bond. Dodo has mentioned it. He may be foolish, but he has been fortunate to have your care over the years. If I have ever spoken harshly, please do not take it to heart." I smiled and nodded in response. After we packed up the tent, we lingered for a while to eat before gradually following behind. I intended to keep my distance, as our numbers were roughly equal, and neither Bai Sanyi nor Bai Shuang possessed much combat prowess. In a direct confrontation with El Su, I knew I could not match his strength. Thus, remaining concealed while keeping him in sight seemed the wisest strategy. As we reached the foot of the mountain, the ground was devoid of snow, yet the soil was loose, allowing us to clearly observe the footprints left behind. Upon observing the footprints, a sense of unease washed over me. They belonged to two individuals, specifically El Su and Bai Sanyi. This raised the question, where was the real El Su? Had he not been tracking us all along? How could he vanish midway? Bai Shuang furrowed her brow, expressing her suspicion that something was amiss. As she turned to scan the surroundings with her binoculars, it seemed she sought the true El Su's presence. However, her search yielded no results. Lowering the binoculars, she cast a questioning glance my way, inquiring about my thoughts. I found it difficult to decipher El Su's intentions. If he could establish his own markers, he must have been safe. Yet, his sudden disappearance suggested he had concealed himself. Could it be that he had devised a plan? Pondering this, I struggled to comprehend the mind of this young man, who exhibited maturity in some respects while appearing overly naive in others. His naivety was starkly contrasted by the twisted hatred evident in his gaze. It is often said that those unafraid of death are the most formidable. However, the truly terrifying individuals are those who possess no attachments in this world. The fearless may still harbor concern for those they care about, thus acting with caution. Yet, when someone has neither attachments nor fear of death, their potential actions become boundless. I realized I had underestimated the true El Su, and now I found myself unable to ascertain his objectives. Resigned, I shook my head and continued to follow the traces left by El Su and his companion. This pursuit led us directly to around 7 o'clock that evening. Initially, we could still see the rocky terrain, but as we ventured further, the stones became increasingly concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Bai Shuang and I donned our winter gear and pressed on. The Kunlun mountain range stretched from west to east, and at this moment, we were journeying westward, surrounded by a sea of glistening white snow. As we had not ventured deeply yet, we had not encountered glaciers or similar phenomena. Under the night wind, I looked up to behold a sky adorned with countless stars. The absence of light pollution rendered the black night sky in stark contrast to the twinkling stars above. Ultimately, we decided to set up camp in a snow-filled gully. Bai Shuang exhaled deeply and remarked, "At last, we can rest. I cannot fathom how that old man managed to endure." She then posed a question, "Where do you think they are headed?" I refrained from responding, as I had no inkling beyond the knowledge that they were moving westward. Previously, in Gurmu, it had been summer. Yet now we found ourselves in the grip of winter-esque chill. We set up a smokeless stove, melted some snow to prepare hot water, and ate crushed biscuits. Feeling a semblance of warmth returned to our bodies. Regarding Bai Shuang's question, I had no insights to offer, apart from their westward direction. I could conjure no further thoughts, and thus remained silent. Based on my experience, traveling in such icy conditions was relatively safe, with few wild animals or pests. We could sleep soundly at night, the only concern being the potential for slipping on the snow, necessitating vigilance to check periodically after a couple of hours of rest. We brought only a single tent, curling up in our sleeping bags, embracing the simplicity of our journey without regard for gender distinctions. In the snowy mountains, even without our outer layers, we were bundled up like dumplings, rendering it inconsequential. Lying within the confines of the tent, my thoughts drifted unexpectedly to one man. If she were here beside me, we could engage in conversation or partake in some other activities. Yet at this moment, Bai Shuang was already nestled in her sleeping bag, resting. But what purpose did such thoughts serve? They merely offered a fleeting solace, for in my reverie, she and I could still share moments like we once did. While in reality, we had long since embarked on diverging paths. Betrayal, retaliation, and wounds. There was no alternative route to traverse, only opposition remained. Lost in contemplation, I adjusted my alarm to ring every 2 hours before succumbing to slumber. I fell into a deep sleep, and it felt like mere moments before the alarm roused me. Outside the tent, the faint glow of the camp lantern cast a dim, yellowish light. Emerging from the tent, I discovered a thick layer of snow, engulfing half the area around the tent, with considerable accumulation atop it. Armed with a small shovel, I cleared the snow before retreating back inside. Repeating this cycle through the night, I awoke 3 times, and when I finally emerged from my sleeping bag for the 4th time, dawn was breaking. In truth, it was 8 in the morning, but the mist rising between the mountains obscured the sunlight, creating a grayish ambience. Having ventured into the snowy mountains more than once, I was aware that even if one yearned to set off early, camping in such conditions meant one could not rise too soon, as the chill was profound and the weather more treacherous. Rising early would prove futile and could lead to unforeseen accidents. I rubbed my face, donned my clothing, and took my binoculars to ascend a slightly elevated position to observe LS and his companion. They had just awakened, preparing some food, seated closely together, engrossed in discussion. I returned to the tent's edge, setting up a smokeless stove to cook. Though Bai Shuang possessed a resilient spirit, she lacked experience. Gazing at the noticeably thicker snow surrounding us compared to the previous day, she expressed surprise. "Did you do this?" I replied, "If we hadn't cleared the snow, we would have been buried last night. The snowfall here is substantial, far more than what we encountered in the Yulong Mountains. A single night's accumulation could easily collapse our tent." Bai Shuang appeared a bit embarrassed and suggested, "Let's take turns next time." I reassured her, as a young woman, "It's already quite a feat for you to venture into the mountains with me. I'll handle these tasks, just don't create more trouble." Instantly, Bai Shuang shot me an indignant glare, clearly unconvinced. After finishing our meal and tidying the tent, we followed LS and his companion onward. This journey unfolded without pause, and with every step, an unsettling feeling grew within me. At this depth, typical exploration teams would have ceased their endeavors, yet LS and his companion showed no intention of stopping. They occasionally halted, seemingly measuring something, evidently in search of a particular location. But amidst this vast expanse of snow, what could they possibly be seeking? Fortunately, our party consisted of only 4 individuals with modest capabilities, which provided me with a slight sense of reassurance. Thus, after traversing an entire day, Bai Shuang found herself utterly exhausted, stumbling forward. Yet, having ventured into the snowy mountains, I could not permit her to return alone. I could only support and pull her along. The fatigue was overwhelming. The heavy breaths of both of us coalesced into a thick white mist, shrouding our vision in a persistent haze. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the snow beneath our feet had receded from knee-deep to merely covering the tops of our feet. This was not due to a decrease in snowfall, but rather the result of years of accumulation, slowly compacting into a layer of ice. It was hard and unyielding underfoot, with a thin layer of snow atop the ice, while beneath lay deep blue ice that, when pierced with a dagger, left only a white mark. As we continued onward, the snow diminished further, and by nightfall, it was nearly absent, leaving only a layer of ice, with a thin veneer of snowflakes quickly frozen into a brittle surface. Walking upon it required utmost caution, lest one slip and fall. Though we wore specialized cold weather boots for the mountains, their grip on the ice was inadequate, prompting us to tread carefully. By around 7 in the evening, we set up camp early. Our current location was an ice valley, elevated, flanked on the left by sharply carved snow peaks, and on the right by a steep ice cliff. Standing at the cliff's edge, I gazed down at the swirling mist where the snowfield was faintly visible. The distant sunset had dwindled to a mere remnant, and the evening glow in the sky was but a shadow. Yet, this scant radiance illuminated the distant snow and mist with a glassy brilliance, an exquisite sight that held my gaze captive. I have traversed many places over the years, yet this view enchanted me. After a moment of reverie, I began to pack the tent, leaving Bai Shuang entranced at the edge of the ice cliff. I did not call her, as such a simple task did not require her assistance, and therefore I paid little heed to her. Just as I finished erecting the tent, I retrieved the portable stove to prepare a meal. Unexpectedly, Bai Shuang, sitting at the edge of the cliff, suddenly let out a loud cry. The sound was muffled by the howling wind, but I was close enough to hear it. Assuming something was amiss, I quickly turned to see Bai Shuang rushing towards me, breathlessly exclaiming, "There's someone. Down there. Someone." I was taken aback, noticing that she clutched a pair of binoculars, stammering as she explained. I was looking at the scenery with the binoculars, and then I saw someone down there. A person with a particularly large head. A person with a particularly large head? My mind raced with uncertainty as I snatched the binoculars from her hand, instructing, "Stay here and keep watch." I then reached for my combat knife. In our haste to leave, all our gear had been hastily acquired in Galmud, and procuring firearms or other contraband was out of the question. With that, I hurried to the cliff's edge, peering down through the binoculars. The scene below was shrouded in clouds and mist, obscured and indistinct. Adjusting the lens to its maximum magnification, the surroundings gradually came into focus. The terrain below resembled our own, also a mix of ice and snow, with a thin layer of snow above, yet no sign of any figures. After observing for a moment and finding no movement, I lowered the binoculars and turned to Bai Shuang, who had somehow come to stand beside me, saying, "There's no one there. Are you sure you're not seeing things?" Bai Shuang blinked in disbelief, snatching the binoculars to gaze for an extended period. Her confusion evident as she murmured, "There was clearly someone here. How could they have vanished? She surely would not have come merely to jest," leading me to speculate that either she had misperceived the situation, or perhaps there was indeed someone there, hidden from our view. With this thought, I suggested, "Let us maintain vigilance tonight. We should keep watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Bai Shuang nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. We kindled a fire and nibbled on some provisions. I took the first half of the night watch while she would take over for the latter half, allowing us to rest in turns. Due to the biting cold, I refrained from standing guard outside and instead settled at the tent entrance, warming my hands over the smokeless stove. As for El Su's group, they appeared quite at ease, both of them sound asleep. The night watch was uneventful. Sitting still made the cold more penetrating. After a while, I decided to move about to stave off the chill. As I wandered, a sudden creaking sound reached my ears from behind. The noise was fleeting and quickly swallowed by the howling wind. Yet I discerned it was the sound of footsteps upon the snow. Whether those footsteps belonged to a human or something else remained unclear. I promptly turned around, retrieving my flashlight from my pocket and directing its beam toward the source of the sound. It emanated from the side near the snow-capped mountain, where the snow provided a slight cover. During the day, we had carefully navigated the mountain's edge to avoid slipping, and each step produced that unmistakable crunching sound. Surely, there could not be anyone else here. Could it truly be El Su? Lost in these thoughts, I grasped my weapon and advanced swiftly toward the noise. As the light flickered, I indeed spotted a dark figure darting across the snow, crouched low as if evading the illumination. However, when my beam struck it, the shadow vanished in an instant. I realized that this entity was not human, for a person would not move with such swiftness while crouched. Chapter 27. The dispute over food. Could it be some animal? Experience cautioned me to avoid provoking anything that did not concern me, yet apprehensive of potential danger. I resolved to investigate further. If it posed no threat, I would simply disregard it. With this determination, I quickened my pace and soon reached the edge of the thinly snow-covered ground. The surface was blanketed in a layer of snow, concealing the underlying ice, making it difficult to discern the situation accurately. It was only upon nearing that I discovered a deep fissure extending downward, winding along the contours of the mountain as if the ice had been violently torn apart. This crevice was approximately half a meter wide. The dark figure I had seen earlier had seemingly vanished into this chasm. I aimed my flashlight downward, revealing the depth of the fissure, which was jagged and uneven. The light did not penetrate far enough to reveal any signs of life. Reflecting on the information I had gathered about the species inhabiting the Kunlun Mountains, I recalled that only the edges of the snow peaks or the few secluded lakes held records of animal presence. Logically, we should not expect any signs of life in our current location. Gazing at the fissure, I surmised that what I had previously encountered might be certain subterranean creatures. In the Alaskan region, there exists a tradition of utilizing ice to construct abodes. When employed judiciously, snow and ice can serve as effective insulators. Historical research indicates that beneath some perpetually frozen mountains, life thrives with remarkable vigor. I believe this would hold true here as well. Typically, the subterranean beings residing within snow-capped mountains are not particularly large, hence they pose little threat. With this thought, I found solace and dismissed the ice fissure, returning to the vicinity of my tent. However, this lapse in attention proved to be a grave error. Shortly after I stationed myself by the tent, I suddenly heard a series of crunching sounds behind me, reminiscent of footsteps on snow. Assuming it was that creature from before making another appearance, I spun around abruptly. To my astonishment, I discovered that it was not alone. Several others accompanied it, presumably its offspring. The creature resembled my earlier conjecture. It had short, stout limbs, a long tail, akin to a large salamander. What is a salamander, you may ask? While most may be unfamiliar with the term salamander, they have likely heard of its cousin, the newt. This creature belongs to the same family as the newt, first discovered in Europe, characterized by an elongated form with 4 limbs and 2 horns flanking its head. Thus, it was initially mistaken by ancient Europeans for the offspring of a dragon. It was as if this creature was merely a scale short of resembling a miniature dragon. Though I recognized the existence of such salamanders, I was uncertain if these were indeed they. Nonetheless, their oddly draconic appearance genuinely astounded me. I counted a total of 7, with the largest one silently positioning itself behind me, mere inches away. Flanking it were several smaller creatures, each approximately half a meter in length, appearing rather endearing with their crescent-shaped mouths lined with small, not particularly sharp teeth. It was apparent that these beings did not prey upon large animals. Yet, I found their behavior perplexing. If they perceived me as prey, their size would render them incapable of consuming me. Conversely, if that were not the case, what was their purpose in encircling me? Before I could ponder further, the largest creature extended a long tongue, reminiscent of a frog ass, and swiftly snatched up something from the ground beside me. To my astonishment, it was a piece of jerky. Wait a moment. I had only opened a package of jerky that evening and had not recalled any leftovers. How could an open package remain here? It dawned on me that these creatures were likely drawn out by the scent of the jerky. After seizing the morsel, the large creature scampered back, its dragon-like tail sweeping clumsily across the icy surface. They retreated to the edge of the fissure, and the large one began to regurgitate a pile of dark, unidentifiable matter. The smaller ones rushed eagerly forward, devouring the remnants without hesitation. In that moment, I realized that what it had expelled was indeed the jerky, which, having been compressed and rendered dry and hard by the frigid temperatures, would pose a choking hazard for those tiny teeth. It is evident that this piece of jerky is insufficient for them to share. After finishing, the larger one turned its head toward me, and we locked eyes. In this snowy mountain, food is scarce and survival is arduous. It seems that this jerky holds great significance for them. I consider myself a compassionate person, but only when I am in a position to spare some resources. Who knows how long I must remain in this frigid terrain? I have no intention of feeding them. So I continued to sit beside the smokeless stove, ignoring the group. They resembled cave salamanders, yet I knew they could not be such. For cave salamanders are diminutive and degenerate creatures devoid of sight. The largest among them was as big as a person, while the smaller ones measured about half a meter in length. They might be relatives of the cave salamander, but their exact nature eluded me. However, I've seen my fair share of animals. I had never encountered such a creature before, likely a new species or a rare animal. I thought to myself, although you appear quite precious, I must apologize. I am neither an environmentalist nor an animal rights advocate, so I cannot assist you. These beings exhibited no aggression, merely lingering by the crevice. I felt a twinge of hunger and contemplated reaching for something to eat. But their unwavering gaze made me feel hesitant, so I remained patient. They, too, lay there, biding their time. Creatures capable of surviving in such harsh conditions typically possess remarkable patience. It was not until Bai Shuang awoke that she suddenly noticed a gathering of these creatures outside the tent, startling her into a dance of surprise. I realized that she and Doufu were increasingly resembling a married couple. The only solace was that she occasionally strayed from the path, yet remained quite astute. Or else I could scarcely imagine the chaos of two fools living together. Her hands trembled as she exclaimed, "What are these things?" I replied, "I have no idea. But they pose no threat. They seek our food, so keep a close watch. Do not let them succeed." Bai Shuang nodded, and I took my turn to sleep. I do not know how long I slumbered, but in a haze, I was awakened by laughter, a woman's laughter. The sound roused me, and I recognized it as Bai Shuang's voice. Lifting the tent flap, I was nearly incensed to the point of vomiting blood. Bai Shuang was engaged in lively interaction with these creatures. They were quite affectionate, crawling around her. She was teasing them with a piece of jerky, and beside her lay 3 empty jerky wrappers, equivalent to our daily rations. I could feel my forehead twitch uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath and adhering to the principle of refraining from any aggression toward a lady, I inquired, "Miss Bai, may I ask what you were doing?" Her laughter ceased abruptly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features as she replied, "They looked quite pitiful, so I fed them 3 pieces." I retorted, "And who will pity me when our food runs low? Shall I chop you up for sustenance?" Bai Shuang smiled sheepishly, but in a moment of distraction, the large creature snatched the jerky from her hand. In no time, it devoured it entirely, returning nothing. Given the circumstances, since the deed was done, I could not demand it be regurgitated, so I cautioned, "Feeding them 3 pieces is sufficient. Do not continue." Bai Shuang was acutely aware of the situation and promptly nodded in agreement. I glanced at the time. It had only been 2 hours since I retreated into the tent to sleep. Exhausted from the day's exertions, I quickly succumbed to slumber. Curling up in my warm sleeping bag, drifting off almost immediately. I had anticipated a peaceful rest, but before long, an unexpected weight suddenly crashed down upon me, abruptly rousing me from my dreams. Upon awakening, I discovered that the tent had collapsed, and something appeared to be trapped beneath it, struggling to escape. The sudden shock dispelled my drowsiness, and I instinctively pushed aside the debris, crawling out of the sleeping bag. Outside, I heard Bai Shuang's startled exclamation. When I finally emerged from the fallen tent, I was met with a horrific sight. The ice surface was drenched in blood. Vivid crimson stains were splattered everywhere, and a large, dark, lizard-like creature was viciously slaughtering smaller prey on the ice. This beast resembled a giant lizard, its body covered in fine scales, and it moved with formidable speed, mercilessly attacking the diminutive creatures on the icy expanse. I pondered how such a creature had come to be in this frigid wilderness. It was evident that, despite the barren surface, a rich variety of life thrived beneath the ice. This reptilian entity was unmistakably a denizen of the subterranean world. Bai Shuang clutched a small creature in her arms, and the very beast that had crashed onto my tent was none other than the large one that had been wounded. Its head bore deep, bloody bite marks, and it struggled to escape back into a crevice in the ice. Aside from this injured giant and the one Bai Shuang held, the others had seemingly vanished. It was abundantly clear that the remaining 6 smaller creatures had likely already become the beast's meal. Bai Shuang's eyes were red-rimmed, a mixture of fear and anger evident in her expression. Realizing the gravity of our situation, I urged her, "Quickly, gather your belongings. This creature has quite an appetite." I had initially thought the snowy mountains posed no dangers, but it was becoming increasingly clear that life here was far more abundant than appeared at first glance. While I was uncertain whether this creature would be interested in us after its feast, the blood-soaked ground suggested we could attract other predators. Upon hearing my urgent plea, Bai Shuang exclaimed, "But what about Dabai?" "Dabai?" I turned my gaze towards the large creature she indicated, bemused that she had already named it in such a short time. I mused that she and the creature must share an extraordinary bond, perhaps akin to that of twins rather than mere companions. Chapter 28. Encounter. At this moment, Dabai, drenched in blood, sought to retreat into a crevice in the ice, but its injuries had severely hampered its speed. The other formidable creature seemed far more interested in Dabai and swiftly pursued it. I could not afford to dwell on its fate. Instead, I called out to Bai Shuang, "We must salvage our equipment while we can. Our numbers are limited, and we have a substantial amount of food to carry. We only have 1 tent, and without it, we cannot endure the night in these mountains." Though Bai Shuang was concerned for Dabai, she understood the urgency of our situation and promptly joined me in the effort to rescue the tent. Meanwhile, the creature in her arms clung to her tightly, seemingly aware of our ability to protect it and unwilling to let go. On the other side, the great white creature was already being hoarsely threatened by that entity, seemingly on the brink of becoming its next meal. Bai Shuang suddenly gritted her teeth, drew her dagger, and appeared determined to charge forward. I quickly restrained her, reminding her that our gear was already packed, and it would be unwise to provoke further trouble. Interfering in matters that do not concern us can lead to disastrous consequences. Bai Shuang retorted, stating that she could not stand idly by in the face of impending death. I replied, in the food chain, the big fish devours the small fish, and the small fish devours the shrimp. What assistance can you offer at this moment? Bai Shuang, incensed, responded, the law is not devoid of humanity. Do not lecture me, you coward. Frustrated by her resolve, I tossed my equipment bag to her, saying, you run ahead. I will handle this. Upon seeing me draw my combat knife, Bai Shuang exclaimed in surprise, are you going to save it? I replied, as a coward. Do I have any other options? Swiftly, she grabbed the equipment bag along with the small creature and fled. I shook my head and maneuvered to the rear, attempting to launch a surprise attack on the colossal beast. However, it seemed to have an uncanny awareness, as I had barely positioned myself behind it when its tail swept through the air, forcefully knocking me aside. The ice beneath me was treacherously slippery, and I slid several meters upon impact. In that moment, the great white creature seized its chance, darting into a crevice in the ice. The enormous entity attempted to pursue but was thwarted by its own size, unable to squeeze through. Upon witnessing the escape of the great white, I wasted no time in scrambling to my feet and fleeing, reasoning that it had already consumed several smaller creatures and would likely be satiated. However, the voracious creature had other intentions, turning its attention towards me. Its body was covered in a slick layer of scales, and as it tore across the icy terrain, it moved with the grace of an ice skater. I had barely gotten a head start when it caught up to me, raising its body and lunging its massive jaws towards my head. Fortuitously, I glanced back just in time to see the imminent danger. Otherwise, I would have had no chance to evade. In a split second, I rolled to the ground and slid aside, narrowly escaping its attack. Soon after, I caught up with Bai Shuang. Given her smaller stature, burdened with 2 equipment bags and a half-meter-long creature hanging from her neck, she was unable to run swiftly. Observing her struggle, I couldn't help but sigh internally. Facing a wolf-like enemy is far less daunting than dealing with a pig-headed ally. Realizing that fleeing was futile, while I could run, Bai Shuang could not. I acknowledged that our survival hinged on a life-or-death struggle. I brandished my combat knife, ready to strike. Brother, your rare appearance clearly marks you as a precious creature. Had you not provoked me, I would not have drawn my blade. Yet, you insist on biting me. Are you not forcing my hand? I had broken the law before, and thus had no qualms about doing so again. This time, I attacked from the front. The creature, likely unfamiliar with humans or weapons, did not flinch from the knife thrust, but instead lunged directly at me with its jaws agape. It was a reckless exchange, and I dared not confront it head-on. A bite on the snow-capped mountains would be a grievous wound that would not heal. Such a risk was not worth taking. With no other option, I twisted my body to evade, gliding across the ice once again. In this challenging environment, the sole advantage lies in the ease of concealment. Even with my relatively slow pace, a well-aimed angle allows for swift evasion. The darkness enveloping me has rendered Bai Shuang's figure invisible, with my only source of illumination being the camp lamp hanging at my waist. Under the dim, yellow glow of the lamp, the creature lunged at me once more. A thought crossed my mind. Most animals are drawn to light, and under the cover of night, perhaps this trait could be exploited. With this notion ignited, I swiftly removed the lamp from my waist and, summoning every ounce of strength, hurled it towards the creature's right rear. As anticipated, it immediately pivoted in pursuit of the lamp's trajectory. In the enveloping darkness, I refrained from activating the light, relying instead on my memory to guide my steps as I sprinted forward. Unburdened, my speed was remarkable, and soon I caught up with Bai Shuang. Upon seeing me, Bai Shuang exclaimed with relief, "Are you unharmed?" I replied, "I'm fine. I managed to shake off that creature, though I cannot ascertain whether it will pursue us again. Let us continue moving." Bai Shuang, breathless, cautioned, "If we proceed further, we will inevitably encounter the 2 individuals surnamed L." I responded, "After the commotion we just stirred, do you think they remain oblivious? Let us move." Despite our earlier distance, this area echoed significantly, given Bai Shuang's prior loud cries. It would be astonishing if El Su had not taken notice. Indeed, upon reaching the vicinity of El Su's tent, we found him seated by the fire, scrutinizing us, while Bai San Yi stood beside him, tapping a cigarette against the icy surface. In such conditions, even the finest tobacco would succumb to moisture. I wondered how he could still smoke. Bai Shuang cast a nervous glance at me. The 2 parties stood in opposition, with El Su and Bai San Yi silent. I exchanged a meaningful look with Bai Shuang and said, "Let us set up camp." "Here?" Bai Shuang asked, bewildered, glancing between me and El Su's duo. I nodded affirmatively, stating, right here. Soon, our tents were erected, positioned a mere 10 meters apart. In truth, I was uncertain of El Su's intentions, opting for a strategy of non-movement for the time being. I surmised that El Su's group was likely unarmed, as firearms were impractical in the snowy mountains. The risk of an avalanche triggered by gunfire was alarmingly high. Should it come to a confrontation with cold weapons, I was not as easily vanquished as he might presume. The skills I had honed over the past 2 months were not in vain. Moreover, I possessed 4 poison-throwing knives. While they might not strike vital points, any wound would suffice to render him incapacitated. El Su was inherently cautious. He would refrain from acting impulsively until he had gauged my abilities. Bai Sanyi continued to smoke, his gaze fixed coldly upon me. After what felt like an eternity, he grunted and spoke. Young one, what brings you here? I met his gaze and replied, Sanyi, during our last encounter, were we not quite amicable? Has your demeanor shifted so drastically? Bai Sanyi forced a smile, his voice raspy as he retorted, last time? Times have changed, young one. I am too busy for pretense. How did you manage to follow us? I countered. Does it truly matter how I caught up? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Although I follow you, my pursuit is not directed towards you. Lu Su is an astute individual, his mind sharp and perceptive. He tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating something, and after a moment, he suddenly smiled and remarked, I believe there is no longer any connection between us. Upon reflection, you truly ought not to follow me. You seek the corpse immortal, do you not? I have always admired his keen intellect, thus I did not conceal the truth, replying, indeed. Lu Su adjusted the fire with his small tongs, casting a significant glance in my direction. It does not provoke you. You should consider yourself fortunate. What is your purpose in seeking it? I could not suppress a cold laugh. Is that so? If that is the case, why did you deliver that thing into my hands? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Su chuckled softly and replied, precisely because I do not regard you as a fool, I entrusted the object to you. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew solemn. However, I cannot fathom why you would follow me here. What is your objective? I have heard that the fool is currently engaged in business. Surely, you do not seek him? I must admit, Lu Su knows me well. At his words, I could only offer a wry smile, confessing, I was left with no choice. Dofu has followed him. Lu Su raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. And after a brief pause, he incisively pointed out, is it because of you, the curse? I regarded him with a glance, responding, your sharp insights can be quite exasperating at times. Lu Su smiled and said, with age comes understanding. Had this been in the past, I would likely have failed to grasp the meaning behind your words, but now it is as clear as day. Indeed, he has lived long enough. It is worth mentioning that he likely shares a fate similar to that of the king of Ileo, having been ensnared by the machinations of Pu Zhan, which explains the current tension between them. Chapter 29. King Mu of Zhou, our 2 tents, occupied by 4 individuals, fell into silence. Separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. It was the dead of night, and the creature upon Bai Shuang sensed the departure of its nemesis. It crawled silently away from her, perhaps intending to return to its lair. After Lu Su finished speaking, he remained silent, his gaze shifting from me to the small creature until it vanished into the darkness. He then inquired, your ability to follow me here, does it imply that someone is aiding you? There seemed to be a deeper significance in his gaze, as if he had discerned something profound. In truth, I had long suspected that he was aware of the true Lu Su following him, and his current demeanor only solidified that suspicion. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt as though I had been ensnared in a trap. Competing wits with ancient beings is a daunting endeavor. However, until matters are made explicit, I would not reveal my thoughts. Thus I replied, if someone is indeed assisting me, you should have an inkling. I am curious. How have you managed to survive thus far without the corpse immortal eliminating you? Old Master Bai let out a heavy grunt, seemingly reminded of something exceedingly unpleasant. El Su smiled and remarked, when I took the risk of making that wager with you, I naturally kept a contingency plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. My ill fortune led to my defeat, but that does not imply I shall fall victim to it once more. The use of once more clearly indicated that El Su had no intention of concealing his plans from me. He then recounted the grievances he held against the corpse immortal. And indeed, as I had suspected, El Su, much like the king of Ileo in his lifetime, had been used as a pawn by Pu Zhan, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Comparatively, Su's demise was even more unjust. He was transformed into a heavenly soldier, endowed with self-awareness, and was confined within a coffin until the genuine Su and his son inadvertently stumbled upon him, thereby securing his escape. In his previous life, the corpse immortal had experienced an extraordinary encounter that irrevocably altered the course of his existence. This episode remains a mystery to us, the descendants. Yet Su was privy to its details. However, he spoke of this transformative experience in vague terms. As if it were a treasure he was reluctant to share with anyone. Neither the current Su nor the Pu Zhen of your left behind any clues regarding it. After delineating the backstory, he abruptly shifted the conversation, asking, "Have you ever heard of the Fountain of Youth?" I pondered for a moment before shaking my head and replied, "I know of the Yaoqi on Mount Kunlun, which is a well-known tourist destination, but I have never heard of the Fountain of Youth. Is your expedition into the Kunlun Mountains related to this fountain?" Su chuckled and suddenly recited, "White clouds in the sky, mountains rise forth. The path is long and winding, amidst the rivers and mountains. Will you not die, and can you return?" His abrupt recitation left me momentarily bewildered, while Bai Shuang quickly grasped its significance and exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. This is the poem presented by the Queen Mother of the West when she bid farewell to King Mu of Zhou, isn't it?" Su nodded approvingly and said, "It is said that when King Mu journeyed westward, he brought countless treasures to pay homage to the Queen Mother of the West, seeking wisdom on governance, the sustenance of the populace, and the secrets of immortality." Bai Shuang continued, "The Queen Mother informed him that to learn the art of immortality, one must dwell long in Kunlun and sever ties with the mundane world. King Mu, unable to forsake the common folk of his realm, departed after bidding farewell to the Queen Mother, hence the inquiry. The Queen Mother of the West, as legend has it, resides atop the Kunlun Mountains, and the feasts at Yaoqi Kunlun have long been celebrated by countless scholars. The veracity of these myths remains indeterminate, so why did Su bring this up?" I was still pondering this when I heard Su say, "When King Mu departed, it is said he brought rare treasures as offerings to the Queen Mother, and upon parting, she bestowed a return gift. What that gift was, perhaps only Pu Zhen knows." I was taken aback, and immediately the key thought struck me, causing my heart to race. Could it be that the relic Pu Zhen possessed was connected to the return gift received by King Mu? One belonged to the Zhou dynasty, and the other to the Han dynasty. If there were indeed any intersection between them, it would most likely be in an ancient tomb. Su's gaze was fixed intently upon my face, as if he had discerned my thoughts, and he stated, "Indeed, as you surmise. He inadvertently entered the tomb of King Mu of Zhou and acquired the items bestowed by the Queen Mother of the West at that time." Bai Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "The Queen Mother? Is she not a figure from myth? Could she truly exist?" I, too, was left speechless, unable to respond for quite some time. It was only upon hearing Bai Shuang's words that I regained my senses and remarked, according to historical research, there indeed existed a kingdom of the West Queen Mother in the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, where the inhabitants excelled in taming tigers, leopards, insects, and serpents, able to commune with beasts. The mythical figure of the West Queen Mother may very well have been a ruler of this kingdom. Su then stated, "You must have already deduced what the West Queen Mother entrusted." I nodded, slowly absorbing the information I had just received. It seems that the 8-leaf fighting the flood dragon stone, along with the miraculous shadow retaining stone, originated from here. Su continued, "Although King Mu of Zhou did not remain in the kingdom of the West Queen Mother, she imparted to him the secrets of immortality and various extraordinary methods. Unfortunately, as the emperor, King Mu was burdened with numerous affairs and ultimately failed to achieve the desired results, leaving these treasures to accompany him in his burial." I inquired, "Is it from this that Pu Zhen later acquired his mysterious and unfathomable abilities? Did he plunder King Mu's ancient tomb?" During that period, tombs were relatively simple in scale, lacking the intricate feng shui principles, and accessing the tomb of King Mu would indeed require extraordinary fortune. Hence it is rightly dubbed a serendipity. It appears that the treasures extracted from King Mu were rather sinister. Otherwise, Pu Zhen would not have committed such numerous heinous acts later, sacrificing the welfare of the populace for his selfish desires, even mobilizing the national might in pursuit of his ambitions. This suggests that what was bestowed by the so-called West Queen Mother was far from benign. Upon sharing my thoughts, Su shook his head, stating, "The West Queen Mother has long been revered as a deity of Taoism, It is not that the items she imparted were malevolent, but rather that with the passage of time and the fading of knowledge, later generations misinterpreted and distorted their essence. Pu Zhen, in his beginnings, was merely an ordinary individual, albeit adept in the arts of feng shui and the crafting of burial sites. Having acquired King Mu's treasures, the vast temporal gap and cultural disparities likely led to a flawed understanding, resulting in the subsequent events. In his lifetime, Su fell victim to Pu Zhen's machinations, and after his resurrection, he began searching for the whereabouts of the corpse immortal. More precisely, he sought to usurp the position of the corpse immortal. However, now that the corpse immortal stands unrivaled in the world, what plans could Su possibly have by infiltrating the Kunlun mountain range? What connection does this so-called pool of immortality have with the matter at hand? Contemplating this, I posed the question, to which Su replied with a slight smile. This is something he revealed to me. The he in question, of course, refers to Pu Zhen. The two must have collaborated during their lifetimes, and Su was severely deceived by Pu Zhen, ultimately transformed into a celestial soldier after death. Had it not been for the borrowed body of Dehe, he might still be confined within his coffin. The Kunlun mountain boasts the magnificent pool of immortality, a breathtaking sight that no traveler to Kunlun would overlook. Yet, few are aware of the true location and mystical properties of the pool of immortality, for its existence and significance have only been passed down through the oral traditions of the West Queen Mother to King Mu of Zhou. The reason Pu Zhen misinterpreted the teachings originally was due to a lack of this crucial knowledge. It is said that the waters of the pool of immortality flow from ancient ice of 10,000 years, possessing a hue akin to jade, and remain unsealed for a millennium. Those who bathe in it can undergo a transformation, retaining their youthful appearance and cultivating the path to immortality. The Queen Mother of the West likely had an affair with King Mu of Zhou. The two might have shared a romantic bath in the ageless Yaoqi. However, Pu Zhen did not possess such fortunate circumstances. He navigated numerous detours in his search, and, by the time he returned, time had slipped away. Consequently, he left a single elixir within the tomb of Su, a safeguard should any unforeseen mishap occur in the immortal nurturing scheme. Although Su did not disclose the method of concocting this pill, his demeanor hinted at a few possibilities. It is probable that the recipe was gleaned from the tomb of King Mu of Zhou, and Pu Zhen must have conducted numerous experiments, inevitably culminating in a collaboration with Su. Su chuckled, expressing his initial belief that he had formulated the elixir of immortality. Yet, his smile, though consistently gentle, was devoid of warmth, icy as steel. This is akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. I inquired whether his pursuit of the ageless Yaoqi was a desire to follow in Pu Zhen's footsteps. I surmised that prior to this, Pu Zhen must have eliminated any threats to his existence. Su claimed he had a contingency plan. What might that entail? At this thought, I glanced at the enigmatic Bai Sanyi beside him. What role did Bai Sanyi play in this unfolding drama? Su, clearly perceptive of my insinuations, smiled and shook his head, stating, "Do you think I truly covet immortality? Chen Tiande, do you believe true longevity exists in this world?" I once spoke of a friend abroad, a geneticist who firmly believes that deciphering the genetic code is pivotal in exploring the end of life. I find myself in agreement with his perspective. In our era, everything was shrouded in myth, yet now, all can be traced and understood. Do you think the corpse immortal is genuinely immortal? His final query perhaps holds the crux of the matter. Chapter 30. Revenge. Do you think the corpse immortal is genuinely immortal? Su's statement is indeed thought-provoking. We are all aware that Pu Zhen set a trap for immortality, tantalizingly close to achieving transcendence, only to have it disrupted, rendering him a peculiar entity. Now, we are uncertain whether he is a corpse immortal or a true immortal. After all, he has devoured the void and absorbed the essence of the celestial eye, suggesting immense power. Yet, whether he is truly an immortal remains ambiguous. Upon my inquiry, Su smiled knowingly and remarked, "Indeed, its strength is formidable, but it is still not an immortal. The one who ascends in broad daylight, becoming ethereal, is the true immortal. At present, it is merely a monstrous entity with extraordinary power." His words sent a jolt through me. I could not discern the veracity of his claims, but if true, it bears significant implications. Should the corpse immortal be an actual immortal, we would all find ourselves in a position of absolute vulnerability. We would be powerless to confront it, For as it has metaphorically suggested, we are but ants in its eyes, unable even to seek revenge or express anger. Thus, upon emerging from the void, faced with our full armament, the corpse immortal dismissed us without a glance. In the presence of such an overwhelmingly powerful entity, we hold no standing to negotiate terms. However, if one is not an immortal, there must be vulnerabilities. Take for instance the messengers like Xiao Jing. Their weakness lies in devouring those close to them, or else they face true death. Similarly, Zhen El-Su survives by absorbing the energy of corpses. Without it, he too would perish. If El-Su's words hold any truth, his journey to the Kunlun Mountains is likely in pursuit of the weaknesses of the corpse immortals. He claims to be indifferent to the notion of immortality, yet one must ponder the purpose behind his actions. Speaking candidly in the presence of an enlightened individual, I voiced my perplexities directly. Upon hearing my inquiry, El-Su offered a faint smile and after a brief pause, remarked, "Initially, my pursuit was indeed immortality. Yet, I have since attained it, albeit in a different form. Those who have not experienced this suffering cannot fathom its depths. Unless they truly achieve the transcendence described in the tomb of King Mu of Zhou. Otherwise, living long in this world is utterly meaningless." Bai Sanyi, who had remained silent, continued to smoke with a brooding gaze. His words left me baffled. Does immortality hold significance for the celestial beings while it is devoid of meaning for ordinary mortals? What kind of logic is this? Throughout history, which emperor, from Qin Shi Huang to Han Wu, did not yearn for eternal life? As if he could read my thoughts, El-Su smiled, gazing into the shadows, and softly stated, "Living long in the human realm bears no significance. Those around you age and die, leaving you alone in the end. Of course, new lives will emerge during this time, yet ultimately their fates and trajectories are the same. You will come to realize that the entire world resembles a game, with the sole living soul being yourself, while everything else around you is fleeting. This sensation may be bearable once or twice, but enduring it perpetually would drive one to madness." Having never experienced immortality, I could not comprehend the feelings El-Su described. Yet merely imagining it sent chills down my spine. A world where one is the only living being, surrounded by figures akin to those in a virtual game? To exist in such solitude for an eternity? The mere thought of it was enough to make one's skin crawl. I inquired, "So, do you still possess immortality?" El-Su shook his head, spreading his hands with an air of ease. "In a new body, it naturally eludes me. I am quite content and do not wish to disrupt this state. To truly live a life and then die is a blessing." Bai Shuang and I exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Since El-Su had no desire for immortality, what then was the purpose of his endeavors? Seeking the concealed treasures of the corpse immortals? Before we could voice our questions, El-Su continued, seemingly feeling there was little left to conceal. After awakening, he began to adapt to this new world. And during this period, he traversed far and wide in search of the corpse immortal's nurturing grounds, making numerous acquaintances along the way. El-Su had suffered a tragic demise in his previous life, though he did not elaborate on the specifics. However, it was clear he sought vengeance. This is, in essence, a profoundly distorted mindset. Initially ensnared by Pu Zhen, it culminated in a tragic demise. Although he persists in a celestial form, this existence is undeniably fraught with agony. Why should my life be utterly ruined while you, Pu Zhen, aspire to ascend to immortality? Such dreams are fanciful. As El-Su develops his own power, he simultaneously engages in acts of sabotage. Initially, Lord Zhao sought the 8 carp fighting the dragon Taoxi stone, having gleaned information from Chen Tiande, thus desiring to intervene. El-Su, however, would not permit such an endeavor, leading to the confiscation of the Taoxi stone. The expedition to the Xianbing tomb filled El-Su with exhilaration. How could he not be thrilled at the prospect of avenging his enemies? Yet, he underestimated the might of the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. Even after El-Su's mid-journey disruption, the corpse immortal still emerged. During that time, he was plagued by anxiety, only to find Dofu returning with the corpse immortal. The reappearance of the corpse immortal was evidently no longer Pu Zhen. El-Su realized that Pu Zhen might have perished, leaving behind merely a lifeless shell. This vessel possessed formidable strength, impervious to his harm. After much contemplation, El-Su resolved to abandon his pursuit. After all, if Pu Zhen was already deceased, further investigation seemed unnecessary. However, during El-Su's decision to relinquish his quest, An unforeseen turn of events occurred. Zhuang Rui sought my assistance, resulting in the corpse immortal being devoured by the void. This matter was initially unrelated to El Su, but upon discovering that Pu Zhen's corpse and primordial spirit were separated, he became restless. Thus, the subsequent actions directed against Dofu were born. In truth, El Su's genuine intention was to acquire the primordial spirit within Dofu. As for his plans for it, only he could fathom. Compared to us, the outsiders who later became involved, El Su possessed far greater knowledge regarding Pu Zhen. We all presumed that after devouring the void, Pu Zhen had become indistinguishable from an immortal. Yet now, El Su divulged a secret unknown to all. The disruption caused by the Immortal Cultivation Bureau was irreparable. Despite the corpse immortal's immense strength, what was the source of this power? It was nurtured by the essence of countless years of sun, moon, and earth. Such power cannot be sustained within the fragmented form of the corpse immortal for long. Once it dissipates, what remains may merely be a pile of ashes or desiccated bones. Thus, the corpse immortal would undoubtedly seek a remedy. A realization struck me, and I promptly inquired, "Is the key to this remedy the everlasting jade pool?" El Su nodded, stating, "If this place truly exists, then its power has likely already submerged into the everlasting jade pool." A wave of dread washed over me. If the corpse immortal is recuperating in the everlasting jade pool, then what of Dofu? Is Dofu there as well? What purpose could Dofu serve in that realm? El Su wore a knowing smile and remarked, "Should the restoration fail, he would merely be Pu Zhen's backup. If successful, he would likely become the first delicacy upon awakening." Bai Shuang shivered at the thought and immediately declared, "We must find that cursed jade pool and rescue him." El Su remained seated cross-legged, responding, "I only possess a general direction. Whether we can locate it remains uncertain." I gazed at him, suppressing the concerns that stirred within my heart, and said, "Since you do not seek immortality and merely wish to live this life well, why must you oppose the corpse immortal? Do you truly believe that your strength can confront it? Should you venture to the everlasting Yao pool now, would it not be akin to courting death?" I couldn't shake the feeling that El Su was concealing something. Yes, his true intentions. His genuine purpose was far more complex than mere revenge. In the face of an invincible adversary, one typically has two choices: most surrender or endure in silence. While only a handful of impulsive souls would opt for a fatal struggle, El Su was not one to be blinded by wrath. As evidenced by his meticulous plans to disrupt the corpse immortal's schemes, he exhibited remarkable patience and methodical execution, much like a spider weaving its web. The strands were delicate, yet during unseen moments, they intertwined, ultimately ensnaring the prey inescapably. The analogy of a spider aptly captures El Su. His plans were detailed and comprehensive, progressing steadily. And acting recklessly out of fleeting rage was certainly not his modus operandi. Nevertheless, he had at least provided me with a clue. The tofu was within the everlasting Yao pool. Where exactly was this legendary pool? Bai Shuang immediately turned her head and whispered, "It seems we must follow them. Let us locate the everlasting Yao pool first, regardless of their plans. Our sole aim is to rescue those in need." Although I felt an unease in my heart, I could only nod in agreement. After all, as long as we could rescue the person, the conflicts between the corpse immortal and El Su were theirs alone. I sought neither immortality nor held any significant grudge against the corpse immortal. Why should I wade into these murky waters? Thus, the conversation concluded there. I did not press further, yet the only thing that struck me as odd was old Bai San. Regrettably, despite my inquiries, this old man remained unresponsive, and El Su merely smiled, offering no reply, which left me quite vexed. Chapter 31. Guidance. It was quite the ordeal in the dead of night. I had not managed to sleep properly, and with merely 3 hours until dawn, Bai Shuang urged me to catch up on sleep while she stood watch outside. Truth be told, I was grateful for her company this time. Venturing into the snow-capped mountains alone would have made many matters rather inconvenient. El Su seemed unconcerned for our safety, as both he and the other man retreated into the tent for slumber. The latter half of the night was tranquil, and we slumbered until dawn, at which point we packed our belongings and resumed our journey. Although the four of us spoke little along the way, we moved in harmonious silence, no longer needing to conceal our thoughts. The only disquieting aspect was El Su himself. I could not fathom what schemes he was concocting, for he had yet to reveal himself. Had something unforeseen occurred along the way, naturally, I would not voice such concerns to El Su. His words the previous night had alleviated many of my uncertainties, Yet it was evident that he still withheld certain truths. These truths were akin to a ticking time bomb. Until they were unraveled, he was not to be trusted. We four hastily prepared some biscuit paste and jerky, ate quickly, and continued on our path. Lu Su was not aware of the precise location of the eternal Yao pool, yet he evidently possessed his own set of clues. Throughout our journey, although he did not explicitly state it, he was undeniably leading the way. By midday, Bai Shuang was visibly fatigued, struggling with each step and lagging behind. I had no choice but to support her, encouraging her to persevere a little longer, assuring her that we would take a rest in no more than half an hour. In such extreme cold, physical exertion did little to warm our bodies completely. Even clad in our thermal jackets, certain areas remained damp from the snow's chill. The blizzard raged around us, and we urgently needed to find a sheltered spot to halt our progress. Bai Shuang nodded in agreement, displaying no signs of complaint or weariness. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lu Su and Bai Sanyi ahead of us, lowering her voice to confide. Don't you find it strange? That Bai Sanyi, despite his advanced age, seems to possess more stamina than I do. Though I may not match your prowess, I exercise regularly. Surely I should not be outdone by an old man. Her observation struck me as curious as well. It was said that Bai Sanyi had been an expert in the art of tomb raiding in his youth, yet whether abroad or upon his return home, he had lived a life of luxury, never descending into the depths again. How, then, did he maintain such remarkable physical condition? Even individuals accustomed to strenuous labor would find it rare to possess such vitality at his age. The secrets surrounding this old man were indeed manifold. I could only hope he was not yet another adversary. Approximately 40 minutes later, we encountered a towering ice wall, shrouded in swirling snow and mist, its height indiscernible. The surface of the ice reflected our dim silhouettes. Numerous fissures marred the ice wall. Some were scarcely wider than a finger, while others could accommodate two people side by side. The central section split into two, forming an ice gorge that appeared passable for travelers. We ventured into the gorge and found a hollow recess to temporarily rest, igniting a smokeless stove to prepare food and sipping warm porridge, which gradually thawed our stiffened limbs. Lu Su held a steel cup, now empty, his gaze fixed intently on the ground of the gorge, seemingly observing something. Following his line of sight, I noticed the ice surface was smooth, covered only by a thin layer of snow, with our footprints still visible. Nothing particularly remarkable seemed to stand out. What was he discerning? Just as I pondered this, Lu Su suddenly set down his cup and inquired, "Have you heard any peculiar sounds?" After all this time, it became clear that he was not merely looking, but rather listening. Lu Su was inherently vigilant. His question prompted me to heed his caution, and I strained my ears to listen. To be honest, all I could hear was the howling wind. In this frigid landscape, the wind surged and ebbed erratically, and as we entered the ice gorge, its roar grew even more pronounced. How could one discern any unusual noises amidst the wind's wails, which echoed with a haunting quality reminiscent of ghostly cries? At night, such sounds would indeed be unsettling. Bai Sanyi listened for a moment before dismissively stating, "The old man is hard of hearing. He hasn't caught any sound. Why is Lu Boy playing riddles?" Lu Boy? I chuckled inwardly, finding this moniker quite fitting. Lu grandson seemed rather endearing. Lu Su, unfazed, leaned in to listen again, remarking, "It's gone." Perhaps I misheard. It seemed I caught the sound of someone speaking. I was about to say, who else could be here besides us, when a sudden realization struck me. There might indeed be others. It was truly Lu Su. I glanced around, pondering, could that fellow be lurking nearby? No, he was alone. Why would he be speaking? Lu Su rose and began to move about cautiously, even pulling out binoculars to survey the area. He scanned the surroundings with his binoculars, and upon finding nothing of note, he directed his gaze upward. I followed suit. But alas, the swirling snow obscured everything above us, resembling a thick canopy of clouds, rendering the situation atop the ice wall utterly unclear. Unaware of the circumstances, Bai Sanyi, seeing our suspicious demeanor and fruitless search, let out a grunt and remarked, "Lu, stop being so paranoid. We must keep moving. Let us find a place to test things out." His words struck a chord within me. Test what? Could this be Bai Sanyi's true intention? Before I could ponder further, Bai Sanyi took the lead and moved ahead. Lu Su shook his head and followed suit, and the four of us continued onward, soon exiting the icy gorge, only to be confronted by a downhill path. Behind the gorge, the elevated terrain had accumulated a great deal of snow. With the west being higher than the east, resulting in a thick layer of snow on the ground. Proceeding straight ahead was uncertain, while the right side offered a slightly elevated terrain, possibly allowing us to gain a better view of the landscape, albeit at the cost of considerable effort. We halted at the end of this path, and Bai San Yi asked directly, "Where to?" This question was clearly directed at Lu Su. Lu Su gazed up at the sky, shrouded in snow and mist, and frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome of his observations. He shook his head and pointed to the right, saying, "The location here is difficult to ascertain. Let us climb up and take a look." With the leader having spoken, we naturally had no objections. Just as we were about to ascend, Bai Shuang suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward a snow-filled gully, "Someone's there." In that fleeting moment, I too caught a glimpse of a shadow emerging from the gully, swiftly darting away, but the swirling snow obscured its form, causing it to vanish almost instantaneously. Who was it? Could it be the real Lu Su? How had he suddenly appeared? Before I could process this, Lu Su had already taken off in pursuit, moving with remarkable speed, and in that instant, the ghost cry blade was drawn from his waist, exuding a menacing aura. I felt a surge of urgency and immediately followed, while Bai Shuang and Bai San Yi lagged slightly behind. This chase lasted over 10 minutes, and the snowy ground bore clear footprints of two individuals. The deep snow naturally slowed our pace compared to solid ground. After approximately 10 minutes of pursuit, I spotted Lu Su. He stood rigidly with his back to us, wielding the ghost cry blade, neither advancing nor retreating. Strangely, there was no sign of a second person around. Had Lu Su lost the trail? How skilled must someone be to elude him? I suddenly found myself filled with doubt regarding the shadow we had just seen. Perhaps it was not the true Lu Su, for the genuine Lu Su should not possess such remarkable agility. As the three of us converged, we stumbled upon something astonishing. Before Lu Su stood a snowman, exquisitely crafted, with a mouth fashioned from a piece of red cloth, curving like a crescent moon, its crimson hue reminiscent of blood, evoking discomfort in those who beheld it. Bai Shuang stared at the snowman in disbelief and inquired, "Who made this?" Lu Su furrowed his brow and replied, "It was here when I chased after it." Bai Shuang, with a hint of unreliability, remarked, "Are you suggesting that you were pursuing this snowman? Has it come to life?" I stifled a gasp, thinking her imagination was rather fanciful. Over the years, I had encountered various extraordinary entities, such as weasels, ancient mirrors, and stone corpses, but I had never heard of a snowman coming to life. However, before I could articulate my correction, I noticed a detail that rendered me momentarily speechless, as if my throat had been constricted. The footprints that had previously marked the snow vanished right at the spot where the snowman stood. There were no other tracks in sight, which indicated that the individual had mysteriously disappeared upon reaching this location. I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Could it be, as Bai Shuang suggested, that the snowman had come to life? No, that couldn't be. I observed the red cloth that constituted the snowman's mouth. Its texture was unmistakably identical to the red cloth that the true Lu Su had previously used to leave us a mark. It was undoubtedly him. But how had he vanished so suddenly? Could he have sprouted wings and flown away? As that thought crossed my mind, I glanced upwards, but alas, the heavy snowfall obscured my vision. A sense of alarm surged within me as I regarded the evidently pre-constructed snowman, and I quickly realized that the true Lu Su had likely orchestrated this to draw us in. What was his intent? Just as I pondered this question, Lu Su suddenly swung the ghostly blade in his hand, and with a muffled thud, the snowman's head was severed, shattering into a flurry of snowflakes. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist and delivered another downward strike, causing the entire snowman to collapse. He kicked it carelessly, his gaze scanning the snowy ground as if searching for clues. Chapter 32. The trap. At that moment, I noticed a subtle detail, a faint trace in the snow beside the snowman, easily overlooked if one did not examine it closely. It seemed as if something like a slender twig had been placed there. But in this frigid landscape, where could one possibly find twigs? In an instant, a thought flashed through my mind. It was not a twig. Could it be a rope? With that realization, I quickly pieced together the reason behind it all. The individual had not flown away with wings, nor had the snowman come to life. Rather, he had utilized something akin to a rope to make his escape. If my deductions were correct, that person must have set everything in place beforehand. With this in mind, I immediately proceeded in the direction where the trace extended. It led toward the icy wall on our left, and upon reaching the base of the wall, the trail disappeared. El Su evidently discerned the situation as well. He hurried to my side, raising his binoculars to gaze upward. I too took up my binoculars for observation, and to my astonishment, I immediately spotted a figure seated atop the ice wall, approximately 20 meters above us. Logically, with the aid of the binoculars, the individual should have been easily visible. Yet the thick veil of snow and mist obscured our view. All we could make out was the silhouette of someone in a meditative posture. Nonetheless, I instantly recognized him as the true Su, who had vanished. The thought of his vow for vengeance sent a chill down my spine, and an ominous premonition gripped me. Su, too, realized the gravity of the situation and abruptly turned to me, inquiring if I had followed him. I nodded, explaining that he had sent me a message revealing their whereabouts and had left markers along the way, though he had never shown himself. Su's brow furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically before gradually returning to his usual calm demeanor. The swiftness of his composure was indeed remarkable. When he lifted his gaze, a warm smile graced his face as he addressed the figure above, saying, "Brother, you've arrived without a word. Being alone in such a place is perilous. Come down." Upon hearing this, I nearly choked on my own saliva, while Bai Shuang, aware of the underlying context, stuck out her tongue and whispered to me. "I've never encountered someone with such audacity." I replied softly, "This can be considered a skill, one that most cannot cultivate." The true Su stood up. Although his expression remained obscured, his movements were clear. He looked down at us, his voice resonating with neither too much nor too little volume. "Do not address each other so affectionately. Dehe is my brother. You, monster, today marks your demise." Su chuckled and suddenly remarked, "Oh, he is your brother? Is a brother merely for exploitation?" It was evident that this retort was aimed at the past manipulation involving Dehe by Su and his father. The true Su faltered, displaying a hint of vexation as he angrily exclaimed, "Silence." Su's tone softened as he responded, "What enmity or grievance lies between us that compels you to oppose me? I confess I am not Dehe, yet I have become one with him. I possess his memories, thus I regard you as my brother, my true brother. Believe it or not, I have wronged you not during these years." I sheepishly touched my nose, stifling a laugh inwardly. Such fabrications were hardly believable. Was Su merely stalling for time? Given that the true Su had lured us here and proclaimed that our time was at hand, he surely had some confidence in his plans. I surveyed the surroundings, unable to fathom what he could possibly do. However, it seemed that Su's current tactic of delay indicated he had concocted something. The true Su, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You murdered my parents and imprisoned me for over a decade. You claim you've wronged me not, yet I shall ensure your death is most gruesome today." Su remained composed, countering, "What evidence do you have to prove that I killed your parents?" "Listen, they have been brought into this conversation." I felt a twinge of discomfort, filled with admiration for Su's audacity. He invoked father, mother, and brother. Where was this filial piety and brotherly love in his usual demeanor? The true Su exposed himself. "Do you still wish to invert right and wrong?" As he spoke, he effortlessly slid down the rope from above, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Su retaliating. Naturally, he descended from a considerable height away from us. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Is this a surprise? Do you take me for a mere child?" Su's expression turned bitter, as if he were the true victim. I was acutely aware of his duplicitous nature. Bai Shuang, observing the scene, whispered to me, "Given his demeanor, could there be some misunderstanding?" I replied, "Trust him, and you shall meet a dire fate." Indeed, Su continued, "Believe it or not, they did die unexpectedly. You can inquire further, as there were witnesses at the time. Having been reborn into this world, I knew nothing and relied entirely on my parents' care. Humans are not mere plants, who can remain unfeeling. My parents posed no threat to me. Why would I harm them?" After a pause, he added, "When I emerged from that ancient tomb, I found you both unconscious on the ground. You were covered in blood, your body ravaged by the black bear, on the brink of death. I exerted every effort. Yet unfortunately, I could not save you, which led to this desperate course of action. Reflecting upon it, how much effort have I expended over the years to ensure your survival? My imprisoning you was only because of your unwillingness to cooperate, wasn't it? Look, during these past days, have I not allowed you to eat freely? I have not imprisoned you again, have I?" The true Su was momentarily dazed by this barrage of words. Not only he, but I too was taken aback. Su's ability to twist the truth was such that he could make the deceased seem alive. Anyone unaware of his true nature might genuinely believe he had suffered great injustice, were it not for my profound understanding of him. I too might have fallen victim to his machinations. This man has friends all over. It is likely that most of them have been deceived to the point of not understanding what transpired. When I first befriended El Su, I was sincerely in awe of him. Had it not been for our subsequent entanglements and frequent interactions, gradually uncovering his true nature, I might have become one of his unsuspecting friends. The true El Su, stunned into silence, failed to respond. I found myself anxious for his intellectual acuity. Thinking he was still too naive, he was no match for El Su, the ancient trickster. Seeing this, El Su pressed on with renewed vigor, delivering yet another eloquent speech that almost convinced me he was indeed a good person, a victim reluctantly drawn into conflict. I anticipated that the true El Su would be successfully swayed, but at the critical moment, he suddenly shouted, "Enough! Do you take me for a fool? Everything you have done is for that elixir? I assenti it? Over the past 6 months, do you think I have done nothing? I have consumed that elixir. Though I cannot extract it, its potency remains within my body. You have schemed extensively, haven to you, hoping that if circumstances changed, you could turn me into a broth to consume as a tonic?" Bai Shuang's eyes widened as she murmured, "Human soup?" In the midst of this dialogue, the true El Su suddenly raised his hand, revealing a black handgun, astonishingly aimed not at El Su, but at himself. Bai Shuang gasped, "Wasn't he here for revenge? Why does it seem like he is about to take his own life?" I felt an overwhelming tension coursing through my muscles. For Bai Shuang had never ventured into the depths of the snowy mountains, and thus lacked experience. We found ourselves ensconced in a snow-filled ravine, flanked by towering ice cliffs, with a canopy of accumulated snow above. The moment a shot is fired, the reverberation would be incessant, and the ensuing cacophony would inevitably trigger an avalanche. Truly, El Su did not fear death, or perhaps he had no intention of living. Thus, this was a reckless gambit of mutual destruction. Suddenly, I recalled the open package of beef jerky from earlier and inquired of Bai Shuang, "Did you forget to put away a packet of beef jerky last night?" It was indeed that piece of jerky that had precipitated the subsequent bloodshed. Bai Shuang shook his head and replied, "You seem to have forgotten. We only opened one packet and consumed it entirely. There was no second packet." At that moment, clarity dawned upon me. After I was distracted, El Su had likely torn open the bag. He evidently intended to exploit this to attract the carnivorous creatures lurking in the icy wilderness. Perhaps he sought to unleash these beasts upon us or to force us into a confrontation with El Su, thereby ensnaring us all at once. Upon hearing our exchange, El Su regarded us with a chilling gaze, his expression inscrutable, yet his eyes almost contorted with fury as he declared, "All who have deceived me must perish." His index finger twitched as though poised to pull the trigger. Alarmed, I shouted, "Stop! Calm yourself. Let us discuss alternatives. Life is precious, and we must cherish it." Upon uttering these words, Bai Sani cast a look at me as if I were a fool. In truth, my words were merely a ruse to buy time. For I had already devised a plan. I needed to stall him and seize the opportunity to disarm him. I pressed a button on the wrist guard, revealing a poisoned throwing knife concealed within my hand, my last resort. It seemed I would have to employ it prematurely. However, should this weapon harm El Su, all his prior nurturing of me, regardless of the motive, would amount to naught. To be candid, I felt a pang of guilt towards El Su. If he truly wished to avoid living in such a manner, unwilling to serve as sustenance for his enemies, then sending him on his way would serve dual purposes, self-preservation and thwarting El Su's plans. This was the least I could do for him. One must look after oneself, otherwise, nature's wrath is inevitable. Dear brother, I genuinely sympathize with you, but I cannot accompany you into death. I have the wife of my brother beside me. If she were to perish, I could not bear to face the world again. Thus, it is a matter of either your demise or my survival. Chapter 33. Avalanche. Though we were not in close proximity, we were not too far either. With my skill, I still had a chance to wound him with the throwing knife. Yet, this weapon was incapable of delivering a fatal blow. Should he be afforded the opportunity to fire his weapon, we would be plunged into irredeemable peril. Therefore, the knife must strike his hand that held the gun. I silently aimed while diverting the conversation, saying, "Is this truly how you wish to live your life?" Based on my understanding of El Su's background, his existence had been fraught with tribulations. Born into a modest family, forced to drop out of school due to illness, and ultimately entangled in the ancient tomb, leading to his family's ruin. He had not experienced much joy in life. If one were to empathize, it was clear that if there were any alternatives, no one would genuinely wish for death. Upon concluding my remarks, The true El Su appeared to have captured his attention, his demeanor calming as he stated, "Indeed, my life has been devoid of worth. Thus, there is little reason to continue living." His line of reasoning was somewhat unexpected, and I wished to further guide the conversation. However, it was evident that El Su sought a swift resolution, his body beginning to retreat as if preparing to strike. Alarm surged within me, and disregarding all else, I moved my wrist to act, but standing beside me, El Su seemed to possess an additional pair of eyes, swiftly extending his hand to thwart my motion. He then took a deep breath and declared, "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. If you choose to doubt me, so be it. But do not involve the innocent." A mocking smile touched El Su's lips as he remarked, "Hypocrisy abounds. Which of you is truly innocent?" Uncertain of El Su's intentions, I quickly retorted, "It was my fault to deceive you, but she is blameless." I gestured toward Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, quick-witted, seized the moment to display a vulnerable femininity, her eyes brimming with tears, embodying a fearful demeanor. El Su cast a glance her way, his lips twitching slightly as he instructed, "She may leave. Let her go now." Eager to secure her escape, I signaled to Bai Shuang, urging her, "You should go first." Bai Shuang, taken aback by El Su's unexpected leniency, hesitated momentarily. Truth be told, El Su is a good-hearted individual, yet fate has dealt him a tragic hand, leading him to this juncture. With little time to ponder, I gently nudged Bai Shuang, signaling her to hasten her departure. Concern etched on her face, she inquired, "What about you?" I replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. The utmost priority is your survival. Leave quickly, and do not linger. The number of lives lost around me over the years has been substantial. Today, even if all present were to perish, Bai Shuang must not meet the same fate." Upon hearing my insistence, Bai Shuang retreated, glancing back several times as she left. As she did not venture far, El Su refrained from firing. Despite being consumed by hatred, his animosity was primarily directed at those who had wronged him. Deep down, El Su is not a man who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. I found myself perplexed as to why El Su had obstructed my action. Was he harboring a plan of his own? Or did he simply wish to prevent El Su from meeting his demise at this critical juncture? Could it be, as El Su himself suggested, that he was being nurtured like a precious tonic? At that moment, El Su grew cautious, retreating a distance of several meters to avert any potential aggression from us, thereby widening the gap between us. At this distance, even if I wished to utilize a flying dagger, it would be futile. My skills were insufficient, and striking from such a range would lack the necessary force. If I failed to incapacitate him instantly, it would only serve to provoke him further. Internally, I gritted my teeth, my mind racing as I contemplated a strategy, a flurry of ideas surfacing only to be swiftly dismissed. I had never known my brain could operate at such speed. Thought is a remarkable phenomenon, difficult to articulate. When it erupts, the insights gained in an instant, if expressed in words, would be exceedingly prolonged. My current situation is precisely as described. Although I have contemplated extensively, a multitude of thoughts whirl within my mind, dissipating within mere seconds. At that moment, Lu Su beside me solemnly inquired, "Is there no other way?" His words were directed not at me or Bai Sanyi, but rather at the individual across from us. The true Lu Su, however, paid him no heed, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of Bai Shuang. Whether Bai Shuang's demeanor was intentional or inadvertent, she appeared somewhat flustered, causing her steps to falter and her pace to slow. If it were deliberate, this woman exhibited a remarkable cunning, as she was effectively buying us time. The true Lu Su was not particularly astute. He likely failed to perceive Bai Shuang's intention. Thus his expression bore only a hint of impatience. This fellow was probably aware of Lu Su's verbal prowess and chose to disregard him altogether. Without altering his expression, Lu Su then performed an unexpectedly shocking action. Before Bai Sanyi and me, Lu Su bent his knees and knelt straight down. I was left astounded. It is said that beneath a man's knee lies gold. Truthfully, in these past years, I have witnessed many deaths, but I have never seen anyone kneel, especially someone like Lu Su. Not only I, but even Bai Sanya's countenance shifted, while the true Lu Su finally redirected his gaze, revealing a look of surprise and wariness, taking a slight step back and exclaiming, "What trickery are you attempting now?" This was precisely the question I wished to ask, wondering if Lu Su intended to soften his stance to sway him. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard Lu Su reply, "Let them go. This is our personal vendetta and should not involve others." As he spoke, He suddenly drew the ghost cry blade from behind his waist and hurled it forcefully aside. I found myself unsettled, my mind clouded with confusion, utterly baffled by Lu Su's strategy. Following this, Lu Su began to remove his clothing. The cold in this place was biting, and he stripped down to his undershirt, his face turning pale in the icy air. Yet, this very act allowed the true Lu Su to discern his current predicament. Indeed, he bore no concealed weapons. The true Lu Su's expression softened slightly as he scrutinized Lu Su, asking, "Are you attempting to save them?" Lu Su responded, "Not to save, but to accept responsibility for one's actions." In delivering this statement, he bore a grave countenance, embodying a selfless heroism. I have never been one to trust Lu Su, yet witnessing him go to such lengths evoked a sense of perplexity within me. The true Lu Su, evidently skeptical, remained silent, his grip on the gun unwavering. Subsequently, Lu Su closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender. For a moment, aside from the howling wind and snow, there was silence. Just as I was contemplating the purpose behind Lu Su's actions, the true Lu Su unexpectedly spoke, this time addressing me. He said, "Take the items and leave." The items he referenced were the clothes and gear Lu Su had just discarded. Clearly, he intended to leave no escape route for either himself or Lu Su, resolutely deciding that if death were to come, it would come together. Nevertheless, Lu Su's actions convinced him. It was evident he wished for Bai San Yi and me to depart. My emotions were quite complex at this moment. Regardless of Lu Su's motives, he had indeed saved our lives. As I exchanged a glance with Bai San Yi, we instinctively began to gather our belongings and retreat. Once we had distanced ourselves adequately, I noticed the real El Su gradually approaching the figure of El Su, as if they were engaged in conversation. However, this time, the gun in the real El Su's hand was not directed at himself, but rather aimed at El Su. No matter how skilled El Su was, he could not outpace a bullet, especially considering he was clad in nothing but a thin garment. Rubbing my temples, I remarked, "What do you suppose he intends to do?" Bai San Yi squinted, gesturing, "Whatever it is, we must first vacate this cursed place." We retreated a considerable distance until El Su and his companion were no longer visible to the naked eye. I retrieved my binoculars and could vaguely discern two indistinct figures. Bai Shuang was anxiously scanning from a high point in the ice valley and, upon spotting us, exclaimed joyfully, "You've come out too. That's wonderful. How did you?" Before she could finish her sentence, we were suddenly startled by a thunderous bang that echoed from the direction of the snow gully. It was the sound of gunfire, reverberating through the gully, magnified with each echo. The noise left us three momentarily speechless. The real El Su had fired his weapon. Almost instantaneously, alongside the gunfire, a more terrifying sound pierced our ears, and our vision was abruptly obscured as a massive cascade of snow descended, sending countless flakes flying and leaving us enveloped in white. The deafening roar shook the very ice beneath our feet. An avalanche had occurred. To avoid being caught in its wrath, we hastily retreated. The entire episode lasted but a brief moment, yet it was cataclysmic. Immersed in the chaos, the overwhelming noise and the blinding snowstorm created an impression as if the entire Kunlun Mountains were on the verge of collapsing. When it was all over, we stood there, clutching our gear, rendered speechless. Despite the myriad of speculations I had conjured, I had not anticipated this outcome. I had thought El Su's earlier actions were part of a larger plan. But now, with the gunshot fired and the avalanche unleashed, was there any room for negotiation? Had El Su truly sacrificed himself to save us? In that fleeting moment, my mind went blank, utterly paralyzed. Chapter 34. Despair. This emptiness lingered for quite some time. After the thunderous avalanche, the cacophony gradually subsided, leaving only the mournful wail of the wind and snow. The calamity had left no mark upon the ancient Kunlun. Snow continued to fall, and the wind continued to howl. Yet we, the three unwelcome intruders, found ourselves utterly disoriented. Eventually, Bai Shuang was the first to regain her composure. She tugged at my sleeve and asked, "Chen Xian, what should we do now?" I shook my head, numerous thoughts flashing through my mind. Regardless of my previous conjectures about El Su, it was clear that he had indeed saved us this time. This man is truly enigmatic, difficult to fathom in his true intentions. I replied, "We must return and see if we can rescue him." That being said, I am acutely aware that this hope is exceedingly dim, for the avalanche has nearly filled the entire snow gully with the ice surface beneath us. At this moment, the freshly fallen snow is incredibly soft and utterly impassable for pedestrians. To rescue anyone, we must don snowshoes. Fortunately, these had been prepared in advance. Yet, the sheer depth of the snow raises grave concerns about the condition of those buried beneath. In stark contrast, Bai San exhibited palpable urgency. Even uttering a curse, that damned thing. It remains unclear whether he was cursing the real El Su or the false one. But it is evident that a strong vested interest exists between him and El Su. Otherwise, he would not be in such a frenzied state. We donned our snowshoes and promptly began our return. The gully was not extensive, and although there were no landmarks, we managed to ascertain our approximate location. Yet it was entirely blanketed in snow. Bai Shuang inquired what we should do. After a moment's contemplation, I suggested, let us dig and see if we can uncover anything. Whether we would unearth a living person or a corpse remained uncertain. However, just as we prepared to commence our efforts, a peculiar phenomenon occurred near the ice wall. The fluffy new snow suddenly heaved and trembled, as though something was attempting to emerge. This startling sight took us aback. Regaining my composure, I recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately began to excavate the snow. After a couple of shovels, a human head surfaced. Who else could it be but El Su? Bai Shuang gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. A creature, a veritable monstrosity, had somehow survived. Remarkably, he had even managed to extricate himself. As I silently marveled at the absurdity of it all, I assisted in pulling El Su out. He was completely covered in snow and clad only in thin clothing. His skin felt chillingly icy to the touch, making me question whether he had truly returned from the dead. However, the mist escaping his mouth as he breathed confirmed that he was indeed alive. To my surprise, upon clearing the surface snow, I discovered a snow cave beneath, where the real El Su lay, tethered with a rope around his waist and pulled up by his counterpart. The true El Su appeared to be in a state of exhaustion, sitting in the snow, gasping for breath. He then rummaged through his gear to find some clothing to change into, smiling at me and saying, I never expected you would return to rescue me. I shall remember this kindness. I replied, you have saved me on numerous occasions. There is no need for you to keep count. It appears that even if we hadn't returned, you would not have faced any peril. El Su smiled faintly and remarked, who says that? If you hadn't returned, I would surely starve. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, tightening the collar of his clothing, and added, let us first cross this gully. He did not elaborate on how he had survived the avalanche, but I soon gleaned clues from observing the snow cave he had emerged from, leading me to greatly admire El Su's perceptiveness. It seemed he had discerned the true El Su's determination to perish together and realized that words would prove futile. Thus, he opted for a more subtle approach. Yet, what the genuine El Su had not anticipated was the presence of a crevice nearby. This fissure was narrow, requiring one to enter sideways. It is precisely due to its inconspicuous nature that the true El Su was overlooked in the past. His mentality resembled that of a mere 17 or 18-year-old, lacking in experience. The fact that he managed to orchestrate this trap is indeed surprising, and the resulting vulnerabilities are entirely understandable. El Su likely seized upon this very point, allowing us to be ensnared while he, in all likelihood, swiftly sought refuge within this crevice of ice at the moment the avalanche struck. Snow differs significantly from sand. Its texture is permeated with numerous air pockets. When a person finds themselves enveloped in snow, as long as there is sufficient space to compress it, and by applying principles of mechanics to widen the area, a snow cave can be formed. El Su, being a seasoned digger of tunnels, has undoubtedly excavated countless holes. So crafting a snow cave that evenly distributes weight is hardly a daunting task for him. Following the avalanche, El Su began to carve out this snow cave, ascending gradually through the confines of the crevice. One must concede that this individual possesses remarkable skill. I cautiously assessed the true El Su's breathing and discovered that he was still alive, likely dazed by the snow or rendered unconscious by El Su. A bitter smile crept upon my face as I silently lamented the existence of such a formidable adversary, simultaneously feeling a twinge of admiration. I deemed such a feat beyond my capabilities. Under the circumstances, I had not even noticed this crevice, and even if I had, I might not have conceived of such a stratagem. Clearly, while we were entangled in deliberations on how to persuade the true El Su himself had already devised a comprehensive plan. He promptly softened his stance towards the true El Su, kneeling down, embodying the adage that a true man knows when to yield. Rising from the snow, El Su rummaged through his gear, retrieving ropes and tools, effectively binding the true El Su's hands behind his back and leading him along with a rope. He then pinched Elsu's philtrum to rouse him from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, the true Elsu initially stared at our group in bewilderment, followed by a glance at his surroundings and his bound hands, leaving him utterly stunned. After a brief moment, he bowed his head, his shoulders trembling, producing a sound akin to suppressed sobs. I remained silent, as I could deeply empathize with the true Elsu's current emotional state. It is often said that men seldom shed tears. This is merely because the moment of sorrow has not yet arrived. Throughout my years, I have not been devoid of tears, though such admissions must remain concealed. Pride often dictates such discretion. I have experienced the suffocating despair of being cornered with no escape, where life offers no glimmer of hope. In such moments, the notion of strength becomes redundant. One is utterly powerless, and notions of masculine pride dissipate. The anguish one endures is frequently not of a physical nature, but rather a psychological torment that breeds despair. The true Elsu now comprehends the magnitude of the adversary he faces. He has prepared himself for mutual destruction, yet he is utterly defeated. This sensation is undoubtedly one of despair. His mental defenses are on the verge of collapse. For one burdened by profound grievances, the realization of being as insignificant as an ant before a formidable enemy, devoid of any chance for vengeance, and subject to manipulation without the ability to resist, is an immense tragedy. Although the young Zhen Lusu has lived for many years, both in mind and appearance, he remains a youth at heart. It was somewhat unsettling for me to witness the despair on his face as we, a group of individuals in our 30s, surrounded him. Zhen Lusu observed silently, his expression indifferent. After a moment of hesitation, I crouched down to pat his shoulder, saying, "As long as one is alive, hope persists." It is premature to weep at this moment. Zhen Lusu lifted his gaze to meet mine, his eyes cold and silent. On the sidelines, Lusu, having seemingly tired of the spectacle, offered a faint smile and remarked, "He speaks true. Life is a winding journey. What appears to be a dead end may conceal a path to revival, and what seems advantageous could just as easily turn detrimental. Indeed, it is a bit too early for your tears." Zhen Lusu clenched his teeth and stood up, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he said, "Yes. Thank you for the reminder. I shall remember this." With that, he straightened his back, his face devoid of any further expression. I understood then that this child had matured, not in a physical sense, but psychologically. The process of growing up is akin to traversing a path strewn with blades. Those who have never encountered such trials remain blissfully naive, while those who have endured them develop an indomitable spirit. This heart, though outwardly cloaked in strength and stoicism, is often internally pierced and frail. Lusu, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and affectionately patted Zhen Lusu's shoulder, saying, "Brother, let us go." Zhen Lusu's lips twitched momentarily, and without uttering a word, he strode away. Bai Shuang and I followed behind. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Shuang lowered his voice and remarked, logically, "He should want to kill us, and we ought to be wary, yet I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for him." I refrained from responding. Humanity is inherently complex. Most individuals can be deemed benevolent, yet when conflicts of interest arise, adversaries emerge. In truth, Zhen Lusu is the most innocent among us. Among our group of 5, myself, Lusu, Bai Sanyi, we are all unequivocally flawed. The age-old adage that evil cannot triumph over good is merely a fallacy. It is simply a matter of winners and losers, where the vanquished are deemed malevolent and the victors virtuous. I recognized Zhen Lusu's plight. Yet what could I possibly do beyond feeling sympathy? Assist him in fulfilling his desires by eliminating both myself and Lusu? Such a notion is patently impossible. Thus I remained silent in response to Bai Shuang's words. Chapter 35. The long neck. After binding Zhen Lusu, our group took a moment to recuperate before resuming our journey, which extended into the evening. Over the past 2 days, I had observed that our path consistently directed westward, precisely due west. This detail is of considerable significance. The Kunlun mountain range is vast and predominantly comprises snow-capped peaks, yet its internal landscape is remarkably intricate, with glaciers interspersed and snow-crowned summits encircling the area. Traversing through such terrain inevitably involves winding paths. Yet now, irrespective of our deviations, we remain steadfastly oriented towards the true west, without the slightest divergence. That evening, we settled down to rest, the howling wind and snow enveloping us throughout the night. We took turns keeping watch, and fortunately, no unforeseen events transpired. The following morning, We set forth once more amidst the howling wind and snow. For 2 days, we traversed this harsh terrain. The high altitude coupled with the biting cold rendering our bodies utterly fatigued. Even after a night's rest, I felt weighed down. Bai Shuang was struggling to keep her footing, swaying unsteadily, and I had to support her. Strangely, Bai Sanyi also exhibited signs of weariness, yet he persistently kept pace with us, behaving far from what one might expect of an elderly man. I had long harbored doubts about Bai Sanyi's true identity, and witnessing his unusual stamina only deepened my suspicions. He was acquainted with Chun Ci, familiar with the mute, and had intentions regarding the Pu Jinmi Bao. All of this indicated a profound connection between him, our Chen family, and the entire affair. A significant doubt loomed in my mind. Could he be the shadow of the infamous flying knife by Lao Si? Alas, this thought remained merely conjectural, as I possessed no tangible evidence. As these thoughts flitted through my mind, a particular detail struck me. Flying knife. Yes, flying knife, the signature skill of Bai Lao Si. If he were indeed Bai Lao Si's shadow, he would undoubtedly possess the same mastery of the flying knife, with calluses on his thumb and index finger from its use. Though I had practiced my own flying knife techniques, it required years of dedication to develop such calluses, and mine were still absent. However, if he truly were the shadow of Bai Lao Si, there must be some indication upon his hands. Furthermore, according to my grandfather's notes, Bai Lao Si was ambidextrous, able to launch 8 flying knives simultaneously during an attack, making escape nearly impossible for those he targeted. With this in mind, I glanced at Bai Sanyi's hands. But regrettably, we were all clad in thermal gloves, our faces obscured by masks and windproof sunglasses. Nearly every inch of skin was covered. To examine his hands would require an opportunity during our rest. Thus, burdened by fatigue, I continued to support Bai Shuang and pushed onward, relegating this matter to the recesses of my mind, resolved to ascertain the truth during our evening camp. Unexpectedly, around 3 in the afternoon, we beheld a breathtaking sight. As we rounded a bend in the snow-covered mountains, a shimmering azure lake appeared before us. The lake, a deep blue gem nestled among the snowy peaks, was flanked on one side by glaciers that had crystallized over millennia, and on the other by the towering mountains. Our only passage lay between the mountains and the lake, marked by a narrow snow path. It was simply exquisite. Moments later, Bai Shuang murmured in wonder. The lake was peculiar. A thin layer of ice covered its surface, ensuring that no matter how fiercely the wind howled, the water remained tranquil. The intoxicating blue, ethereal snow mist, and sunlight filtered through the mist combined to create a scene reminiscent of a celestial palace. In that instant, I couldn't help but wonder if this might be the legendary pool of eternal youth. I cast my gaze towards Lu Su, who displayed a look of admiration and awe upon his countenance, yet it was merely that. No surprise graced his features. From his demeanor, I discerned that this was likely a concealed lake nestled within the snow-capped mountains, bearing little relation to the fabled eternal jade pool. Beside us, the true Lu Su, bound and silent, wore a sullen expression throughout our journey, yet in that moment, astonishment lit up his youthful face, dispelling the lingering gloom. At that juncture, Lu Su patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Look at the myriad beauties this world holds yet unseen. How wonderful it is to be alive. Why ponder death? As the Buddha teaches, one should sweep the ground without harming the ants, and take pity on the moths drawn to the lamp's glow. If even ants and moths cherish life, how much more precious is human existence?" The true Lu Su, lips pressed together, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the lake's surface, lost in contemplation. At times, despair arises merely from focusing on a minuscule point, yet nature possesses a force capable of awakening certain faculties within us. The true Lu Su was not adept at concealing his emotions. They were vividly etched upon his face, revealing a hint of reluctance. For one who had never truly lived, the splendor before him was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. I could not help but admire Lu Su's keen insight into human nature. He understood precisely what to articulate in any given context. However, at this moment, the true Lu Su was akin to a fish on the chopping block. Further discourse seemed futile. Occasionally, I found it difficult to fathom his thoughts, so I shifted the topic, saying, "Shall we traverse the snow path? It appears somewhat perilous." That narrow snow path concerned me, as I feared it might conceal snow holes beneath, and the prospect of stepping into a void and plunging into icy waters was no trifling matter. Our supplies were limited, and though we were all capable swimmers, Wet garments in such frigid conditions posed a grave threat. A chill could easily lead to a fatal illness. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Su remarked, "Taking the detour would be far too time-consuming. We shall proceed through there." Uncle Bai glanced at me, saying, "Chen, you shall lead the way." Bai Shuang immediately expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "On what grounds do you command him to go?" Uncle Bai did not even lift his eyelids as he replied, "Shall I, an old man, venture forth? Or you, or young Lu? It is hardly fitting to send a woman or an elder to the forefront." Given that the true Lu Su was not in the best of health, compounded by his bindings, he had already expended considerable effort during our journey. It was exhausting for him. I was not one to seek to take advantage of others, so I stated, "Everyone be cautious and follow closely behind me." In truth, I mused that it would be better if the old man fell into the water and drowned. Bai Shuang furrowed her brow, saying, "Be careful. This place is not to be trifled with if it becomes wet." I nodded and replied, "Rest assured, this is not my first foray into the snow-capped mountains. I have experience." With that, I took the lead, and the group began to navigate the narrow snow path. However, after advancing a short distance, I realized our concerns were unfounded. This place could not possibly harbor snow holes, for beneath the snow layer lay solid, unyielding ice. The ice here was likely ancient glacial ice, impervious to even the sharpest blade, remarkably resilient. Our vigilant nerves had relaxed, and as soon as they did, the crowd began to voice their thoughts. Bai Shuang inquired, "How much longer must we travel? Do you have any precise knowledge of our destination?" Naturally, this question was directed at El Su. El Su, who was trailing behind, smiled at the remark, slightly turned his head, and replied, "According to legend, the waters of the ageless Yaoqi emerge from ancient glacial ice, accumulating in a sun-shielded haven. If the legend holds true, the Yaoqi should be situated in a region of significant elevation variance. A region of considerable elevation variance? Such places abound within the Kunlun Mountains. Yet we had not encountered any thus far as we journeyed steadily westward. The lake before us was quite expansive, almost elongated. Its vast azure waters were utterly enchanting. And coupled with the geographical factors, the winds here were notably gentle, rendering this segment of our journey a rare moment of tranquility since entering the snow-capped mountains. However, an old adage warns that fortune often conceals peril, and one must remain vigilant if all proceeds smoothly. Indeed, this caution proved prescient. Midway through our trek, nearly everyone caught sight of a dark shadow suddenly emerging upon the lake's surface. Most had heard tales of the Loch Ness Monster, and in recent years, as the allure of adventure tourism surged, numerous remote highland lakes across the country had been visited by explorers and tourists alike, giving rise to a plethora of aquatic monster legends. Among these, the Loch Ness Monster was the most renowned, often described as resembling a long-necked dinosaur. What we beheld now bore a striking resemblance to such a creature, a long neck protruding from the water, leading many to mistakenly believe it was a great serpent, while the expansive shadow behind it revealed the enormity of its body. It ascended from the lake's depths, the shadow becoming increasingly distinct, rapidly approaching us. "Hiss!" Bai Shuang gasped, covering her mouth in shock, nearly unable to utter a sound. Realizing the gravity of our situation, I shouted, "Run!" And, seizing Bai Shuang's hand, we bolted. At this juncture, we had traversed halfway. Fleeing forward or retreating seemed equally futile, prompting everyone to sprint ahead in a frenzy. In most encounters with water monsters, they merely surface for a moment, allowing for a few photographs before vanishing. Yet here we were, being charged directly by one. This stroke of bad luck made me question whether the arduous months I had endured had any bearing on that cursed legacy, as I felt persistently beset by misfortune. Chapter 36. Revenge. We ran frantically, yet the speed of our terrestrial escape paled in comparison to that of the creature in the water. It adjusted its course, swiftly propelling itself from the left rear of the lake toward us. Realizing we were on the verge of being overtaken, I urgently nudged Bai Shuang, urging her to flee ahead, then unsheathed my paratrooper knife. Our escape was futile. We needed to confront this threat and buy ourselves some time. El Sun appeared to share this sentiment, halting and drawing the ghostly knife he had previously discarded, its blade aimed at the lake, his expression grave. Side by side, we focused on the swiftly approaching shadow, and suddenly, the creature's elongated head burst through the ice, sending a cascade of water splashing around us. The moment that creature broke the surface of the water, a sense of relief washed over me. The reason was simple. Its head was no larger than that of a human child, egg-shaped, with a relatively small mouth. Judging by the teeth that were slightly exposed, it seemed to subsist on fish and shrimp, and given our considerable size, it wouldn't be able to swallow us even if it desired to. Indeed, there were no signs of aggression. It appeared merely curious about our sudden appearance by the lakeside. Its long neck emerged from the water, observing us for a moment before it sank back into the depths. When the surface regained its tranquility, I exchanged a glance with Su, both of us exhaling in relief. To be honest, engaging in combat on such a narrow icy path, while simultaneously avoiding a plunge into the water, was a daunting task. And we were genuinely fortunate to have escaped this false alarm. At that moment, Bai Shuang had already pulled the real Su ahead, with the most enthusiastic being Bai Sanyi, who had long since vanished from sight. I cursed that old fox for being swifter than a rabbit and followed suit. As the three of us reached the end of the icy path, we encountered a towering ice wall that completely obstructed our way forward. The height of this ice wall was within manageable limits, approximately 30 meters. Due to the clear weather, the snow mist was not particularly dense, allowing us to discern the top faintly. The surface of the ice wall was adorned with numerous icicles, sharp as blades and difficult to grasp, yet safe to tread upon. Equipped with climbing gear, we prepared ourselves and began our ascent. To facilitate our grip, we had to remove our gloves, which afforded me the opportunity to observe Bai Sanyi's hands closely. Upon inspection, I indeed discovered a clue. There was a layer of callus on his thumb and forefinger. Could it be that he was truly Bai Laosi? In an instant, my anger surged. Bai Laosi was, without a doubt, the root of the Chen family's entanglement in this affair. He had initially deceived my grandfather, forcibly exploiting his osteomalacia for tomb raiding, and later, having fallen victim to a so-called curse, had passed this creature onto my grandfather. Throughout this entire saga, he played a pivotal role. Without him, none of this would have transpired. And now, this man had assumed a new identity, even having collaborated with a mute who had lost his memory for a time. I could scarcely imagine how the mute had been duped by Bai Sanyi. At this moment, as we climbed the ice wall, the distance between us was not great. My mind was flooded with images. My grandfather torn to shreds, the pile of bones in the cave, the mute dying in my arms while urging me to flee. In that instant, every muscle in my body tensed, and a profound hatred and rage intertwined within my chest. At that moment, two words echoed in my mind: vengeance. Perhaps this was the very emotion that Su had experienced at that time, the desperate desire for retribution ignited by the memory of his brutally slain kin. I attempted to suppress it momentarily, yet ultimately found myself unable to restrain my fury. Endure? I had endured long enough. The grievances against my grandfather and Chen Tiande must not go unavenged. I abruptly halted my ascent, causing Bai Shuang beside me to glance questioningly in my direction. Chen Xian, what is the matter? She inquired. I remained silent, my gaze fixated intently on Bai Sanyi. Noticing my stare, he turned abruptly, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed he discerned something from my expression, for Bai Sanyi took a small step back and remarked, "Kid, why are you staring at me?" I had anticipated that I would confront him vehemently, yet to my surprise, the only expression I could muster was a smile. Indeed, it was a smile laced with both hatred and exhilaration. Apart from that, my muscles were entirely beyond my control. I questioned, Bai Sanyi, "What is the purpose of your visit this time?" He furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the climbing Su above us, seemingly seeking assistance. I let out a cold laugh and replied, "It appears you are unwilling to answer. However, it matters not. I am not particularly interested in the answer. Such knowledge holds no significance for me. Wouldn't you agree, Bai Laosi?" Bai Sanyi's eyes suddenly narrowed, as he finally sensed something amiss. I was acutely aware of Bai Laosi's prowess with the flying dagger, and having prepared myself, I seized the opportunity and kicked out at him. Our climbing gear lacked safety ropes. We relied solely on ice shoes and snow picks. One must exercise utmost caution while climbing, for a moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall. Bai Laosi, caught off guard, was struck by my decisive kick, causing his hands to relinquish the snow pick and sending him tumbling backward toward the depths below. At that moment, we had ascended approximately 17 or 18 meters, and he plummeted directly into the water. "Damn, what fortuitous luck!" Bai Shuang cried out. "Murder, he has been killed." I retorted, "Can't you see he is still alive?" Yet, it was unlikely that the old man would survive after plunging into the icy waters under such harsh conditions. Regrettably, I had failed to ensure he fell onto the snow path. Lu Su gasped sharply, exclaiming, Chen Tiande, you are too impulsive. I shot him a glance and replied, you should understand the reason behind my impulsiveness. So, do you intend to save him? Lu Su frowned and glanced down at Bai Lao Si, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, of course we must save him, provided he is still alive when we return. With that, Lu Su resumed his ascent. While the true Lu Su was freed to act independently, perhaps he had indeed discovered a reason to cling to life. The true Lu Su exhibited no signs of agitation. Although he remained somewhat distant from us, he refrained from causing any trouble and merely observed us with a cold stare. After I had kicked Bai Lao Si down, he let out a derisive laugh and remarked, a dog bites a dog. I countered, you are mistaken, dogs rarely kill one another. It is humans who inflict fatal wounds. I had initially believed that Lu Su and Bai Lao Si were in cahoots, and my actions would surely incite Lu Su's wrath. In truth, I had been driven by hatred, and while I had considered this implication, I was nonetheless prepared to fight fiercely. To my astonishment, Bai Lao Si had indeed been dealt with, yet he showed not a hint of reaction. Could it be that Bai Lao Si held no significance for him? If he was of little importance, then why had they allied in the first place? I was utterly perplexed. After a few individuals had climbed up, I retrieved my binoculars to observe the situation below. Bai Lao Si had already struggled to crawl onto the snow, his voice hoarse as he uttered something indiscernible to me. But I could easily surmise that it was certainly not anything pleasant. After cursing for a brief moment, he curled up and began to remove his wet clothing, eventually pulling out a set of dry garments. However, the dry clothes were merely an undergarment, utterly insufficient for the harsh conditions. He then retrieved a sleeping bag to wrap himself in, promptly extending his hands to gesture towards us. That was clearly a threatening motion. This gesture, of course, was not directed at me, but rather at El Su, yet I had long been on guard and would not afford El Su such an opportunity. In fact, after reaching the summit, I had maintained a considerable distance from Bai Shuang and El Su. Though El Su was quite adept, human speed is inherently limited. Without the use of firearms, it would not be so simple for him to take my life with cold weapons. I had no doubt that his physical speed could not surpass that of my poisoned throwing knife. As I remained vigilant, observing El Su, he suddenly crouched down, gazing at Bai Lao Si below, and abruptly mimicked the action of firing a gun. Instantly, Bai Lao Si ceased his movements, maintaining that position, and through the binoculars, I could see his expression magnified, rigid muscles, bulging eyes, and a countenance filled with rage yet devoid of an outlet. It was utterly delightful to behold. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, the satisfaction of exacting revenge and mercilessly striking down a fallen foe was exhilarating. I felt a sense of relief that I hadn't experienced in quite some time. Bai Shuang looked at me with a conflicted expression and, after a moment, murmured, "Can you please stop laughing? It sounds rather unsettling." El Su, yawning, remarked, "Miss Bai, I advise you to distance yourself from these cold-blooded killers, otherwise you may not know how you met your end." Chapter 37. The Jade Pool. Bai Shuang cautiously glanced at Bai Lao Si below and asked, "Why are you treating him this way?" Given the animosity between Bai Lao Si and myself, I assumed that Dofu had informed her. Thus, I replied, "Of course, there is enmity. He caused my family to be utterly ruined. Not being able to take his life myself is a regret." Bai Shuang then realized, slapping her forehead, "No wonder you called him Bai Lao Si. How old is he now?" As she spoke, her curiosity led her to look down. Bai Lao Si had ceased his curses, and through the binoculars, his expression was quite remarkable. Exhilarated, I felt a burden on my heart lift slightly, and in high spirits, I declared, "Enough of this old man. Let him fend for himself." I turned to El Su, signaling that it was time to proceed. His reaction, though unexpected, was ultimately a positive development. I surmised that there must have been some sort of transaction between Bai Lao Si and him. Both were adversaries of the corpse immortal and likely found themselves in an alliance out of necessity, harboring little trust or affection for one another. With this understanding, I felt I could grasp El Su's current mindset somewhat better. Thus, the four of us chose to ignore Bai Lao Si, who had crawled out of the lake, and continued onward through the wind and snow. At this moment, the sunlight is just right. Standing at a height, my gaze has broadened significantly. Before me lies a world sculpted from ice and snow. Beneath the icy cliffs behind me, an elderly man awaits his demise. Life is a curious affair, filled with unpredictability. One can never foresee what the future holds. What you think may be true often transforms into something entirely different. Apart from Bai Shuang, who frequently casts glances behind. The remaining 3 of us have chosen to disregard our teammate left behind on the icy precipice. In this instance, murder and oblivion have become synonymous. The journey ahead is marked by an eerie calm. The rope in El Su's hand no longer binds him, as he seems to have devised a new plan, one less extreme than before. When a person no longer wishes to embrace death and begins to fear it, their means become inherently limited. As we proceed, I suddenly realize that the terrain is gradually descending, and our field of vision is becoming constricted. As dusk approaches, a breathtaking spectacle unfolds before us. At the horizon, a towering glacier stands, from which a waterfall cascades down like a shimmering veil. Bathed in the sunset, the rising mist creates a myriad of colorful halos, enveloping us in a mesmerizing, ethereal realm. The waterfall, reminiscent of a celestial river, flows gently rather than violently, as the ice wall possesses an approximate incline of 80 degrees, rendering the water's descent remarkably tranquil, as if an invisible force governs its flow. This enchanting sight instantly captivates everyone, and in that fleeting moment, I am certain that the legendary pool of eternal youth must lie in that very location. I exchanged a glance with El Su, silently inquiring if we had arrived. At this moment, El Su squinted, displaying signs of excitement, and nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us proceed, they should be there." Could it be that Dofu and the corpse immortal truly reside within the pool of eternal youth? The thought seems rather implausible. Now that we have reached our destination, what are El Su's intentions? What was his original objective? To dismantle the corpse immortal's scheme of revenge? If we were mere allies up to this point, once we arrive at the pool of eternal youth, we shall part ways. He understands my purpose for being here, yet I cannot decipher his motives. Does he believe himself capable of confronting the corpse immortal? After a brief silence, we continue onward. The terrain continues to decline, yet the temperature appears to rise slightly. This environment is peculiar. I cannot comprehend why water would emerge from such lofty glaciers. My knowledge of geography is limited, but as we advance, we find ourselves gradually entering a landscape reminiscent of a caldera, which indeed possesses insulating properties. Upon finally reaching the base of the waterfall and looking up, the entire sky transforms into a circular expanse, encircling us completely. Beneath the waterfall lies a lake of moderate size, with one end extending into the ice wall, likely fed by glacial groundwater. However, this place does not resemble the mythical tales where the water is described as milky white. The color of the water here is rather ordinary. The only peculiarity is that the lake is profoundly deep. The lake we passed earlier, though quite deep, appeared deceptively shallow due to its remarkably clear waters. However, here, the water takes on a murky quality, indicating that this small lake is indeed very deep. Even in such pristine waters, there is an unsettling sense of obscurity. A layer of white mist floats upon the surface, and at first, I assumed it was the chill of cold air. Yet, upon dipping our hands into the water, we discovered it to be surprisingly warm. Bai Shuang exclaimed, "Is this a hot spring? Are there hot springs in the snow-capped mountains?" Just as I was about to respond, Lu Su interjected, saying, "Hot springs in snowy mountains are rather rare. This area is an ancient glacial zone with significant geographical variation, which could lead to the existence of hot springs. It is possible that this lake is directly connected to the underlying strata." Zhen Lu Su commented coolly from the side, "You certainly know a lot." Lu Su smiled faintly and remarked, "Although you ultimately did not hire me a tutor, I still took your advice and read more. It has its benefits." "Brother, I suppose I have been relatively obedient, haven't I?" This statement momentarily caught Zhen Lu Su off guard, darkening his expression to resemble the bottom of a pot. With a heavy huff, he shifted his gaze and asked, "Where is that corpse immortal?" Lu Su gestured towards the lake, saying, "It should be below." I couldn't help but frown, thinking to myself that while a corpse immortal could indeed be submerged, what about the tofu? Surely, it wouldn't be at the bottom of the water, would it? Zhen Lu Su then inquired, "What do you plan to do?" At this moment, it was evident that our group had distinctly separated. Bai Shuang and I stood close together, while Lu Su was on his own, and Zhen Lu Su observed from a distance, seemingly hoping that we might all meet an unfortunate end. Lu Su remained silent, beginning to shed his clothing. He had diving gear and a regulator, an unexpected revelation since we had initially not anticipated needing such equipment for a journey into the snow-capped mountains. Alas, I had inadvertently sent Bai Lao Si's gear tumbling down with a kick. Lu Su, leisurely donning his equipment, declared, "I will go down to take a look." You all wait for news above. I found this peculiar. Even if he did encounter the corpse immortal underwater, what could he do? As an ordinary person, no matter how skilled he might be, could he truly engage in a fierce battle with a corpse immortal beneath the water? While I pondered this, Lu Su plunged into the lake with a splash, descending swiftly, and soon the surface returned to its tranquil state, leaving just the three of us. At this juncture, Lu Su suddenly remarked, "Did you come here solely to save someone? What else would it be?" I replied, my gaze fixed on the water's surface. Lu Su scoffed, "Do you think I would believe that? Someone like you would take such risks just to save a so-called brother?" I glanced at him and said, "Even the worst of individuals have their vulnerabilities. Consider this my Achilles heel. I was aware that I may have once been a good person, but now I had strayed far from that path. In Lu Su's eyes, I was likely a ruthless schemer, willing to resort to any means to achieve my goals. Perhaps he even viewed me as a grave robber, a thief preying upon the dead, or worse yet, someone who could betray his girlfriend. For individuals like him, the willingness to sacrifice oneself for the sake of rescuing a brother may indeed seem untrustworthy." This thought suddenly stirred something within me. Could it be that Lu Su is such a person? He has always struck me as someone with a strong sense of purpose. Yet he has also engaged in many perplexing actions. The night before last, he claimed that everything he did was merely for the sake of vengeance. To be honest, I found it hard to believe. However, at this moment, I find myself inclined to entertain that belief. Just as no one would believe that a deceiver, a rogue like myself, would risk everything to save a so-called brother, perhaps Lu Su's motives have been genuinely simple all along. I remain unaware of the events that transpired a millennium ago, nor do I comprehend the extent of Lu Su's suffering and death. Yet, as things stand, he evidently lacks the strength to confront the corpse immortal, yet he has not given up. His arrival here seems illogical, almost akin to courting death. I suddenly recalled that when he had submerged, he had not brought his cherished ghost-crying blade, but instead carried a black bag. He is usually inseparable from his weapon. Why would he have chosen to bring that bag? As I pondered this, Bai Shuang tugged at my sleeve and suggested, "Let us search the surroundings. Perhaps there are clues. He is a normal person, after all, and cannot possibly remain submerged." As she spoke, her complexion paled. If tofu truly remained in the water, it would likely mean he had become a corpse. This was a grim supposition, and thus I nodded, and we began to scour the lakeshore, hoping to uncover some trace of tofu. The area surrounding the Yao pool, aside from the path we had taken, was sealed off, leaving us with few places to investigate. Before long, we had circled the area, yielding no results. Even if there had been any clues, they would have long since been obscured by the ice and snow. Subsequently, the three of us waited by the Yao pool for news of Lu Su. At this moment, Bai Shuang and I shared a similar sentiment. Our journey had been fraught with storms and enigmas, and now that the truth of the curse had been unveiled, I had indirectly avenged my grandfather. The remaining uncertainties were largely irrelevant to me. Initially, my sole intention was to bring Tofu back, yet it now appeared that he had gone missing. I felt a surge of anxiety, frequently rising to gaze into the murky depths of the water. Time passed, and Lu Su had yet to appear, leading us to suspect that he might have encountered an accident beneath the surface. Bai Shuang, visibly anxious, asked what we should do. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Let us wait another 10 minutes. If he does not surface, I will dive in." However, before 10 minutes had elapsed, Lu Su suddenly burst forth from the water's surface. He did not emerge directly, and his complexion appeared quite rosy, suggesting that the warm water had invigorated him. Our earlier concerns were indeed unwarranted. Bai Shuang exhaled in relief and was the first to inquire, "Is there anyone below?" Lu Su replied, "It's quite deep. Without diving equipment, you cannot descend. I discovered an opening down there, where it is likely that someone is trapped." Immediately, Lu Su climbed ashore, rummaged through his gear, and retrieved an odd item resembling a remote control, no larger than a palm. At that moment, I noticed that the previously bulging black bag at his waist had now deflated. A wave of ominous premonition surged within me, and a suspicion emerged in my mind. Thus, my body acted before my brain, abruptly seizing Lu Su's hand. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a remote control, featuring merely two simple buttons, one blue and one red. My intervention startled Lu Su momentarily, but he soon smiled and asked, "What are you doing?" I tightened my grip on his wrist and responded, "It's not about what I'm doing. It's about what you intend to do. Have you truly not entered that opening below?" It was evident that the contents of his bag and the remote control were interconnected, and at that moment, I thought of an underwater explosive device. Lu Su gazed deeply into my eyes and finally admitted, I have been inside. Indeed, it appeared he was aware of something within that opening. I glanced at the remote control in his hand and questioned, what is this? An explosive device? Lu Su chuckled softly and replied, it is a gift from a friend of mine. Bai Shuang, feeling anxious, interjected, I don't care what riddle you two are playing. Just tell me. Is he down there? This was also what I yearned to know, so I remained silent. Lu Su glanced at Bai Shuang and ultimately stated, he should be inside. Bai Shuang retorted angrily, what do you mean by should be? Lu Su chuckled, freed himself from my grip, tossed the remote-like object in his hand casually, and said nonchalantly, the corpse immortal is not a true immortal. It is merely struggling futilely, attempting to restore itself. Although it is at its weakest now, I cannot approach the central area. So I only observed from the periphery. After a pause, he continued, inside, there are 2 ice coffins. The corpse immortal lies outward, but I cannot ascertain who resides within. Bai Shuang stood in stunned silence, murmuring, ice coffin? As she uttered those 3 words, her eyes instantly welled with tears. A moment later, she stomped her foot and declared, I don't believe it. Lend me your equipment, and I shall descend to see for myself. With that, she bit down hard and directly attempted to strip Lu Su of his diving suit. Lu Su instinctively raised his hand to block her, stepping back a couple of paces. Appearing rather flustered, and said, Miss Bai, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Bai Shuang, displaying her fierce demeanor, replied, I don't care whether it's appropriate. Hurry up and take off the suit. I only believe in what I can see with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Su smiled slightly, picked up a nearby ghost crying blade, and twirled it gracefully, stating, I'm afraid that one do. I cannot allow you to perish. Bai Shuang demanded, what do you mean by that? Lu Su raised the remote control in his hand, explaining, explosives cannot harm it. This is not a remote for detonation, but rather a biological weapon that I painstakingly developed abroad at great cost. For this, I nearly exhausted my fortune. A fitting tribute to that old rascal Pujan. To speak candidly, hearing such derogatory remarks from someone as outwardly refined as Lu Su feels quite incongruous. Biological weapons, akin to the bacteriological arms developed by Japan in the past, are unequivocally prohibited on an international scale, and the research associated with such endeavors entails exorbitant costs. The requirements for various instruments and personnel are exceedingly stringent, and even with Lu Su's capabilities, it would be implausible for him to develop such contrivances. Sensing my bewilderment, Lu Su shrugged and remarked, alone, I could not possibly achieve this. It requires collaboration. At that moment, I found myself genuinely perplexed. Could it be that his motivations were solely for revenge? Contemplating this, I posed the question. Lu Su stood some distance away, clad in a wetsuit, having just emerged from the hot springs, and he did not appear particularly cold. I have already addressed this question once, if you do not believe me. What can I do? I replied, I fear that, aside from vengeance, you also seek to usurp, do you not? Lu Su smiled faintly. That thought does cross my mind. But your cooperation is essential for its success. My cooperation? He nodded, saying, certainly. Put away the throwing knife in your hand. That weapon is poisoned, and I cannot withstand it. My hand, which was discreetly positioned behind me, froze instantly. How did he perceive it? Soon, I realized that while Lu Su could not see me from his angle, the true Lu Su undoubtedly could, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon my hand, making it evident that something was amiss. This sly rascal was clearly being deliberate, he observed with a cold smirk, seemingly eager for a mutually destructive confrontation between Lu Su and me. Upon hearing the term biological weapon, Bai Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. She leaned closer to my ear and whispered, this matter is no jest. He is utterly insane. Chen Tiande, what shall we do now? I cast a wary glance at Lu Su, fearful that he might press a button, and replied, first, we must stabilize him. Thus I inquired, are you certain that this device will be effective against the corpse immortal? Lu Su responded, what corpse immortal? It relies solely on the formidable recovery power granted by the primordial spirit, which must reside within a physical form. If we eliminate its corporeal vessel while it is at its weakest, what remains to fear? Pausing for a moment, he added, by the way, this predicament is of your own making. I understood he was referring to the incident when I had captured the true Lu Su to threaten him. Had that not transpired, he would not have granted me the chance to save the tofu. It appeared that Lu Su held considerable confidence in the device he possessed. Yet if the tofu were also below, and since it could obliterate the corpse immortal's body, would it not be even easier to destroy the tofu? I felt a dryness in my throat and said, "Give me your wetsuit. I shall not concern myself with how you deal with the corpse immortal. But I must first rescue the person." Lu Su furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he straightforwardly removed his clothing and tossed it to me, saying, "Go." His unexpected generosity left me momentarily stunned. Just then, Bai Shuang abruptly tugged at my arm, exclaiming, "This man is exceedingly cunning. Once you enter the water and into the cave, if he presses the switch above, wouldn't that mean your demise as well?" Her words made me realize why Lu Su was so generous, and I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Bai Shuang immediately replied, "As a frail woman, I won't be able to prevent it when the time comes. Thus, you wait outside while I dive in." I questioned her, "Are you capable of that? Our manpower is severely limited, and at this moment, we have no other choice." However, I have serious doubts about her ability to handle this. Bai Shuang countered, "Don't underestimate me. I have attended more training sessions than you, and swimming underwater is a piece of cake for me. You keep it steady above, and I will go down to see what I can do." Though her words trailed off, I understood her intent clearly. She intended not only to explore the icy cave, but also to assess the authenticity of that biological weapon. After our discussion, Bai Shuang moved behind an ice wall to change her attire. El Su raised his eyebrows, wearing a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and remarked, "Is it really appropriate to have a girl undertake such arduous tasks?" I responded, "She has managed far more strenuous work than this. It's nothing for her. So no need for your concern." Bai Shuang was a quintessential example of someone who rose from humble beginnings. Although she appeared somewhat comical, akin to tofu, I knew well that she had endured considerable hardship and possessed capabilities and resilience far beyond what we observed. While I was indeed worried for her, we had no one else available to take her place. Chapter 39. Death. For over 10 minutes after Bai Shuang submerged, El Su exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, he sat cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation, the remote control loosely held in his hand, appearing remarkably unperturbed, as if he had no worries about any disruptions I might cause. His calm demeanor unsettled me. To be honest, I was beginning to be intimidated by El Su. His thought processes were convoluted, like a master chess player considering strategies far beyond others. Each time I felt I had him under control, the outcome invariably turned against me, leaving me feeling somewhat anxious. As a result, my gaze, initially fixed on the lake's surface, involuntarily shifted to observe El Su's movements. Not long into my scrutiny, the remote control in El Su's hand suddenly vibrated, startling me greatly. "What is happening?" I exclaimed. El Su shrugged, an expression of speculation crossing his face. "Perhaps that Bai Shuang girl is tampering with the weapon I placed in the ice cave." He chuckled and added, "I forgot to remind her that it should not be touched." A warning bell rang in my mind, and I felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Before she entered the water, I had advised Bai Shuang that we were unaware of the biological weapon's characteristics, thus instructing her not to recklessly approach it to avoid any accidents. Bai Shuang herself had assured me that her priority upon entering the water would be to rescue the tofu, with everything else being secondary. So how could she have suddenly decided to meddle with the weapon El Su had concealed below? I scrutinized El Su's smiling face, aware that even if I pressed him for answers, I would likely glean nothing of substance. My desire to leap into the water to uncover the truth was nearly overwhelming. El Su, unceremoniously mocking, retorted, "Only a fool would believe your words." With a slight smile, he added, "Brother, don't be too upset. I'm looking out for your best interests." "For my benefit?" Jin El Su raised an eyebrow, revealing a mocking expression. "I am most eager to hear what nonsense your silver-tongued self intends to utter." El Su chuckled softly and remarked, "It has been 4 days since we entered the snowy mountains, has it not? In 3 days, should you fail to procure sustenance, you shall perish from hunger. You once bestowed upon me the gift of nurturing. How could I stand idly by and witness your demise? Thus, I am endeavoring to provide you with food." Jean El Su, infuriated, nearly leaped to his feet, his expression shifting as he realized he was no longer the reckless youth who sought mutual destruction. From his countenance, it was evident that he wished to live. Was El Su referring to the flesh of a corpse deity as a source of nourishment? Such a claim seemed rather audacious. As I pondered this, time slipped away. Gradually, the duration of Bai Shuang's submersion exceeded that of El Su's entry into the water, surpassing it by a considerable margin. Even with a water long, it was implausible to endure such an extended period underwater, leading me to surmise that the icy cavern was indeed isolated from the water. Amidst this torturous anticipation, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The ice beneath our feet trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, while the surface of the lake erupted in vast ripples. Jean Su, positioned at a slight angle, nearly lost his balance and exclaimed in anger, "What is happening?" I turned to Su, inquiring, "Could this be your biological weapon?" He shook his head, replying, "It has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, he furrowed his brow and began to retreat. Upon reaching Jean Su's side, he grasped Jean Su's arm, pulling him backward. This action suggested he intended to flee with a concoction of restorative broth. Instantly, I realized this scoundrel was fabricating tales, undoubtedly linked to the unfolding events. In a fit of rage, I moved my wrist, preparing to confront him, when Su suddenly gazed ahead, his expression one of astonishment. Following his gaze, I beheld the miraculous waterfall abruptly cease its flow. Revealed in the ice that had been obscured by the cascade were ominous shadows. These silhouettes were deeply encased in ice, rendering them indistinct, yet they vaguely resembled the remnants of some structure. Could this be the fabled Yao Tai where the Queen Mother of the West and King Mu of Zhou once feasted? The thought flickered in my mind, only to be dismissed as implausible. Who would hold a banquet in such a frigid, perilous locale? However, it was not the waterfall's cessation that truly astounded us. Rather, it was the sight of the ice layer gradually forming a crack, as though torn apart by immense subterranean pressure. Accompanied by a tremendous tremor, this fissure widened, and then, from within, emerged a figure. More precisely, it was a person, cradling another in their arms. Upon discerning their features, I felt a surge of joy. It was Dofu. Yet, as I opened my mouth to call out to him, I found myself utterly voiceless, for nestled in his embrace was Bai Shuang. Her body was limp, devoid of strength, held in a princess carry, and the softness of her form sent chills coursing through me. Being so near, I could clearly see the crimson stains adorning Bai Shuang's body. In that instant, it felt as though I had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. When I looked for Lu Su again, I discovered that the scoundrel had vanished without a trace. Yet, at that moment, I could not dwell on such thoughts. Dofu stood at the crevice, showing no inclination to advance, and across the lake, she inquired of me, why was she here? Why had she returned? A heavy weight lodged in my throat. I was oblivious to the events that had transpired underwater, but Dofu's current state made me acutely aware that my earlier suspicions had materialized. Bai Shuang might have already. Yet, at this instant, I was incapable of providing any explanation. How could I elucidate this? Did she come of her own volition? Was it something I could not prevent? Were these explanations even meaningful? A life had been extinguished. I had never witnessed such an expression on Dofu's face. In that fleeting moment, a chill crept into my heart. Perhaps this was the essence of well-intentioned misdeeds. In the silence, Dofu gently lowered her from the crevice, traversed the snowy path by the lakeside, and approached my side. It was then that I noticed a fist-sized wound on her abdomen. I could not help but wonder if she had been dislodged by the corpse spirit after entering the ice cave. Bai Shuang's eyes were tightly shut, yet the rigidity of a deceased person's facial muscles rendered the beauty she once possessed utterly absent, leaving behind an eerie sensation. "I'm sorry." After struggling to find words, I could only muster these three. Dofu silently placed the body on the ground, and after a long while, she managed to curl her lips into a semblance of a smile, and said, "Old Chun, I understand your nature. She must have come of her own accord, right? She always said I was too naive and easily deceived, always worrying about me. But I truly liked her. I genuinely adored her. She never minded my lack of wealth, nor did she find fault in my foolishness. My previous girlfriends were always terrified of meeting you, for they would invariably change their hearts after encountering you. I am not as handsome, smart, or charming as you. But Shuang Shuang Wun Ti," she said. Dofu's voice faltered, and she wept bitterly while cradling Bai Shuang's lifeless form. I sat in the snow, no longer feeling the cold, my mind buzzing with questions. What had transpired beneath the water? Why had only Dofu and Bai Shuang emerged? Had the corpse spirit truly been vanquished by that weapon? These inquiries swirled in my mind for but a fleeting moment before evaporating entirely. The snow-capped mountains, the howling winds, the fractured Yaoqi, and the sight of Dofu mourning over the corpse shattered my cognitive faculties. I lost track of how long this tumultuous process endured. Bai Shuang's body grew increasingly rigid in the icy expanse, and soon, livor mortis began to manifest. I forced myself to gather my composure and approached Doufu, stating, "Let us depart from here. There is no need for further discussion. The priority is simply to get out." Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I felt an overwhelming weariness. Doufu, overwhelmed by grief and drained from her prolonged weeping, lacked the strength to carry on. I took it upon myself to hoist Bai Shuang's body onto my back, and the three of us began our journey homeward in a shroud of silence. When we finally made camp that night, Doufu finally spoke. "I had considered that you might come looking for me, but I never anticipated she would arrive. Old Chen, I know I shouldn't blame you, but I truly. I took a deep breath and replied, "I understand. You need not say more." Continuing, he asked, "What is going on? What is that thing inside her?" I paused for a moment and replied, "What thing?" Doufu blinked, as if recalling something, and asked, "How did you find your way here?" I immediately realized that Bai Shuang's death was likely connected to that biological weapon, so I recounted our pursuit of Su. A glimmer of hatred surfaced in Doufu's eyes. "So that's how it is." At that time, when the corpse immortal came to the shop to retrieve something, I inquired about the curse. It said it could assist me with the issue, but required a transaction. I suspected the nature of this deal. It was to have you guarded here, wasn't it? Doufu shook his head, not merely to accompany, but to serve as a sentinel. It was repairing its body, in its most vulnerable state. Hence I was to guard it here for 2 years. I deemed it a fair exchange, ensuring my brother's latter years would be safe and sound, so I agreed. This place was the ice wall snow mountain. For 2 years, what would I eat and drink? It seemed there was something extraordinary beneath the ice cavern. Doufu continued. To prevent anyone from discovering its whereabouts, I could not divulge information. Not long ago, a peculiar entity intruded, a person entirely covered in scales, resembling a charred rice dumpling. Lao Chen, do you recall the charred masks we encountered before? At that moment, I feared those ghostly things had come here, causing a chill to creep down my back. I had already anticipated the ensuing events. "So you killed her?" Then he mentioned today's update. Only this chapter would be released today. As for the reason, readers should have sensed it upon finishing this chapter. The grand finale would likely unfold either tomorrow or the day after. I needed to ponder how best to craft the conclusion. If anyone had thoughts, they should leave comments promptly. Chapter 40. The point of conclusion. Doufu neither nodded nor shook his head. After a long pause, he said, "Then, from her abdomen, many strange things emerged, crawling into the coffin of the corpse immortal. What happened afterward? I do not know. Those entities crawled away, and the scales vanished, revealing it was her. The corpse immortal must have suffered significant losses this time. The entire ice cavern collapsed. It was Su's doing, wasn't it?" Although Doufu's expression was somewhat disordered, I could still roughly deduce the sequence of events from his narrative. Bai Shuang's transformation was undoubtedly linked to that biological weapon. It appeared that the creature was still alive. If I had descended at that time, would I have ended up in such a state? What was the current condition of the corpse immortal when Doufu emerged from the ice crevice? We had actually remained in place for quite a while, yet there was no sign of the corpse immortal. Could it be that the corpse immortal truly fell victim to that biological weapon, buried within the ice cavern? I urged Doufu to recall the details meticulously. He appeared weary and said, "At that time, I did not consider it. What had the wooden figure done to deserve this? In his lifetime, he indeed committed numerous acts that were utterly intolerable. However, given the passage of time and the fact that old Chen did not inflict any harm upon us. Why has it come to this?" I felt a throbbing pain at my temples, and only after a moment could I regain my composure. To us, the corpse spirit might simply be akin to wood, yet for Su, it represented his past. As I spoke these words, a sudden realization dawned upon me. That damned biological weapon's true trigger should be the so-called remote control in Su's possession, likely a ruse to deceive Bai Laosi. It bore 2 switches, and Su's original plan was undoubtedly to have Bai Laosi descend with the item. Although I was oblivious to how he managed to dupe Bai Laosi, it was clear he would not venture down himself. At the moment when I had kicked Bai Laosi down and he sought Su's assistance, Su's reaction was to burst into laughter. I was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why he, in collusion with Bai Laosi, would disregard his well-being. It appeared he had found a substitute. Long before, we had already fallen victim to Su's machinations. However, the individual he truly schemed against was me, and I had not anticipated that Bai Shuang would take a hit on my behalf. Grasping this crucial element, tears threatened to spill from my eyes. Was it because I had accepted the legacy that I began to turn the tide? Was that why I narrowly escaped this calamity? Yet, Bai Shuang had perished in my stead. Regrettably, at that moment, we could no longer trace El Su's whereabouts. Coupled with Dofu's waning strength, our progress was agonizingly slow. Upon reaching the lake, I beheld a skeletal remains clad in Bai Laoxi's garments. Everything unfolded as I had surmised. He was but a shadow of Bai Laoxi. And after death, he had swiftly transformed into a pile of white bones, mute as a corpse. Angered by this sight, I kicked the remains into the water. We took turns carrying Bai Shuang's lifeless body, laboriously making our way out of the Kunlun Mountains, and sought a means to transport her remains back to Shenzhen. In the sweltering summer heat, preserving the body was a challenge, unable to bear the thought of it decaying en route. I procured ice to ensure it arrived in Shenzhen with minimal damage. Bai Shuang's funeral arrangements were rather complicated. We had set out under the guise of an expedition. Thus, upon our return, we could only claim to have encountered wild beasts. Her parents had passed away long ago, leaving behind numerous relatives and friends, which led to a familiar scene unfolding as they began to contest Bai Shuang's inheritance, even contemplating ways to extract further gains from Dofu and me. After all, she had accompanied me, making it all too easy for them to pursue me. Amongst such a multitude of relatives discussing wealth and responsibility, not a single one took the time to visit her body at the funeral home. Initially, Dofu was despondent, lingering at the mortuary, refusing to leave, until one of Bai Shuang's relatives caused a scene, prompting him to rally himself. He struck the middle-aged woman down with a punch, exclaiming, "You shall not lay a finger on anything left by Shuang." The woman immediately sprang up, throwing a tantrum and lunging at Dofu. "She is my cousin. Who do you, a wild man, think you are?" With the numbers on their side, our two factions quickly erupted into a brawl. Dofu transformed entirely, fighting as if his life depended on it, seizing the woman's hair and attempting to slam her head onto the table. Upon my glance, I realized it was the corner of a table, and at that moment, Dofu was exerting considerable force. Should he collide with it, it would likely result in a fatality. Thus, I swiftly intervened to prevent him from committing murder before the watchful eyes of the public. If that were to occur, no matter how great his capabilities, I could not guarantee his safety. Even if he were charged with involuntary manslaughter, he would not face a bullet, yet he would still endure several years of imprisonment. In this era, taking a life could be mitigated with wealth. Regardless of the sentence, once incarcerated, one could simply bribe their way to a reduced term. And in a matter of 2 or 3 years, once the commotion subsided, they would emerge. However, I did not wish for Dofu to languish behind bars for another 2 or 3 years, hence I obstructed him. Yet, I was met with a kick from behind, which destabilized me and sent me crashing against the nearby morgue cabinet, resulting in an unsettling face-to-face encounter with Bai Shuang's lifeless visage. That face, rigid and eerie, evoked a sudden thought within me. If someone like El Su could return from the dead, why could Bai Shuang not? Might there be clues in the shamanic secrets? Ultimately, this farce concluded with the arrival of the police, accompanied by an unexpected revelation. It turned out Bai Shuang had left an unexpected will stipulating that, in the event of her demise, aside from a small portion allocated for her own funeral, the remainder of her estate would be entirely donated. Under the supervision of a lawyer, we arranged Bai Shuang's final rites. During this period, I deliberately delayed the cremation to seek information from HRCHGI regarding this matter. HRCHGI's response was succinct. Such secrets may have once existed, but they are incompatible with this world. Otherwise, why did those shamans not utilize them for themselves? There are myriad mysterious methods for prolonging life in this world, yet the resurrection of the dead remains unattainable. I remarked, but there are too many examples around us. HRCHGI shrugged and replied, "Is the person resurrected still the same as before?" This posed an unresolvable question. In the days that followed, Dofu sought every possible means to uncover El Su's whereabouts. I understood his desire for revenge. I harbored the same sentiment. Psychologically, I wished for everything to conclude here, yet every recollection of the deceased Bai Shuang and the events of the past years prevented me from remaining passive. Yet, El Su had vanished from the mortal realm. I constantly pondered when these troubling affairs would finally come to a close, but the conclusion arrived abruptly, just as I wished for it to persist. For a considerable period, we employed various connections in our search, but whether the genuine El Su or a counterfeit, no trace of them remained. It seemed El Su had fulfilled his vengeance and truly achieved his desire. Dofu became increasingly agitated and despondent. To prevent his shop from closing, I had no choice but to assist in its operation. Of course, In the interest of preserving my own fragile existence, I would exert effort while he reaped the profits. And I continued to accompany HRCHGI to hone my skills. I thought perhaps time could alleviate everything. Yet, on the night of June 13th, 2014, once again, Tofu has vanished, this time in a most thorough manner, taking with him his identification and bank cards, yet leaving the belongings in the house untouched. Throughout this past year, my relationship with Tofu has remained in a state of superficial tranquility. This FAOD is shattered by a moment of drunken outburst when he seized my collar and exclaimed, "My former girlfriend, upon seeing you, fell for someone else. The only woman I love now. You took her to such a place. Chen Tiande, you are a curse sent by heaven to torment me. You seize everything, don't you? Bastard. Why is it not you who died? Why is it not you? Why is it not me? Even the smallest of creatures cling to life. I too wish to survive. Yet, living is not an easy endeavor." He left behind a brief note. "Old Chun, I cannot allow myself to come to a halt. To stop would be too painful. I must avenge her, regardless of the cost. If we meet again, it will signify that I have exacted my revenge. Regardless of the cost? Over the past year, we have exhausted all means. How else does he intend to seek her?" An unsettling realization dawned upon me. Had Tofu made a discovery? Yet, in recent days, he had merely drowned himself in alcohol at home. I promptly accessed the surveillance footage. As the gallery was equipped with cameras due to its business operations, reviewing the recent recordings, I noticed something peculiar on the night 3 days prior. A strange entity crawled across the floor. It resembled a mouse, but its speed was astonishing. The soft lighting of the gallery illuminated its form as it approached the camera, revealing that it was a creature no larger than half a mouse, distinctly resembling a hairy infant. In an instant, clarity struck me. The primordial spirit. The spirit of the corpse still lived. Then, the creature vanished from the camera's view, disappearing into the hallway, yet I knew it was heading in Tofu's direction. Suddenly, I recalled the words of Lu Su, "Without a formidable corporeal form, what is the primordial spirit worth?" The weapon Lu Su wielded was initially designed to combat the corporeal form of the corpse spirit, implying that this primordial spirit had always existed. I could almost predict the ensuing events. Tofu would once again merge with the primordial spirit, and this time, he would seek vengeance against Lu Su. However, whether it would be Tofu avenging himself or Lu Su seeking retribution upon him remained an enigma. I felt my hands tremble. After circling back, everything returned to its origin. In the vast, empty gallery, the air conditioning was set to a chilling degree, rendering the summer heat imperceptible. Through the glass door, I could see pedestrians outside, beads of sweat glistening on their brows under the sun. A door stood before me, akin to a threshold between two worlds. I suddenly found the situation somewhat amusing. My family, my loved ones, my friends, my entire life. What remains for me? The master, the one-eyed dragon, called out to me from behind. Yet I found myself unwilling to linger in that place any longer. Aimlessly, I wandered into the bustling street, only to realize, upon regaining my senses, that I had walked for over an hour and arrived at the Seven Stars Tower. The tower still stood, though it had changed hands, and the cuisine had transformed. The only constant was the staff, some of whom recognized me and greeted me warmly. Tofu was right. It was I who had perished. Standing atop the highest level of the Seven Stars Tower, I gazed down at the unforgiving concrete floor below, the sunlight outside disorienting to the eyes, making me feel as though I might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, someone patted me on the back. "If you were truly dead, would you have the audacity to face Wu Shui?" Turning around, I was surprised to see Lazy Guy. "What brings you here?" I inquired. He replied, "I've been here all along, enjoying the tranquility." After a pause, he added, "For me, nothing has changed, only the people come and go." It had been a year since we last met, and he implied a hint of mockery with his words. I managed a bitter smile and said, "Do you think I want to jump off?" "I do wish to, but not at this moment." Lazy Guy yawned, his eyelids drooping heavily. "When would that be?" he asked. "The people who were meant to appear did so, and those who were to vanish did just that. If life were a film, I would undoubtedly be a rather tragic supporting character, watching the protagonists emerge one by one, becoming intertwined in their narratives, ultimately achieving their desires and departing. Meanwhile I, the supporting character, remained rooted in place, unable to reclaim what I had lost." End of the book, January 22nd, 2015. Final words. This concludes the narrative. I endeavored to keep these words succinct, knowing that some readers lack patience, Yet I still hope you take a moment to read this final chapter. Ghostly Breath has been written over a span of 13 months, and apart from a recent interruption, I have maintained a steady pace. Throughout the writing process, I often felt exhausted, yearning for the completion of this work so that I might rest. However, now that it is truly finished, a sense of emptiness lingers within me. My previous 2 books concluded with a harmonious resolution, but Ghostly Breath is an exception. The experiences of Chen Tiande and the choices they made destined this tale to diverge from a conventional happy ending. By the time I reached the conclusion, it felt as though I was no longer the author, but rather these characters were guiding me through their experiences. I was merely a narrator, recounting their story to you. Therefore, I could only write the truth, unable to forcibly alter it into a joyful finale. I extend my gratitude for your companionship throughout this journey. I will be embarking on a new writing endeavor soon. In the past, I immediately began a second book upon completing the first. This time, I require ample preparation to present you with a more exceptional work. Thus, the release date for the new book is set for March 1st, after the new year. I will take this upcoming month to rest, read more, and gather materials. During this time, I will also begin to tease the new book, intermittently updating Tomb Robbery Notes 9, Evil Spirit Chronicles, and Ghostly Breath side stories.